£1.2 million childcare choices campaign to increase the usage of those. But we will go further, and we are looking at all options to improve the affordability and availability of childcare and, crucially, outcomes for children.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, childcare is not the only thing that parents are struggling to afford to pay for, and I'm very grateful to Karen Taylor from Rooted in Hull for drawing to my attention the work done by the Child Poverty Action Group on poverty-proofing schools. And what this does is provides a toolkit for schools to look at their academic year and to identify times when they're asking parents to pay money, and then to try to find ways to alleviate this and reduce the cost to parents. So will the Secretary of State join me in encouraging many schools up and down the country, academy chains and head teachers, to have a look at this toolkit and do what they can to reduce the costs associated with sending their child to school?
Yeah.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. And of course, we're always focused on what more we can do. We obviously have pupil premium funding, but we also have school uniform guidance. Obviously, we have the highest number of children benefiting from free school meals as well, and in deprived areas, breakfast clubs, which we have introduced. But of course, we all know that economically times are tough, which is why we're very much focused on trying to get inflation down, and the Prime Minister's pledge to halve inflation this year.
Shadow Minister Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Childcare is essential social infrastructure which underpins our economy by supporting parents to work. Yet in 2022, more than 5,000 childcare providers closed, and more than half of all local authority areas saw a net loss of childcare places. The government has admitted that they pay providers less than it cost them to deliver the so-called free childcare places, and with energy bills and wages going up from April, many more providers are at risk of closure. There is a crisis in our early years sector happening right now. What is the government going to do to stop further childcare providers from closing?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for a question. Actually, Ofsted data shows that the number of childcare places has remained broadly stable at 1.3 million since August 2015. But at the spending review 2021, we announced additional funding of £160 million in 22-23 and £180 million in 23-24 and £170 million 24-25, and that's compared to the 2021-22 financial year. And this will allow local authorities to increase hourly rates paid to childcare providers.
Peter Alders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Number 5.
We are transforming people's life chances by enabling them to climb the education skills ladder of opportunity. And on the 9th of January this year, we announced that in financial year 2023-24, we will increase funding rates to invest a further £125 million in 16 to 19 education. £18.5 million in 16 to 19 education has been invested in institutions that cover the constituency of Waveney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend for that answer. But taking into account both the urgent need to address acute skills shortages in key sectors of the economy and the fact that participation in adult education has fallen from 4.4 million in 2003-2004 to 1.5 million in 2019-2020, it is vital that the capacity of further education is significantly expanded. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, highlighted the importance of investment in skills in his autumn statement. And I'll be grateful if my right honourable friend could set out the work that is being done to meet this challenge ahead of the spring statement.
Well, my honourable friend is an FE champion, and I welcome his question. And he will be pleased to know that we're investing in resources, increasing skills funding by £3.6 billion over this Parliament, investing in qualifications like T-levels, higher technical qualifications, free level 3 courses, boot camps and apprenticeships, and investing in infrastructure as well, rolling out 21 Institutes of Technologies, spending £290 million.
Rhys Shannon.
Come on, my old friend. He can do better than that. The fact of the matter is, still, further education in our country is a Cinderella service. When will you wake up to the fact that we need more skilled people in our country? We need them desperately, and the FE sector is the one area that you could actually do the real investment that pays back very quickly. Can I urge the Minister, who I like a lot, we're old friends, get his act together and put some real heft into further education?
when the honourable gentleman describes FE as the Cinderella sector, I might remind you that Cinderella became a member of the royal family. and it's this government, it's this government that is banishing the two ugly sisters of under-resourcing and snobbery about further education and skills. And as I said in my previous answer to my honourable friend, we're investing a 3.6 billion extra in skills in this Parliament, 3.8 billion, I should say, and 1.6 billion extra for FE, increasing the number of hours students learn. I'm very proud of this government's approach to further education and skills.
Right, let us move to Shadow Minister Toby Perkins.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the Minister was a huge champion for the FE sector when he was the Select Committee Chair, so it will be depressing to hear that he's now speaking up for this government. This government's funding settlements for FE colleges are the worst in post-war history. Not my view, the view of the Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies. Their analysis exposes that per-student funding fell 14% in real terms between 2010 and 2019. Isn't the reality that after 13 years of this government, it's only the election of a Labour government that will allow our colleges to play the role that we truly need from them?
So I say to my honourable friend, it's wishful thinking on his part. I mean, the government is increasing investment in apprenticeships to 2.7 billion by 2024-25. We'll be investing an extra 1.6 billion in 16 to 19 education at the same period of time. That includes 500 million a year for T-levels. I mentioned the 290 million pounds that's being spent on Institute of Technologies, and 1.5 billion pounds to commit and upgrade FE College estate in England over the next few years. So this is a government that's investing and championing further education and skills, and my honourable friend should recognise that.
Claire.
Number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
As set out in our Send and Alternative Provision Green Paper published in March, our ambitious alternative provision reforms will equip all children in AP with the right support in the right setting at the right time. Our reforms will enable children with behaviour that present barriers to learning or medical needs to have the support, skills and confidence needed to thrive.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that answer. Many of the children I've met in the youth justice system have been excluded from mainstream schools and instead sent to alternative provision, where often the standards are very good, but sadly that is far from always the case. Indeed, the Youth Justice Board on which I used to sit said an improvement in standards and practice is needed across alternative provision. So what action is the Minister taking to make sure that alternative provision isn't a dumping ground for difficult pupils that mainstream schools want to exclude, and that by contrast it's high quality teaching and welfare support that is always the case in AP?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. I know he's a passionate believer in youth justice. In fact, I think the first time we met, that's what we were speaking about. And he is right to be concerned about this area. We know there are some great AP settings. Indeed, I was talking to Mark Vickers of Olive Academies recently. But we know that some settings are delivering very poor outcomes for young people. I really am excited about our proposals on AP. I think they will be transformational. I'll be happy to discuss them further with the honourable member.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Funding for alternative provision for children who are unwell peters out after the age of 16. There was no mention in last November's budget of colleges. I've got a constituent in Devon whose mother I spoke to this morning. The son has been diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma and is unable to get the online tuition that he needs from our local college. So I wonder, when might colleges receive the additional revenue funding so that they might be able to afford the alternative provision for children diagnosed with illnesses like my constituent?
So, as part of the reforms that we're setting out, we'll be developing a bespoke national alternative framework that will include looking at standards, looking at sustainable post-16 destinations, and I'd be happy to discuss with the honourable gentleman further once we've published our proposals.
Sally Ann Park.
Number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 7 and 22 together. Family hubs are one-stop shops that make it easier for families to get the support they need, and I strongly support them. The government is investing £300 million in the Start for Life and Family Hubs programme, and 75 local authorities will begin to open hubs later this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. East Sussex County Council submitted an excellent bid for a network of family hubs across East Sussex, and we know that family hubs are a part of the solution to many national and local issues and are vitally needed in many of our local communities now more than ever. In addition to the rollout of family hubs, what steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure that this fantastic policy has long-term funding to maximise long-term benefits?
Hear, hear. Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I strongly agree with my honourable friend. We are funding 75 councils for the current spending review period, and I have no doubt that the excellent work in East Sussex, led by Becky Shaw and her excellent team, and across the country, will make the case for further investment.
Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of the work this government is doing with family hubs, early years and start to life. In Wales, each seeking to give babies and young children the very best start to life. In Wales, every community has a Cilch Meithrin, an informal group of mothers, babies and young children. It's a tradition almost in Wales of care within the community. But the more formal support for the early years is more variable across Wales. I wonder, could the Minister tell me what arrangements there are for sharing or exchanging these best practices with the Welsh Government on important areas such as this?
I thank the honourable friend for his question. We do have regular meetings actually with all of the devolved authorities, and we do share ideas as well of what we're doing and different policies so that we can learn from each other, and we can, there's no monopoly on good ideas. We're always open to listening and sharing.
Rachel Maskell.
Mr. Speaker, since the publication of the independent review into children's social services, which also will improve the use of family hubs, hundreds of children have been taken into care, while millions of profit have been put out into the private sector. So when is she going to publish the government's delayed response to this review? And will she look at York being a pilot to ensure that we can move this forward quickly?
Yeah.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question, and I just want to assure that this is work that my honourable friend, the Minister for Children's, Families and Wellbeing, is working very actively on, and it will be published very soon. And I'm sure that my honourable friend will be happy to discuss further how we will roll that out and implement it.
Teresa Villiers.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Maintained nursery schools make an invaluable contribution to improving the lives of disadvantaged children. We're investing an additional £10 million into their supplementary funding from 23-24, taking the total around £70 million, and reforming the distribution of this funding to make it fairer, ensuring all authorities with maintained nursery schools receive supplementary funding.
Teresa Villiers.
Can I warmly welcome that extra funding, because it means that for the first time, maintained nursery schools in Barnet get a share of this supplementary funding. So will she join me in welcoming this funding, and will she express her strong support for the maintained nursery school sector in the future?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. I know she has consistently and passionately campaigned for the maintained nursery school sector, and I agree they're doing an excellent job, not only in supporting some of the most disadvantaged children, but also in sharing their expertise and knowledge with other providers as well.
Rita Hobhouse.
Speaker, in my Bath constituency, Midford Road Nursery was sadly forced to close its doors. The staff shortage is the major reason why they had to close, and many nurseries in Bath face similar problems, and parents struggle to find alternatives. What advice would the Minister give to parents in Bath who struggle to find a nursery?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question. We have actually, in terms of early years, increased funding by about £500 million set out since 2021. I do agree that workforce is an issue, and we're looking at recruitment and retention very carefully, and we'll be setting out proposals as and when we can.
James Wilde.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 9 and 15 together. In December, I announced a further 239 schools that will benefit from large-scale rebuilding and refurbishment projects as part of our school rebuilding programme, which will transform 500 schools across the country. I saw the huge impacts our investments having at Camden Court School, where I met Mr Heel, a head teacher, and his students that were very excited at the prospect of their new classrooms and design and tech and science labs. Mr Speaker, as Conservatives, we're not only investing in the next generation's future, but of that of generations to come. On top of this, we have allocated over £13 billion to improving school buildings since 2015, including £1.8 billion this year.
Thank you. I welcome the recent addition of the King Edward VII Academy to the rebuilding programme, following the inclusion of Smithton High School in an earlier round and the new investment that's coming to North West Norfolk. However, can my right honourable friend assure me that given Smithton's Grade 2 star listed status and the complexity that brings, that the funding for that school is protected, and will ministers meet me to ensure that we get the heritage and other permissions we need as rapidly as possible?
I thank the honourable friend for his question. My department is working closely with heritage and planning officers to ensure that we can address the condition of Smithton High as quickly as possible, whilst recognising the listed status of the buildings. We're working on the project with Historic England and the 20th Century Society, and would be very happy to provide the honourable member to meet with him and to provide an update on progress.
Sarah Britley.
Mr Speaker, in Hyndburn and Haslingden we've received the fantastic news just before Christmas that Hyndburn Academy and Haslingden High School will be included in the next round of the schools rebuilding programme, and I eagerly await the next round so schools in my patch like the Hollins can apply. Can my right honourable friend confirm whether schools rebuilding programme funding could be used in conjunction with other investment for initiatives that not only benefit the school but the wider community as well?
Thank my honourable friend for an excellent question. We do encourage schools to play a positive role in their communities, with many choosing to provide access to sports and other facilities. The school rebuilding programme directly commissions projects rather than providing funding to schools, so where feasible we include additional facilities beyond the scope of a project, and if it's funded by the local trust or the local authority. But we are interested in making sure that school facilities do benefit the wider community.
Laura Vars.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Right Honourable Member for Bognor Regis visited Joseph Lecky, and that really helped. I had a good meeting with the heads of Joseph Lecky and Bluecoat Academy with my friend, the Honourable Member for Worcester, but they've still lost out. Will the Secretary of State or one of her ministers meet with me and the heads of those two schools to find out why on earth they cannot be successful in getting funding for these vital repairs?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. Yes, we'd be very happy to meet, and obviously there are some schools that are disappointed that they didn't get access to this funding, but we have now announced 400 schools so far, but there are still another 100 in future rounds as well, but we'd be very happy to meet with her.
Leora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A Schools Week investigation found at least 40 schools contain so-called aero-concrete, and a further 150 need further investigation. Officials described the concrete as life expired and liable to collapse, which is extremely alarming. Now, NHS England says that it will take until 2035 to remove this aero concrete from all our hospitals. Will we be waiting as long as that for our schools as well?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. The government published updated guidance on identifying and managing reinforced aerated concrete last year. In March 22, all schools were asked to complete a questionnaire about the knowledge of RAC, its presence in their buildings, and if they have it, how they're managing it. Where the presence of RAC is confirmed, we help with those schools with the appropriate technical support, and we are looking to make sure that we continue that programme.
Daniel Koczynski.
Question 11, sir.
Many schools and colleges already mark Holocaust Memorial Day. I've attended such a remembrance service in Harlow College, and this is all the more important. They work closely with the Holocaust Memorial Trust and the Holocaust Educational Trust, two institutions that the government give support. This is all the more important given that there were 128 incidents of anti-Semitism in our higher education institutions. That's sadly at an all-time high.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for that answer. Can I ask him that in addition to educating children about the horrors of the Holocaust and the Second World War, can we also take the opportunity to educate children about the tremendous courage and bravery and sacrifices of the righteous among nations? Many people on the continent gave up their lives to protect their Jewish friends and neighbours. And one example is a member of my family, Jan Kawczynski, his wife Helena, and their 13-year-old daughter Magdalena, all shot by the Germans for protecting and hiding their Jewish friends and neighbours on their estate in Western Poland. As well as educating children about the misery of the Holocaust, we must give them inspiration that many of our brothers and sisters in occupied Europe gave the ultimate sacrifice to protect friends and neighbours of the Jewish faith.
Here. I'd have to say it's very moving to hear of your family's experience, and I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. We must teach and remind people that there were many righteous Gentiles who suffered doing everything possible to save Jews. And if I can mention another famous Polish lady, Irene Sendler, who saved 2,000 Jewish children from the Warsaw ghettos, and was remembered in a special exhibition in Parliament, in the Commons in 2018, of which I was pleased to attend. But my honourable friend makes a really powerful point, and I'm sure schools up and down the country will be listening to what he says.
Question number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We're improving quality in apprenticeships. Ofsted will be inspecting every apprenticeship provider by 2025. All providers have been asked to re-register with the Register of Providers. We're intervening to help apprentices and employers as well.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My local college, Eastleigh College, work alongside 700 regional employers to deliver high-quality apprenticeships right through to degree level. Last year, nearly a third of apprenticeship starts were higher level. So can I ask what steps the government is taking to broaden the routes into technical education and increase the number of higher level apprenticeship starts?
Question. He will be pleased to know there have been over 10,800 apprenticeship starts in his constituency since 2010. We're investing £2.7 billion in apprenticeships by 2025. We're spending some of that, £8 million on promoting degree-level apprenticeships. We have a big recruitment campaign, Fire It Up, to try and encourage more apprentices. We're transforming careers advice on apprenticeships in schools and colleges, and of course we pay non-levy payers, small businesses, the vast majority of their training costs when they hire apprenticeships.
Gates.
Question 13, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The law is clear that schools must prohibit the promotion of partisan political views and should take steps to ensure the balanced presentation of opposing views on political issues when these are being taught. Guidance to schools on political impartiality was published in February 22. It summarises the legal position and makes it clear that steps taken to ensure these legal duties are met should be reasonable and proportionate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You don't have to be a historian to understand the dangers of indoctrinating children. And yet polling by YouGov for Policy Exchange shows that the majority of UK children are being taught political ideology as fact in school. For example, gender ideology, which states that children can be born in the wrong body and men can have babies, or critical race theories that say race is a social construct, or sex positivity, such as in this document, which instructs teachers of children with learning disabilities to simulate sexual arousal on anatomically correct dolls while playing sexy music in class. These are not isolated incidents, but endemic in our schools. The guidance is not working. What does the Minister intend to do about it?
The guidance on political impartiality does make it very clear that when teaching about sensitive political issues relating to discrimination, teachers should be mindful to avoid promoting partisan views or presenting contested theories as fact. Schools need to ensure that any resources used in the classroom, particularly if they've been produced by an external organisation, are age-appropriate, suitable and politically impartial. And schools should consult parents and they should share lesson materials when parents ask to see them.
Question
14, Mr. Speaker.
The Government supports the provision of nutritious food in schools, which ensures children are well nourished, develop healthy eating habits and can concentrate and learn. 1.9 million pupils are eligible for free school meals. That's an increase from 2021, when 1.7 million pupils were eligible. In large part, the increase is due to protections put in place to support families as they move to universal credit. In addition, of course, 1.25 million pupils are eligible under the Universal Infant Free School Meal Programme.
Zara Sultan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each month, 4 million children experience food insecurity, going to bed hungry, and then setting off to school on an empty stomach. To tackle this injustice, my Free School Meals for All bill would guarantee that every child in England would get a hot, healthy meal each day, just as been done in Scotland and Wales. It could be paid for twice over by removing the private schools' £1.7 billion tax break, a move that the party opposite blocked last week. My bill is due to get its second reading on Friday, so I asked the Minister, will he back my bill, or does he believe that protecting tax breaks for elite private schools is more important than feeding hungry children?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has extended free school meals to more groups of children than any other government over the past century, including Labour governments in that period. So there was an increase, as I've said earlier, from 1.7 million to 1.9 million. There's an extension to 85,000 students in FE colleges introduced by this government, and there's new eligibility for some children of families with no recourse to public funds. And of course, the 1.25 million children in infant schools, again, another scheme introduced by this government.
SNP spokesperson Carol Muller.
Mr. Speaker, the Levelling Up Secretary said in October that extending free school meal provision would be the most timely, effective and targeted of all public health interventions that this government could make. The Scottish Government has already committed to universal free school meals for primary children. Does the Minister agree with his colleague? And if not, what targeted interventions would he make to tackle child hunger?
We are spending £1.6 billion a year on free school meals for children, and we do want to make sure that that funding is targeted at the most needy, and that's precisely what is happening. We accept the point, and I agree with the Honourable Lady, that it is important that children from disadvantaged backgrounds, children that can't afford meals at lunchtime, that they are provided. But we are doing so. As I've said, we've increased the number of children eligible for free school meals, benefit-related free school meals, from 1.7 million to 1.9 million pupils.
Number
16, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Schools, like families and businesses across the world, are facing global inflationary pressures. The Prime Minister has pledged to halve inflation, and school funding will increase by £2 billion next year, as well as the year after that. This will be the highest real terms spending on schools in history, totalling £58.8 billion by 2024-25. In 2010, school funding stood at £35 billion, so we will be delivering a 68% increase in cash terms. The government's also announced further support for parents worth £26 billion next year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In addition to grave concerns about recruiting and retaining teachers, schools in Slough and across our country continue to struggle with their budgets, with a quarter of primary school senior leaders reporting that they have had to cut outings and trips due to budgetary constraints. So, Secretary of State, how will the government ensure that children do not miss out on these vital opportunities?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. The autumn statement announced a significant additional investment in core schools funding. The core schools budget will increase by £2 billion, as I've just pointed out, in 2023-24 and 24-25. That will be paid into schools' bank accounts in April, so I'm sure that they'll welcome that additional funding.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department's own report now reclassifies... 17. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 schools in Northumberland are prioritised for the school rebuilding programme, including Ringway Primary School in the Honourable Member's constituency. Schools were nominated by local authorities and trusts and selected according to the condition of their buildings following a robust assessment process. This is in addition to the £5.8 million of school condition allocation funding for Northumberland County Council in this financial year.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department's own report now reclassifies a risk of school building collapsing as critical, very urgent. And despite the sterling efforts of head teachers and staff to keep school buildings in decent conditions, many children in my constituency are taught in buildings far below the standards they should expect. Can the Minister, despite what he's just said, can the Minister tell the House when adequate funding will be made readily available to bring all schools in my constituency up to scratch?
Well, we've allocated £13 billion since 2015 on school building and maintenance. In May 2022, for example, the government announced the outcome of the Condition Improvement Fund bids for 22-23. That will provide £500 million for 1,400 projects at 1,100 schools and sixth forms. The CIF is for individual schools and the groups of schools. In addition, £1.1 billion of school condition allocations was made to local authorities and large groups of academies. We take this issue very seriously. We want to make sure that all our schools are in the best possible condition for pupils to be able to learn.
Number 18, Mr. Speaker.
My department has made a one-off reallocation of funding to add £15 million to this year's student premium, now worth £276 million. Universities can support disadvantaged students by drawing on the student premium and their own hardship funds. Many universities, like Newcastle and Northumbria, have allocated funds to support disadvantaged students.
Newcastle University Students' Union's recent cost of living crisis survey revealed that 41% of students have considered dropping out due to financial pressures. They're trying to balance studying with part and full-time jobs. They're increasingly isolated and exhausted. And the Student Union Food Bank, which is restocked daily, is emptied quickly, the record being within 7 minutes. Now, he knows that his additional hardship fund works out, I think, £10 per student, and they're leaving students £1,500 worse off because of the mismanagement of maintenance loans. So why are you punishing students like that?
Of course, I recognise that some students are facing hardships with the cost of living challenges, like many people up and down the country. The £276 million is a lot of money that universities can draw on. As I mentioned, it's an increase of £15 million. Students in private accommodation can get a £400 rebate on their energy bills. We've frozen tuition fees for the past few years, and they'll have been frozen by 2024-25 for 7 years. We've increased maximum loans and grants by 2.8%. And if students' incomes fall below a certain level, they can reapply to get their loans looked at. And I really welcome that Newcastle University has increased the package of support available to students to more than £1.7 million.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of living crisis we hear is serious for everyone, but for students in particular, they're facing real hardship. We've just heard the independent economists estimate that many students will be up to £1,500 worse off this year. Given the government's current focus on maths, can the Minister explain how his government calculated an increase of just 2.8% in the maintenance loan, following 2.3% this year, when the rolling average inflation rate is running at 9.3%?
I say to the honourable gentleman that we have to be fair to students and fair to the taxpayer as well. So we recognise student hardship. That's why we did increase the student premium to £276 million by £15 million. Universities have their own hardship funds. I highlighted the £1.7 million given by Newcastle University. Other universities up and down the country are helping disadvantaged students. And I mentioned that students whose family incomes fall before certain levels can reapply to other student loans companies to get their loans reassessed.
Right, we come to Topiclus Chum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And special educational... Oh, number 1, sorry.
Sarah.
Mr. Speaker, given this is my first education questions of 2023, I would like to wish you, the House, and all working in our education sector a Happy New Year and share some of what was to come from my department. Later this month, along with my honourable friend, the Children and Families Minister, I will be announcing our comprehensive plans to reform children's social care. Soon after, we will return to bring forward our transformational improvement plans to support children with special educational needs. In February, I hope members will join me in celebrating National Apprenticeship Week. And in April, our schools will have something to celebrate as they will be receiving their funding, which will include the extra £2 billion uplift announced at the Autumn Statement, seeing overall funding rise by 15% in just 2 years. We are investing more in our schools than ever before. By 2024-25, it will be £58.8 billion, the highest real-term spending in history.
Sean Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And special educational needs provision in school matters. I have so many parents contacting me because either they can't access it or it's inadequate. One family with 2 neurodiverse children suffering from bullying and self-harming found that their school's SEND policy did not even mention autism or neurodiversity. So this morning the Minister said that the response to the government's review would be published imminently. Can she confirm that that is within the month and that the clear standards that she measured will be, that she mentioned clear standards, can she confirm they'll be enforced?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and it is very important. Special educational needs is something I take very seriously, as does the Minister for Children, Families and Wellbeing. It will be very soon. There is not long to wait, and I'm sure that you will be delighted with the improvement plan that we will publish, which was very early in the new year, and not long to wait.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Hayley Turner, in our community of North Norfolk, is an inspirational campaigner for special educational needs. She improves it enormously across our whole area. The evidence shows that early diagnosis and indeed autism interventions is paramount to ensure that children get the help that they need, and Hayley now uses her experience to help many others in the community. Can I ask the Minister just what the government is doing to help with neurodevelopmental services and also to recruit education specialists?
I suggest that you do know it is a topic. We can't just go on and on. We've got to get through for everyone else's sake. Minister.
So I commend your constituent Hayley for the work that she does. I do think access to educational psychologists is paramount so you can get that early diagnosis, and we are funding an additional 600, 223, 400 in the year after.
Right, let's come to Show Secretary Bridget Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department for Education has raised the risk of school buildings collapsing to critical, very likely. And in December, the Schools Minister undertook to publish the data on these dangerous buildings by the end of the year. Yet parents, staff and pupils are still in the dark. When will the Secretary of State finally publish this data and own up to the extent of her own failure?
As we said, I said earlier, we're spending £13 billion on capital funding in the school system since 2015. We take the safety of schools very seriously. As I said, as the Secretary of State said earlier, regarding reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete, we have written to all schools asking them to complete a questionnaire. In terms of publishing the data, the Department has already published summary findings from the condition data collection, and we plan to publish more detailed data shortly. The condition data collections help us to understand the condition of schools, and we will publish as and when the data is ready.
Second question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No answer, even though the Schools Minister said we would see this data last year. Mr. Speaker, Conservative members opposite have described their childcare policy as crazy, unnecessarily expensive, and that they should get on with reforming it. Mr. Speaker, I agree. That's why the next Labour government will deliver a modern childcare system from the end of parental leave to the end of primary school. If even our own colleagues can see the case for change, why can't the Secretary of State?
Well, I think the Honourable Lady will find that when Labour were in power for 13 years, they did nothing on this issue. And actually, it was the Conservative government who expanded the 2-year-old offer and the 3- and 4-year-old offer for parents. And I would love to see the costings of her proposals, because I think what she's proposing is yet more pie in the sky for parents. But we take this issue very seriously, and we're very committed to increasing the flexibility and affordability of childcare for parents in this country.
Chloe Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Secretary of State's brief update just now on the SEND Green Paper. It's right to get the correct support to families and to young people as early as possible. But the Green Paper was also right to talk about a truly inclusive education system. What progress will the 9,000 young people in Norfolk with education, health and care plans see in 2023?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, and I hope that the 9,000 children will see progress. Not only have we increased the overall funding by about 50% for SEND since 2019, where we're increasing the number of specialist school places, and in the reforms that we're setting out, we'll be setting out national standards, which I hope will also improve their educational experience.
SNP spokesperson Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a former teacher, I support the right of our teachers to strike and will oppose this government's anti-strike legislation. So does the Secretary of State agree that constructive dialogue with our dedicated teachers is vital, rather than demonising them as Bolsheviks and commies, as one of her colleagues has disgracefully done?
I thank the Honourable Lady for a question. I always believe in constructive dialogue. The very first meeting I took as we welcomed in the new year was with all the 4 main teaching unions, and I will also be meeting them again later on this week.
Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we are levelling up and trying to recruit and train more teachers in the North East, why on earth has the outstanding Carmel College in my constituency been stripped of its accreditation to train teachers by a tick-box form-filling exercise, destroying 20 years of hard work and leaving the North East worse off?
Well, I visited Carmel College. I know what a good school it is. The ITT reforms are a key part of the government's commitment to levelling up and ensuring that high-quality teachers are there for every child. Following an expert review, a robust accreditation process was undertaken to approve 179 providers covering all regions, including the North East. And ICT provision is also expanding through the partnership. Now, I know my honourable friend discussed this with my predecessor, the honourable member for Stoke North, and I'd be happy to meet him again to discuss my honourable friend's concerns.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And myself and the member for Barnsley Central last week held a meeting with parents about SEND provision. Barnsley has one of the highest numbers of EHC plans in the country. What resources will the government commit to ensure provision is improved where it is needed most?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, and I can tell her that the high needs funding for Barnsley increased 12% year on year for 2023-24, which will be over £40 million in total. They also received £7 million for high needs provision capital from 2023 to 2025 to increase the number of places as well.
Mr. Speaker, I remind the House of my members' entry. I'm glad to hear that the Children's Social Care Review response from the government is going to come out shortly, and the government has set up an implementation board to progress its findings. Over 80% of children in care are in the care of the independent sector, and yet that implementation board has refused to allow any representative from the independent sector on that board. Why not?
Thank my honourable friend for his question. I'm committed to reform in children's social care across all sectors, and my honourable friend, the Minister for Children, Families and Wellbeing, has been working hard in partnership with the National Implementation Board and the wider sector to design a plan for reform that will introduce meaningful change for children and families. It is quite a small group, so we've deliberately kept it small, but I'll ask my honourable friend to take a look and check that it's representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of PE teachers has fallen by nearly 3,000 in the last 10 years, and the number of hours of PE taught fallen by 36,000. With nearly a third of young people currently classed as inactive, what's the government going to do to stop physical activity flatlining and make sure that young people can get the benefits, the social, physical, mental benefits of PE in schools?
Well, actually, we've met the target for PE teacher recruitment for most of the last 10 years. And we have the school sport and action plan in place. There's a new plan being worked on at the moment. We take sport in schools very seriously. It's important for both for physical health and mental health, and actually for academic attainment.
Siobhan Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parents of children with special educational needs feel they are constantly battling to be heard, and so their children can lead fulfilling lives. Some Stroud children are only getting a few hours of schooling each week, which is hugely disruptive for family and child. So I'm working with Gloucestershire County Council's Phil Robinson to improve day-to-day experiences of Stroud families. But what is my right honourable friend doing to ensure that the local authorities and parents are really key to implementing the new reform?
Well, I thank my honourable lady. I am really exercised about this issue. I speak to parents of children with SEND all the time, and I do think they find the experience very adversarial. I'll be setting out more details in the implementation strategy shortly, but this is something that I care very passionately about.
Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The current National School Breakfast Programme only reaches 1/4 of the children living in areas with high levels of deprivation in England. Labour has set out our universal free breakfast offer, meaning no child is too hungry to learn. When will the government join the Labour Party in this commitment?
Well, we are spending £30 million between 2021 and 2024 on the school breakfast programme. It offers free breakfast to children in disadvantaged areas, supporting their attainment and readiness to learn. Now, the focus of the breakfast provision has been to target the most disadvantaged areas of the country, and that has been our strategy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Does the Secretary of State think that it is acceptable that 4 out of 5 dyslexic children still leave school not identified, and that teachers still do not have to be trained to support dyslexic children specifically? It was a pleasure to meet the Minister last week, but will she ensure that in future early intervention is put in place for the identification of dyslexia and other neurodivergent conditions?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend and for his collaborative approach in the meeting that we had last week. I absolutely do think that early identification is key, and we'll be looking very carefully at that and teacher training in the implementation plan that I'll be setting out shortly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On New Year's Eve, the care community lost a highly respected and dear friend and true advocate. Ian Dixon spent his entire life making a difference to children in care and urging governments to listen to them. The care review does not have all the answers, so will the Minister please implement the recommendations from the pioneering Care Experience Conference for which Ian played a leading role in?
Well, I thank my honourable lady, and I pay tribute to Ian's work, and I would love to look at that in more detail and speak to her further about what we can take forward.
Paul Holmes.
Mr Speaker, we all visit many schools. The latest for me was Chiltern Academy, and talking to them about their Go Well support. And we'd all talk about funding, but the biggest thing that they hit with me with on funding is not just the amount, but it's also the visibility and the extended timelines that it's there. Can the Minister please explain what can be done to make sure that the schools know earlier and for longer what money they'll have available?
Well, I understand and agree with my honourable friend about the importance of certainty over funding. The dedicated school grant allocations for 23-24 were published in December 2022, including indicative allocations for the mainstream schools additional grant, which will distribute the additional £2 billion of funding that was announced in the autumn statement.
Bob Longfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we've heard, the additional £15 million hardship for students announced last week amounts to less than £10 per head, significantly less according to my sums, while the IFS says that students are £1,500 a year worse off. Today, the APPG for Students is launching an inquiry into the impact of the cost of living crisis on students, inviting submissions from students, their unions and institutions across the UK. Will the Minister agree to meet with us to consider the evidence we receive?
Of course, I would be delighted to meet. 276 million, along with other measures the government done, including the energy rebates and other support that we try and give students who are facing cost of living challenges.
So,
thank you, Mr Speaker. In light of the government's new emphasis on numeracy in schools, can I make a plea that the government does not forget about literacy in schools, and in particular how we can continue to raise standards? I have an initiative called Get Whittam Reading, which has been running for 10 years now, and I would urge members of the front bench to come to Whittam to see that scheme in action this year, to see how it's raised standards in education.
Well, I couldn't agree more with my right honourable friend, and I share her passion. I'd be delighted to come and see the scheme in place in her constituency. We take reading very seriously. We have risen through the international league tables from joint 10th to joint 8th in the polls study, and it's the least able children who are improving fastest in those surveys.
Mike Kingsbury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. James Kerfoot, the head teacher of Ruddy Senior Academy, which serves constituents of my parish, has introduced free school meals for all pupils. Why doesn't the Minister do the same?
Well, as I said, we're spending £1.6 billion each year on free school meals, targeted at the most disadvantaged children. But of course, schools are able to use their pupil premium funding, which is £2.5 billion a year to schools, if they wish to extend the coverage of free school meals to more pupils. We did extend, as I've said earlier, free school meals to all pupils in infant schools, and that was an early decision of the coalition, the Conservative-led coalition government.
Jerome Bayou.
Mr
Speaker, children's services in Norfolk have been judged as requiring improvement all the way back since 2008. So will my honourable friend join me in congratulating Executive Director Sarah Tuff and all her staff, as well as Councillor John Fisher, on last week's assessment that Norfolk's children's services are now good and well on their way to outstanding?
I thank my honourable friend. I will indeed congratulate that team. It is actually quite a hard thing to do, and I think it's brilliant that they've been able to get to that recommendation.
Margaret Furrier.
Mr Speaker, we take the safety of schools very seriously, the Minister's response to an earlier question. So, will Ministers reconsider mandating the fitting of sprinklers in new build schools to minimise the risk posed by fires to the buildings, equipment, pupils' schoolwork and the people within them?
Well, the Honourable Lady will know that there is revised guidance to the new Buildings Bulletin has been issued after a wide consultation, and it does make some changes to the requirement for when sprinklers are to be installed in schools, particularly when the risk factor of the pupils, the students in the school, is high. For example, children with special educational needs or residential schools.
Final question, Nicky Aitken.
Speaker, when I met with Jewish students studying in universities in my constituency, I was appalled to learn of the anti-Semitism that they have to suffer on a daily basis often. And it made worse by the recent report into the NUS, the National Union of Students, handling and challenging of anti-Semitism. In the month where we mark Holocaust Memorial Day, I would be interested to hear the Minister's assessment of that NUS report.
I thank my right honourable friend for her question. I've been shocked and sobered by reading this report that NUS was in essence a hostile place for Jewish students. That's not acceptable. NUS, National Union of Students, the main body for students, should be a place that isn't just safe, but a place that is welcoming for Jewish students as well. And the proof of the pudding of this report will be in the eating. I expect to see the changes and the recommendations implemented in full, and once that has occurred, then I will re-engage with the National Union of Students.
Right, that completes questions. We're now going to go on to the statement. I'll let the House clear. Let us come to the statement. I call the Foreign Secretary, James Beverley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will make a statement on the execution of a British national in Iran. On Saturday morning, Iran's regime announced that it had executed Ali Reza Akbari, a British-Iranian dual national. I know that the thoughts of the whole House will be with his wife and 2 daughters at the time of their loss. They have shared his ordeal, an ordeal which began just over 3 years ago when he was lured back to Iran. He was detained and then subject to the notorious and arbitrary legal process of the regime. Before his death, Mr. Akbari described what was done to him and how torture had been used. Let there be no doubt he fell victim to the political vendettas of a vicious regime. His execution was the cowardly and shameful act of a leadership which thinks nothing of using the death penalty as a political tool to silence dissent and settle internal scores. In February last year, Mr. Akbari's family asked the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office for our support, and we have worked closely with them ever since. I want to pay tribute to their courage and their fortitude throughout this terrible period. In line with their wishes, my noble friend Lord Ahmed, the Minister of State, lobbied Iran's most senior diplomat in the UK as soon as we learned that Mr. Akbari's execution was imminent. We maintained the pressure right up until the point of his execution, but sadly to no avail. When we heard of the tragic news on Saturday morning, we acted immediately to demonstrate our revulsion. I ordered the summoning of Iran's chargé d'affaires to the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office to make clear the strength of our feeling. Our ambassador in Tehran delivered the same message to a senior foreign ministry official. 10 other countries have publicly condemned the execution, including France, Germany, and the United States. The European Union has done the same, and I am grateful for their support at this time. We then imposed sanctions on Iran's Prosecutor General, Mohammad Jafar Montazeri, who bears heavy responsibility for the use of death penalty for political ends. His designation is the latest of over 40 sanctions imposed by the UK on the Iranian regime since October, including 6 individuals linked to the revolutionary courts, which have passed egregious sentences against protesters, including the death penalty. In addition, I have temporarily recalled His Majesty's Ambassador, Simon Shirtcliffe, from Tehran for consultations, and we met and discussed this earlier today. Now we should consider what further steps, alongside our allies, we take to counter the escalating threat from Iran. We do not limit ourselves to the steps that I have already announced. Mr. Akbari's execution follows decades of pitiless repression by a ruthless regime. Britain stands with the brave and dignified people of Iran as they demand their rights and freedoms. Just how much courage that takes is shown by the appalling fact that over 500 people have been killed and 18,000 have been arrested during the recent wave of protests. Instead of listening to the calls for change within Iran, the regime has resorted to its usual tactics of blaming outsiders and lashing out against its supposed enemies, including by detaining a growing number of foreign nationals for political gain. Today, there are many European nationals being held in Iranian prisons on spurious charges, including British dual nationals. And I pay tribute to our staff, both in Tehran and here in the UK, who continue to work tirelessly on their behalf and to secure their release. And beyond its borders, the regime has supplied Russia with hundreds of armed drones used to kill civilians in Ukraine. Across the Middle East, Iran continues to inflict bloodshed and destruction by supporting extremist militias. And all the while, the steady expansion of the Iranian nuclear program is threatening international peace and security and the entire system of global non-proliferation. In the last 3 months alone, Britain has imposed 5 separate packages of sanctions on Iran, and today we enforce designations against over 300 Iranian individuals and entities. We have condemned the regime in every possible international forum, securing Iran's removal from the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, and alongside our partners, creating a new UN mechanism to investigate the regime's human rights violations during these recent protests. But the House should be in no doubt that we are witnessing the vengeful actions of a weakened and isolated regime, obsessed with suppressing its own people, debilitated by its own fear of losing power, and wrecking its international reputation. Our message to that regime is clear. The world is watching you, and you will be held to account, particularly by the brave Iranian people, so many of whom you are oppressing and killing. And I commend the statement to the House.
I now call Shadow Minister Bambas Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to thank the Foreign Secretary for giving me advance sight of his statements. I'm responding on behalf of the opposition today as my right honourable friend, the member for Tottenham, is on a visit to Northern Ireland, so is unable to be here today. The execution of Ali Reza Akbari is the most horrendous human rights abuse, a barbaric act of politically motivated murder at the hands of the Iranian regime. The whole House's condolences and solidarity are with his family at a time of unimaginable grief. That the Iranian regime chose to take Mr. Akbari's life to make a political point to the British government is a disgrace. The death penalty should never be used for any crime, but in Iran we must call these executions what they are, a gross attempt to silence a protest movement by striking fear into the hearts of the ordinary Iranian people. In Mr. Akbari's case, this execution is a direct message to the British government. They are, in the words of Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights, state-sanctioned killings. Mr Akbari returned to Iran after a successful career in business in the UK to advise the government on the nuclear deal between the West and Iran. He wanted to see a successful deal to end the Western sanctions on the country. We have discussed many times in this House the importance of a strong response to this brutal regime. The government must now prescribe the IRGC either through the existing process or through amending the National Security Bill to create a new process of proscription for hostile state actors. The playbook of this regime is to use brutality and violence for its own political ends and its own survival. In his most recent threat update, MI5 Director Ken McCallum referred to 10 kidnap and death plots by the Iranian regime on British soil. When an organisation threatens the lives of British journalists and British Iranian activists in the UK, that organisation is a terrorist organisation. So I'd like to ask the Minister, when will he prescribe this heinous organisation and what actions he will take to protect the lives of British Iranians and in the UK and in Iran? And also, I hear what he said about the condemnation internationally, but what further conversations has he had with international partners to have a coordinated response to condemn and curtail the regime's appalling attack on the lives and human rights of its own people? Thank you.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman's comments on the solidarity that the whole House sends to the family of Mr Akbari. He will know that the future prescription or sanctions designation of individuals or entities is not something that we speculate about or discuss at the dispatch box. However, he should know that we share the revulsion that he expressed at the dispatch box. As I said, we do not limit ourselves to the actions that we have already announced, and I have spoken with His Majesty's Ambassador for Tehran, and I will of course be speaking with other parts of government about what further action that we can take in response to the vile behaviour of the regime, and I can assure him that we speak regularly with our international friends on our collective response to Iran, both in the region and beyond, and we will continue to do so.
Chair of the Select Committee, Alicia Katz.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The thoughts of the entire Foreign Affairs Committee are with Mr Akbari's family. From hostage-taking to terrorist plots, assassinations, nuclear extortion, destabilisation of the Middle East and Europe, Iran is a terrorist state and they have weaponised human life. This is the first murder of a dual national since the 1980s, a clear escalation. So I make 4 asks. The House is clear that we do need to prescribe the IRGC. This is a policy decision, not a legal one. Can he confirm that he recognises that to be the case? Secondly, we need to close down the IRGC's operating centres within the UK, for example, that in Maida Vale. These are centres for spreading hostile influence within the UK. Can he also confirm that he will consider reactive sanctions to help the ordinary Iranians for whom no one else will stand up? After every state murder, we should impose sanctions to show that we will give their voice some support. And finally, can he reassure me that he is confident of the safety of our staff in Tehran? Because I remember the stories of my colleagues who were under siege from the Iranian state in the past, and I'm gravely concerned about their safety at this time.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend and the Chair of the Select Committee raises incredibly important points. She knows the long-standing convention about speculating about sanctions and prescriptions, but I absolutely take the points that she has made about ensuring that the response that we take here in the UK, and indeed the response that we take in conjunction with our international partners, sends an incredibly clear message to the regime that these actions are unacceptable and they will be responded to each and every time they take place. With regard to, as I say, the actions that we take domestically here within the UK, and I can assure her that we work closely with our Home Affairs colleagues on our collective response, and I agree with her that the safety of our team in Tehran is incredibly important. I pay tribute to the work that they do in incredibly challenging circumstances, and I also pay tribute to the demonstrations of international solidarity that we regularly receive from other platforms in Tehran.
SNP spokesperson Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I also thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. On behalf of the SNP, we utterly condemn the execution of Alireza Akbari in the strongest possible terms, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to his family. Once again, this execution highlights the serious injustice and failings of the Iranian judicial system. The Foreign Secretary's decision to sanction Iran's prosecutor is welcome. However, as we've been calling for many times, I would urge the Foreign Secretary again to go further and to prescribe to take forward the formal prescription of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps as a terrorist organisation. So I ask him again, will he commit to that? We remain deeply concerned about the safety of other arbitrarily detained UK Iranian nationals. Morad Tabaz, held for 5 years, Miran Rauf, held since 2020. Their families just want to see them come home safely. So what is the government doing about making that a reality? And does the Secretary of State know just how many dual UK Iranian nationals are currently detained in Iran, and can he tell us that number? The Foreign Office cannot make the same mistakes it's made in the past to other dual nationals such as Nazanin Zaghari Radcliffe, Anousheh Ashuri and other UK Iranian nationals detained and, as we've heard, sometimes tortured. This shameful execution should serve as an urgent wake-up call, and these people and their families deserve better. What lessons has his government learned, and what are they going to do differently in future to support these people?
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable gentleman that we work tirelessly to support the release of British dual nationals held in detention in Iran, and our consular team support the families of those. The work that we do in Tehran, the work that our ambassador and his team do in Tehran is incredibly important. And it is to ensure, their presence there is to ensure that British dual nationals, whether they be in incarceration or not, are supported. And we will continue to work with our international friends and allies to secure the release of those the individuals. With regard to prescription, he does raise an important point. He will have heard the answers I've given to other colleagues, that we do not limit ourselves to the issue, to the responses we have already announced.
Dr. Matthew Otley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a terrible day when we see the execution of a British subject. In response to some broadcast media that the decision by the Iranian regime to execute this individual came as a response to the repeated calls for prescription of the IRGC in a debate last week. In contrary, broadcast media not only gave an interview with his family, but also broadcast his comments about his torture by this vile regime. So does that show the Secretary of State, as it does to me, not only the power of the media broadcast, but also will he ensure that the funding of BBC Radio Persia will continue to ensure that the people of Iran can hear the truth, and that will one day oversee the downfall of this vile regime?
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises an incredibly important point about our ability to project our values into Iran. The fact that millions of Iranians are protesting against their own government shows that there are many people in Iran who share our values and are deeply opposed to the regime that oppresses them. I have actually spoken with the BBC senior leadership about the funding of our foreign language world service broadcasts, including in Persia, the Persian broadcast, and I can assure him that whether it be through the BBC World Service or whether it be through the work that is done by our embassy, by the ambassador and his team, we will continue to project our values into Iran and hopefully reinforce and indeed show solidarity with those brave Iranians protesting against their own regime.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Akbari was my constituent, and I would like to offer my sympathies to his family here and abroad. I've been representing their interests in the past year, and I've had extensive contact with the past few difficult days. Their strength and courage have been extraordinary in the face of the brutality and cruelty of the Iranian regime. Early today, I spoke to Mr. Akbari's daughter in the UK, and she asked me to raise a further distressing matter with the Foreign Secretary. The regime refuses to release Mr. Akbari's body, or to allow burial in the place chosen by him, and have made threats to destroy his body unless the family cooperates with their instructions. The cemetery where they were told he should be buried informed the family that burial already took place last week, casting doubt on the time of his execution. Will the Foreign Secretary meet with me and the family in the UK and do what His Majesty's government can to ensure that in death, if not in life, Mr Akbari is treated with dignity and respect?
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, the points that the honourable gentleman has just raised, I'm sure, fill us all with revulsion. We will continue to support the family in whatever way we can, and he is absolutely right to call upon the regime to treat Mr Akbari in death with the deference and respect that is legitimate. I will follow up on the points he made with our ambassador and communicate our incredible discomfort with the points he's just raised. And as I say, we'll continue to support the family in whichever ways we can.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, spoke very eloquently about the brutal hostility that the regime in Tehran is visiting, not only upon its own citizens, but on Ukraine in terms of its support for Russia and in neighbouring countries in the Middle East as well. And, of course, the execution of a UK passport holder. Does that not now mean we should be proscribing the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and reviewing the UK's involvement in the Iran nuclear agreement?
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend raises incredibly important points. We will continue to work with our friends and allies to ensure that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. With regard, as I say, to what further action we take, we do not limit ourselves to the announcements that we've just made. And part of the reason why I have temporarily recalled His Majesty's Ambassador to Tehran is so that we can discuss cross-government what our further response might be.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, this is Mr Akbari's judicial murder is particularly poignant for us because he was a dual national, but all the murders that have been committed by the Iranian government over the last few days and weeks prove that they give a new meaning to the term criminal justice system, more criminal than justice. I do worry, however, that the Minister is always very reluctant to talk about further sanctions. Government ministers have invented this rule that they're not allowed to talk about them at the dispatch box just because it's a bit inconvenient for them. Isn't it time we actually had a proper parliamentary process for determining some of these? Because frankly, if it was up to the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I suspect if it was up to this House, we'd have taken action 6 months ago and we wouldn't still be hanging around now.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman speaks with great passion on this, and I know he takes personal interest in the use of sanctions, and we have discussed this in terms of my appearances before the Select Committee. I think it's actually important that we maintain a clear distinction between the executive functions and the scrutiny functions, and whilst I understand there is a huge amount of embedded experience within the House, I think the job of government is to government, the job of this House is to scrutinise the government, and that's why that division of labour is important.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The execution of Alireza Akbari is a hideous act. It's very clear that the Iranian regime will do nothing to stop its desire to repress its people, whether that is arrest, torture, or indeed murder of its innocent citizens, many of whom are women. Many colleagues from across this House have called for the IGRC to be prescribed. I'd like to add my name to that list, and I would also urge the Foreign Secretary to continue to work with our allies to try and get a global consensus with our allies on this issue.
Foreign Secretary.
My right honourable friend highlights something I think we should all consider. The actions taken by the Iranian regime are a display of weakness and not strength. They live in fear of the voices of the Iranian people. That is why the regime is responding so brutally. And my advice to them, I have no doubt they won't take it, is to listen to their own people, to stop blaming external actors for actions stimulated by their oppression of their own people. And I can assure my right honourable friend that we will continue to work closely with our international friends and allies, so many of whom have expressed solidarity over the weekend in response to Mr Akbari's execution.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The execution of Ali Reza Akbari is horrendous, and if we ever wanted proof that we are dealing with barbarians, it is this and what's happened over the last few months. I urge the Foreign Secretary, whilst he is considering prescription and the harshest possible sanctions, and I would like to add the voices of the Liberal Democrats to that and offer our support, to consider another move. We've learned from the Ukraine war that actually if you go after individuals and the spoils of their human rights abuses, that is one very effective way to also sanction. I ask him, what consideration has the government given to doing an audit of any assets from those we have sanctioned, but particularly from those family members who may be resident here in the UK? And can he assure this House that there isn't a single penny of their spoils that is sloshing around the British economy?
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, we will of course always examine ways of ensuring that our sanctions are most effective and have the deterrent effect as well as the punitive effect that they are designed to have. And I can assure the Honourable Lady that we will continue working closely with, as I say, our friends and allies internationally who share our revulsion at the actions of the Iranian regime. She describes the regime as barbarian. I think one of the great ironies is that Iran has a long history, a multi-millennial history of sophistication and thoughtfulness. And that history, that reputation is being destroyed on a daily basis by the people who are currently holding the levers of power in Tehran. I think that is a massive shame for the Iranian people more broadly.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for his statement and indeed express my sympathy to the family of Mr Akbari, who are going through such terrible times at the moment. We should remember, however, that Iran is the second highest carrying out of executions anywhere in the world. Second only to China. So this is not something that is isolated. This is something the regime implement. Can I commend my honourable friend to read the debate in Hansard that we held last Thursday, where more than 30 contributions from across the House gave excellent examples of what is going on in Iran. He can negotiate with our allies to impose sanctions against Iran totally, which will isolate the regime. He could also talk to the Home Secretary about prescription of the IRGC. That is the settled view of this House. So he has the support of the House on all sides, on all parties. Surely that must be enough to actually prescribe the IRGC in its entirety and sequestrate their assets for once and for all.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend, I think, is right to pay tribute to the strong and clear stance that this House has taken in response to the brutality meted out by the Iranian regime, and I can assure him and the House that we will continue to work cross-government department and internationally and the most effective ways of curtailing Iran's malign activity both within Iran, within the region and globally.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to send my sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of Mr Akbari. The use of the death penalty is appalling under all circumstances, are the practices of torture and prolonged solitary confinement, all of which Mr Akbari was subjected to while being held by the Iranian authorities. Amnesty has called for the UK government to work with international bodies to fully investigate Mr Akbari's allegations of torture and all other ill treatment, and to pursue the criminal investigation of officials reasonably suspected of involvement in crimes under international law. Will the Minister agree today to take up these calls for justice?
Foreign Secretary.
I can assure the Honourable Lady that we will not rest until this regime is held to account for the brutality and atrocities that they have meted out to their own people, and we will do so in close cooperation with our friends in the international community.
Caroline Notes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Southampton has a significant Anglo-Iranian community, and many of them have made the point to me that this is a regime that can only maintain its position through terror and torture. But they are scared. They are scared for their family members, they are scared for women, they are scared for dual nationals, they are scared for students. And they want to see the prescription of the IRGC, and they want me to leave my right honourable friend in no doubt that Anglo-Iranians in this country wish to see our government do more.
Foreign Secretary.
I can assure the right honourable lady that we will continue working cross-department, across Whitehall, to make sure that those Iranians who have chosen to make the UK their home, those Anglo-Iranians who live here in the UK, feel safe. It is the first duty of government to protect the people within these shores, and I can assure her we take that responsibility incredibly seriously.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for what he has said about the brutal murder of Mr. Akbari. The sad truth, however, is that the Iranian regime does these things because it can. There are voices who have called for the JCPOA process to be abandoned. I'd be very grateful if the right honourable gentleman could tell the House what his current view is. Can I caution him that in the absence of that, what other means would we have of preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, which, given their current behaviour, is surely unthinkable?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman makes an incredibly important point. We hear calls from Tehran for us to lift sanctions. We remind them that these sanctions are imposed because of their behaviour, whether it be violations of human rights, whether it be brutality against their own people, whether it be the support of militias in the region, or indeed because of their attempts to acquire a nuclear weapon. We will continue to work closely with our international partners in preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. And negotiations on the JCPOA have not progressed. The ball is very much in the court of the Iranians. And what I would say very strongly to them is that the world will continue to work in concert and solidarity to prevent them acquiring a nuclear weapon. And if they wish sanctions to be lifted, the regime has to fundamentally change its behaviours.
John Whittington.
My honourable friend, the member for Hendon, was right to draw attention to the power of the media in exposing what is going on in Iran. But my right honourable friend will be aware of the continuing threats against journalists working for Iran International, whose headquarters in Chiswick is under permanent armed police guard. Will he make clear to the Iranian regime that threats on British soil of this kind against journalists are utterly unacceptable? And will he consider extending the sanctions against anyone in the Iranian regime responsible for making threats against journalists?
Foreign Secretary.
My right honourable friend echoes the point that the Iranian regime is fearful of criticism, and it is particularly fearful of criticism from within Iran itself and from Iranians internationally. That's why they behave so petulantly and aggressively towards journalists, and that's why we have an incredibly important responsibility to protect those journalists, to support those dissenting voices, and I can give him the assurance on behalf of my colleagues in the Home Office and Security Services that we will continue to support the free expression of those brave Iranian voices that are criticising a regime which currently has a stranglehold around their country.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my heart goes out to the family and friends of Mr. Akbari. This Iranian regime is using the death penalty as a tool of political repression against courageous protesters. This IRGC regime also threatens, as we've heard, the lives of journalists and British Iranian activists here in the UK. We did see cross-party support here last week for prescribing the IRGC. So I will ask the Secretary of State again, if he will answer this time, will the UK government take action and urgently brand the IRGC as a terrorist organisation?
Yeah. Foreign Secretary.
The Honourable Lady is right to raise the need to respond to the actions that have been taken by the Iranian regime. As I say, I've announced an initial set of responses immediately after the execution of Mr. Akbari, and as I've said to the House, we will work. I will listen. I am consulting with HMA Tehran today. I have done today, and we'll work cross-government to ensure that our response to Iran is robust and deters further actions of this kind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Right Honourable Friend for his excellent statement. But can my Right Honourable Friend confirm that he will be discussing the execution of Mr. Akbari on his visit to Washington this week, and assure us that he will be seeking to coordinate the strongest response with our allies in response to this latest state-sponsored torture and killing, as well as Iran's escalating human rights abuses against women and wider security threat?
Foreign Secretary.
I can assure my honourable friend that our response to the Iranian regime in general and the response to this execution in particular will be one of those things that I address with both my American and Canadian counterparts when I visit those two countries later on this week. And I can assure her and indeed the House that those messages of solidarity that we've received from our international partners reflect the strength of feeling that I receive in conversations when I have them about this issue.
Mr. Speaker, the vile Iranian regime is operating through proxies in this country. My honourable friend for Hampstead and Kilburn and I have been working closely with the police in respect of the Islamic Community Centre in Maida Vale and the weekly counter-protests that are now occurring there. These are causing very real concern in this residential community. Can the Secretary of State tell us what investigations he is carrying out into the operation of these centres and how they can be managed to protect local communities, including the very diverse Muslim communities in that area?
Secretary.
The Honourable Lady will understand, of course, that actions that happen here in the UK are the responsibility of the Home Office, but I can assure her that my department and that department work closely on these issues, and we will continue to do so in relation to the issue that she's raised.
Bring on.
Whether or not I sign confession papers, they will kill me. My only wish is to see my daughter one last time. After 10 years, God finally gave us a child. I only got to see her for 18 days before being arrested for protesting. I miss my daughter so much. My only wish is to get to see my daughter one last time before they kill me. Those are the words of Hassan Fairouzi, another citizen who has been condemned to death and who, at the urging of a close Iranian friend in my constituency, I have adopted his case. Does the Foreign Secretary believe that it is helpful for members of Parliament to adopt individual people who are on death row in Iran, to publicise their case and to put maximum pressure on the regime?
Mr. Speaker, I'm genuinely grateful for the honourable gentleman's raising of this particular case. I know the Iranian regime hates it when their actions are called out on the international stage. I have made it clear to the Iranians that if they want the criticism to stop, their behaviour must change. The behaviour at the moment deserves criticism in this chamber and indeed internationally. And I commend all colleagues where they have the opportunity to raise the cases, to demonstrate to the brave Iranians who are standing up against the brutality of their own government that we show solidarity with them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I add my condolences to others for the family of Mr. Akbari at this very sad time, and I cannot see why the Secretary of State is delaying in prescribing the regime in Iran and call on him to do so immediately. But in my human rights city of York, we have serious concern about the use of the death penalty. Over 20,000 people on death row across over 55 jurisdictions right now. So will he lead a discussion within the UN to bring the use of state-authorised death to an end across the world? Because when it is condoned in one country, it gives Iran more liberty to apply it in its own.
Foreign Secretary.
The Honourable Lady, I'm sure, will know that the UK opposes the death penalty in all respects. We have communicated this internationally and we have communicated this to the Iranian regime. Our position on this is long-standing, it is principled, it will not change, and we will highlight this opposition to the death penalty whenever we have the opportunity to do so.
Margaret Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement, and I know that Lord Ahmed would have done everything in his power to stop this despicable act. I condemn the execution of Mr. Akbari, a British Iranian dual national, and I want to place in record my condolences to his wife and 2 daughters. Does the Foreign Secretary have concerns that ending the talks on the nuclear deal in the face of ongoing turmoil in the country could see Iran speed up its uranium enrichment programme or pull out of the treaty altogether?
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the international community, the signatories to the JCPOA, have given the opportunity to the Iranian regime to make changes. They have thus far failed to grasp the opportunity presented to them. We will continue working to prevent them acquiring a nuclear weapon, but the ball ultimately is in their court. If they want sanctions lifted, they have to change, fundamentally change their behaviour.
Right, that completes the statement. I'll just let people clear before we start the next one. Right, I call the Secretary of State for Defence, Ben Wallace.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and can I just start by apologising for the way the information that is contained in the statement has come out in the media. It doesn't do me any favours, nor does it make my job any easier. So I apologise to Mr. Speaker and to the House. It is certainly not my doing, and I think it doesn't help us in furthering the policy. Mr. Speaker, it's been a month since I last updated the House on the situation in Ukraine. Over the last 4 weeks, extremely heavy and attritional fighting has continued, especially around the Donetsk Oblast town of Bakhmut and in the less reported on sector of Crimea in Luhansk. Over Christmas, Russia has continued its assault on Ukraine's civilian infrastructure. But no matter how cruel or how much loss of life accompanies it, Russia has singularly failed to break the will of the Ukrainian people or change the policy of its leaders. We continue to closely monitor how Russia's long-range strike campaign will evolve as it eats deeper into the strategic reserves of its own modern missiles. It is notable that Russia are now using the forced labour of convicts to manufacture weaponry. Ukraine, however, continues using its internationally provided long-range artillery to successful effect. Mr. Speaker, throughout the war, Russia has managed to lose significant numbers of generals and commanding officers. But last week's announcement that their commander in Ukraine, General Sergei Surovikin, had been unceremoniously bypassed with Chief of the General Staff, General Gerasimov, personally taking over field command is certainly significant. It is the visible tip of an iceberg of factionalism within the Russian command. Putin apparently remains bullish, and with Gerasimov's deference to the president never in doubt, we now would expect a trend back towards a Russian offensive, no matter how much loss of life accompanies it. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, there is no loss of momentum from the international community, quite the opposite. President Putin believed the West would get tired, bored, and fragment. Ukraine is continuing to fight, and far from fragmenting, the West is accelerating its efforts. The United States has invested approximately $24.2 billion in support for Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion on the 24th of February last year. It has delivered thousands of anti-aircraft and anti-armour systems and has recently stepped up that support, delivering Patriot air defence battery munitions and 45 refurbished T-72 Bravo tanks, as well as donating 50 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles to assist with the counter-offensive. We also welcome the decision of the French government to provide Ukraine with the AMX-10 light, highly mobile tank. And this has been used very recently in reconnaissance missions by the French army and was deployed as recently as a Barkhane mission in West Africa. Mr. Speaker, important as these contributions are in and of themselves, what matters more is they represent part of an international effort that collectively conveys a force multiplier effect. None of this is happening unilaterally. No one is doing this on their own. Soon I shall be announcing the first round of bids to the joint chaired Danish-UK International Fund for Ukraine, and I'm grateful for Sweden over the festive period for adding to the pot of money donated. That now includes Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Netherlands, Iceland, Lithuania, and others have donated to that fund. Meanwhile, Russia, isolated without such support, has now lost over 1,600 main battle tanks in Ukraine since the start of the invasion. But if we're to continue helping Ukraine seize the upper hand in the next phase of conflict, we must accelerate our collective efforts diplomatically, economically, and militarily to keep the pressure on Putin. In December, I told the House that I was developing options to respond to Russia's continued aggression in a calibrated and determined manner. Today, I can announce the most significant package of combat power to date to accelerate Ukrainian success. This includes a squadron of Challenger 2 tanks with armoured recovery and repair vehicles. We will donate AS-90 guns to Ukraine. This comprises a battery of 8 guns at high readiness and 2 further batteries at varying states of readiness. This donation will not impact our existing AS-90 commitment in Estonia. Hundreds more armoured and protected vehicles will also be sent, including Bulldog. A manoeuvre support package, including minefield breaching and bridging capabilities, worth £28 million, and dozens more uncrewed aerial systems, worth £20 million, to support Ukrainian artillery. Another 100,000 artillery rounds on top of 100,000 rounds already delivered. Hundreds more sophisticated missiles, including GMLRS rockets, Starstreak air defence, and medium-range air defence missiles. An equipment support package of spares to refurbish up to 100 Ukrainian tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. While the tanks and the AS-90s will come from our stocks, along with their associated ammunition, a significant number of the other donations are being purchased from the open market or from supportive third-party countries. Today's package is an important increase to Ukraine's capabilities. It means they can go from existing to expelling Russian forces from Ukrainian soil. President Putin cannot win, but he is equally certain he can continue inflicting this wanton violence and human suffering until his forces are ejected from their defensive positions and expelled from the country. That requires a new level of support, the combat power only achieved by combinations of main battle tank squadrons operating alongside divisional artillery groups and further deep precision fires, enabling targeting of Russian logistics and command nodes at greater distance. Mr. Speaker, we will be the first country to donate Western main battle tanks, and we will be bringing a further squadron of our own Challenger tanks to higher readiness in place of the squadrons sent. Even as we gift Challenger 2 tanks, I shall at the same time be reviewing the number of Challenger 3 conversions to consider whether the lessons of Ukraine suggest that we need a larger tank fleet. We will also build on the Army's modernisation programme at pace, specifically on artillery. I am accelerating the mobile fires programme, so instead of delivering in the 2030s, it will do this earlier this decade. I've also directed that, subject to commercial negotiation, an interim artillery capability is to be delivered. After discussion with the United States and our European allies, it is hoped that the example set by the French and us will allow those countries holding Leopard tanks to donate as well. I know there are a number of countries wanting to do the same. No one is going it alone, Mr. Speaker, as I have said. Mr. Speaker, it's worth reiterating why we are doing this. Because in 2023, the international community will not let Russia wait us out while inflicting terrible suffering on Ukrainian civilians. The international community recognises that equipping Ukraine to push Russia out of its territory is as important as equipping them to defend them what they already have. This week, dozens of nations will meet in Ramstein, Germany, to progress further donations and international coordination. The Kremlin will be in no doubt that we are resolved to stand by Ukraine in her fight. Doubling down on the success of our basic training for Ukrainian military in 2022 in the United Kingdom, we are also now increasing this number this year to a further 20,000. Canada, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Lithuania, New Zealand and the Netherlands have already joined this effort, and I'm pleased to say we are now going to be joined by a group of Australian military to train in this country as well, leaving their summer to join our winter, brave souls. Our decision today is a calibrated response to Russia's growing aggression and indiscriminate bombing. The Kremlin must recognise that it is their behaviour that is solidifying the international resolve, and that despite the propaganda, Ukraine and her partners are focused on the defence of Ukraine. None of the international support is an attack on Russia or NATO-orchestrated aggression, let alone a proxy war. At its heart, it is about helping Ukraine defend itself, upholding international law and restoring that country's sovereignty. We believe that in 2023, increased supplies, improved training and strengthening diplomatic resolve will enable Ukraine to be successful against Russia's poorly led and now badly equipped armed forces. From the outset, President Putin believed his forces would be welcomed with open arms, that Ukrainians wouldn't fight and that Western support would crumble. He has been proved wrong on all counts. Today's package will help accelerate the conclusion of Putin's occupation and all its brutality, and ensure that in 2023 and beyond if necessary, Ukraine retains its momentum, supported by an international community that is determined more than ever that Putin's illegal and unprovoked invasion will fail. Thank you.
Senate Secretary of State John Healey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Defence Secretary's statement and thank him for advance sight of it. 2023 will indeed be the decisive year in this war in Ukraine, and the most decisive moment is now. Now, when Ukraine has the tactical and morale advantage over Russia, now when Ukraine needs more combined military firepower to break the battlefield deadlock. As the NATO Secretary-General said yesterday, it is important that we provide Ukraine with the weapons it needs to win. That's why this first package of UK military assistance for 2023, with tanks, artillery, infantry vehicles, ammunition and missiles, has Labour's fullest support. Challenger 2 is a world-class tank, and it can help Ukraine retake lost ground and limit the cost in Ukrainian lives. So we're now sending 14. How many tanks does Ukraine need for a successful counter-offensive? Are the 14 Challengers currently in active service or in storage? When will they be delivered into the field in Ukraine? What combat engineering vehicles will be delivered to support these tanks? Will any UK forces personnel be deployed into Ukraine with these vehicles? And the integrated review cut Challenger tanks from 227 to 148. So I welcome the Defence Secretary's review of Challenger 3 numbers. When will he announce the results of this review? And is he reviewing other army cuts? Now, Mr. Speaker, the Armed Forces Minister told me in a parliamentary answer last week that Challenger 2 training takes 33 days for gunners, 46 days for drivers and 85 days for crew commanders. The Defence Secretary made no mention this afternoon of Challenger training. Will the UK provide training alongside the tanks? And how long will the training for Ukrainian troops be? Mr. Speaker, President Zelensky has confirmed the wider importance of this UK military package, saying at the weekend, this will not only strengthen us on the battlefield, he said, but also send the right signal to other partners. And the Defence Secretary today said he hopes that this UK military aid will help unlock more coordinated support from other nations. So I, like him, welcome similar moves already announced by other NATO nations in recent days, particularly the US and France. But can I ask him, how many of the 14 Leopard-using nations may provide these tanks now to Ukraine? What more does he expect from allies at the Ramstein meeting on Friday? And it's been 5 months now since he announced the international fund. When indeed will allocations be made? Now, the Prime Minister has talked at the weekend about seeing a surge in global military support for Ukraine. How's the Defence Secretary going to ensure a continuing surge in the UK military support? What more can Ukraine expect from the UK? Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, and the Defence Secretary knows, I've argued for months that ministers must move beyond ad hoc announcements and set out a full 2023 action plan for military, economic and diplomatic support, a case the Defence Secretary has fully accepted, because this will help give Ukraine confidence in future supplies, it'll help gear up our own industry, it'll encourage allies to do more, and it will make clear that things will get worse, not better, for Russia. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the clear lessons from the last year in Ukraine is that nations need to have large reserve stocks of certain weapons and ammunition, or the ability to produce them quickly. The UK has neither. And we are still moving too slowly to replace the weapons donated to Ukraine or find new wartime ways of making weapons more rapidly and more cheaply. Now, there was no mention in the Secretary of State's statement this afternoon about replenishing UK stockpiles or a new industry plan. Can he update the House on the action he's taking? And finally, Mr. Speaker, and importantly, he said today's military package means Ukraine can go from resisting to expelling Russian forces from Ukrainian soil. Will he confirm that this now is the UK's strategic aim for Ukraine?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you indulge me, there are lots of questions and I will do my best to answer them all. I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member and for his party's support, which, as he said, has been ongoing and enduring throughout this whole process, and I believe it's what allows the UK to be prominent in standing tall for international human rights and defending Ukraine. He asks, the Right Honourable Member asks what level of support Ukraine will need, such as in scale, and if he will indulge me, I can't be too specific, otherwise I don't want to set out to our Russian government exactly the inadequacies or strengths of the Ukrainian armed forces. But it is safe to say that the Ukrainians will require an ongoing commitment that grows to the size of divisions in its armed forces. But also in the last, obviously, year nearly, what we have seen is Ukraine grow its own army to have significantly hundreds of thousands of men and women under arms, now equipped not only with Western equipment, but also captured or refurbished former Soviet or Russian equipment. The Polish government themselves have donated over 200 T-72 tanks, for example. So the key here for all of us is that in the next phase, to make sure we help them train and combine all of those weapon systems in a way that can deliver a combined arms effect in a mobile manner to deliver an offensive that is required, or offences that are required to achieve the goal of expelling. And I'll come to his final point in that it is the UK's government position that Putin's invasion fails and that Ukraine restores its sovereign territory, and we will do all we can do to help achieve that, and that is this package is part of that. And if I was to say that obviously the challenges should be viewed alongside the 50 Bradleys from the United States, that those are the ingredients effectively of your battle group with divisional level fires of either AS-90s or other 155 howitzers. The 14 tanks that represents a squadron, and indeed 50 Bradleys would be roughly an armoured infantry battle group. So what we're trying to do is, in the next step, take a Ukrainian military whose history has been in Soviet methods And not only have we provided them with Western equipment, but also Western know-how. And the training will be delivered, first of all, in answer to his question, almost immediately. It will start with Ukrainians, both in the UK, but also training in the field, so to speak, in either neighbouring countries or in countries such as Germany, where we saw the artillery train with the Dutch, I think, at the beginning of this process. So training will be administered, supported both in the UK and elsewhere in Europe to these Ukrainian forces, with the US being in the lead of much of that formation training, which is incredibly important and supportive of the United States to do so. There'll be no UK forces deployed in this process in Ukraine, and as I've said earlier, that is because our job is to help Ukraine defend itself, and we can do that from neighbouring or other countries. Yes, I know the training cycle. I once was a trooper on the Scots Dragoon Guards in 1988, and I think I started my time in a chieftain tank, which I think you'll be lucky to see in a museum these days. But nevertheless, I think what the Ukrainians have showed us, even in their basic and other specialist training, is when you are determined and you're wanting to go back and fight for your country, their work ethos, their hours they put in is quite extraordinary. And I'm very confident that in one level they'll soon be showing us the way in how to fight this equipment. He references one of the army cuts. Look, I've come to this dispatch on numerous occasions and admitted how woeful our army's equipment programmes have been in the past and how behind and out of date they have been, which is why we've committed over £24 billion of investment into their equipment, the army's equipment alone, over the next 10 years. Deep fires, I've said I'm bringing forward, Recce, getting Ajax back on track, ISR capability, tanks, Challenger 3, and indeed the Boxer fleet, plus many other investments into the army. It is incredibly important. I take it seriously, and I know the Right Honourable Gentleman does too, and we have to deliver an army that can stand shoulder to shoulder with its peers, never mind its enemy, and I think that is important to say so. On the area of the Leopard coalition, I think as they're calling themselves, it has been reported that obviously Poland is very keen to donate some Leopard, as is Finland, who have expressed. All of this currently relies on the German government's decisions, not only whether the Germans will supply their own Leopards, but whether or not they'll give permissions for others. I would urge my German colleagues to do that. These tanks are not offensive when they are used for defensive methods. You know, there's a debate in Germany at the moment about whether a tank is an offensive weapon or a defensive weapon. Well, it depends what you're using it for. If you're using it to defend your country, I would wager that it is a defensive weapon system. Secondly, we are not on our own. This is a joint international coalition. And I know there have been concerns in the German political body that they don't want to go alone. Well, they're not alone, and I think the conference in Ramstein will show that. And the French, you know, I pay tribute to the French's commitment to put in those tanks at Christmas time, and you know, we are obviously joining alongside them. So I think, but they are the key to unlocking the Leopard. We'll do all we can to help that. On the International Fund, the answer is imminently, and when I mean imminently, next couple of weeks, I shall announce it. We had $27 billion worth of bids, I think, for a fund that's reached 500 million. And as I said, I'm very grateful for the Swedish donation very recently towards that fund. And we intend to keep growing it. But I want to make sure that the fund is spent in a sustainable way. It's not a petty cash or a cash fund, or a slush fund where you just go and buy something. I want it invested in things like production and supply chains, because what is going to be key is whether you're maintaining tanks or artillery supplies, you need an active production line. And that goes to his very last point, Madam Deputy Speaker, which was being too slow to place orders. One of the reasons it has taken time to place orders, as he knows, is there is no supply chain sometimes. And you have to wait for the supply chain to be either reinvested in or redeveloped or indeed found again, new suppliers, before you'll even get a price for the taxpayer or indeed a contract delivered. And that's what happened with the N-Law. As much as we would love to have placed the order on the next day, some of that supply chain was 15 years old and had to find some new suppliers. Then we got a price, then we got some partners, Sweden and us placed an order, and by doing so we managed to reinvigorate that supply chain and hopefully more jobs with it. Thank you.
Select Committee, Tobias Aylward.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This conflict is not going to end anytime soon. Putin is moving his country to a war footing, preparing for a spring offensive. So tactically speaking, finally seeing some serious NATO standard tracked hardware being gifted to Ukraine is very much welcome indeed. And it's another example of the UK leading, ever pushing the envelope of international support for Ukraine. But as other nations follow our lead, maintaining so many NATO variants of vehicles and equipment, of tanks, APCs, artillery pieces as well, is not practical in the long term. Could the UK consider leading again by establishing a Western-funded, Ukrainian-operated weapons factory and assembly line in eastern Poland, so Ukraine can become self-sufficient in procuring and replenishing the military kit and munitions it needs for its own long-term security without fear of the facility being targeted by Russia?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and his suggestion is absolutely correct. He is also right to make at the point that for all of this gifting, unless there is a supply chain or indeed sustainability package behind it, then when these vehicles run out, or indeed in the case of artillery, the barrels are worn out, they'll just become junk on the battlefield. And it's really important that we think that way. And that's why with the Challenger 2 donations, we'll be putting in some recovery vehicles with them. And there's a lot of thought going on right now about exactly sustainability of that supply chain. And that slightly ties into the international fund. I'm looking for an intelligent application of that fund to stimulate just that. On his point about Ukraine itself, Ukraine has shown itself to be incredibly successful at either reverse engineering what they've captured from Russia or indeed just designing and developing their own. They had opened a production line of 155 shells, I think, recently, or 152, and they're now manufacturing within their own country. But I will also say that we're going to get to the same way he wants to, which is I'll use things like the International Fund or Kindred in order to fund those supply chains over the border. And if Ukraine approaches us with ideas for transferring the IP for us to make it for them or for them to make it here or anywhere else, I'll be very open to doing that.
SNP spokesperson Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the detail and the substance of the Secretary of State's statement, and I believe, moreover, that the timing is very welcome, closing in as we are on the first anniversary of the outrageous attack on Ukraine by Putin and his forces last February. We must, all of us, regardless of our political allegiances or differences in other areas of politics, stand up for the international rules-based system, the rights of sovereignty and the values of self-determination where these are under attack. Not simply at the outset of conflict, Madam Deputy Speaker, when hackles are raised and outrage peaked, but now as we endure almost a year of the effects of this conflict on these shores, in our homes, in our industry and wider resources, as we continue to witness Russia's hybrid terror heaped upon the people of Ukraine. Now is the time to double down on the West's support and commitment to Ukraine to defend herself against this aggression, and time to leave Putin in no doubt that the West's resolve, politically and in every other respect, is there for Ukraine to see this the distance. I'd like to know three things, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State said on the 12th of December that he wouldn't pursue sending redundant UK Warrior infantry fighting vehicles to Ukraine due to it being a tracked vehicle weighing 28 tonnes and the logistical tail that comes with these vehicles. So what has changed in a month to allow him now to send a squadron of 68-tonne Challenger tanks with a very much more complex logistics and support burden to go along with them? Can the Secretary of State also set out what the duration between this announcement and these Challenger 2s having operational effect within the Ukraine battle space? And given that European and NATO nations must doubtless follow this development with similar donations of Leopard 2 tanks, is the Secretary of State prepared not just to review the numbers of Challenger 3, but whether Challenger 3 will be the right solution for the UK going forward at all? When we see Challenger and Leopard 2 going toe-to-toe with the same peer adversary, we'll see very much clearer then which is the better tank.
Secretary of State.
Look, I'm always happy to keep under review the number of tanks and what we have. One of the lessons of Ukraine is, however, that modern or not so modern tank, unless it's properly protected, supported either by counter-drone capability, electronic warfare, or indeed a proper wrap, then it can become incredibly vulnerable. It can go from the lion on the savannah to suddenly a very vulnerable thing. And so when you look at the finite amount of money we would all have in government, how much do you make a perfectly formed battle group, or how much do you take a risk? The Russians took a risk on the road to Kyiv, and that is where we are. But the difference between the Warrior and the Challenger obviously is a different vehicle. But secondly, as I referenced earlier, the 50 Bradley, the United States vehicles, are in a better probably condition than our Warriors. But secondly, these Challengers are designed to complement those, and hopefully we will be training together with the Challenger and the Bradley and to interoperate. Secondly, there are issues with the Warrior fleet. Obviously, I'm happy to constantly look at that. I won't rule it out. But for now, taking 12 tanks as opposed to what would probably have to be 40-odd Warrior to make it a sort of company-sized level, I think I would prefer to focus on the AS-90s and indeed the Challenger tanks to make that difference.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the statement from my right honourable friend? Can I say it with the member for Bradford South? I had the privilege just before Christmas of working south of Kharkiv with a British charity, the Siobhan's Trust, feeding thousands of dispossessed Ukrainians. But while there, I was able to talk to a lot of the Iranian military. Two things. I want to congratulate my right honourable friend, because the one thing they were saying was they were very, very disappointed in Germany's failure to give permission for the Leopard tanks to be sent to them as originally arranged, and they now believe that, of course, this decision by Her Majesty's government will help unlock that. The second point was that though I visited the military hospital in Kharkiv, which is shelled, by the way, 2 or 3 times a week, devastation is appalling, but they did ask me for some things that are not offensive ones. Number one, they really desperately need more armoured ambulances, because they say that the experience is terrible about them getting the wounded quickly back to the hospitals. Number two was that they have a very great shortage of paramedics, and they need that very much as well. And the third area they were keen on, and this is something that's shocking, is that the number of Ukrainian military committing suicide now as a result of battlefield stress is astonishing, and they desperately, desperately need help. And they did ask that the US and the UK, who have experience in Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., could help by sending some people over to help train in those mental health practices. It would be really helpful. Secretary of State.
Can I thank my right honourable friend, and I'll be fascinated to follow up with him his experience with Siobhan's Trust. I think it's easy to forget that there are lots and lots and lots of Ukrainians suffering either post-conflict through the suicide or indeed just ordinary individuals. And, the tragedy is 9 months, 10 months in, people get slightly immune to what they see on the media and the telly and social media from what is really violence and destruction of a staggering scale. My right honourable friend, the Minister for Personnel and Veterans, has just said to me that the Surgeon General is going to visit soon to see what more we can do to help those individuals, especially suffering from the acute mental health challenges they have. On armoured ambulances, I know there's been some donations already, some of which has been also done by private donations. I think a colleague of ours in this House, Madam Speaker, from Yorkshire, approached me about a company that I think had donated some armoured ambulances. In the announcement, I noticed we've sent some bulldogs for people as old as me. That's actually called a 432. I think they gave it a new coat of paint and called it a bulldog, but fundamentally they have ambulance variants, so I'll see if they are included in that as well. I can write to the honourable gentleman with the details of medical support. And on the Germans, Madam Deputy Speaker, look, we shouldn't forget they have actually done a huge amount of donations, and while it's probably the best sport of the media of the day in the UK to always pursue them, they have actually delivered MT-70s, GMRS, the same as us. They are one of the biggest contributors to the Ukraine fight, and I think we should give them credit where credit's due, and so I'm grateful for that. I just hope that on the Leopards they will unlock, if they won't do it, they'll unlock other nations to do so.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for what he's doing and support he's giving to Ukraine. Basically, we've got to do what it takes to ensure that Ukraine win this war, and that Putin absolutely understands there'll be no weakening on the Western side in support for Ukraine. But it is a war of attrition at the moment as well. And it's very, very important that it's clear the support that we will be giving to the Ukrainians is ongoing and done in a strategic way. And while I welcome the challenges, they needed these many months ago, and we seem to be piecemeal giving bits of help to the, I'm not in any way undermining the amount that's been given so far. And it means a much more strategic approach in terms of ramping up our production, but in the West as a whole in terms of support there, but also to replenish our own supplies, as my right more friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, said. And can I say this final thing to you, didn't mention, is Belarus. Are we giving a very clear message to Belarus, because of the reports coming through today about them training, joint training exercises with the Russians, that any infringement upon Ukrainian soil from Belarus will meet with serious consequences?
Yes, on Belarus, it's been interesting that Putin's loyalist ally seems to still not yet have committed his forces himself in it, and I think that slightly speaks volumes about, I think the neighbours are sensing quite how weak Putin in one sense has become. When the bully isn't able to bully in the playground, I think you start to see consequences, Kazakhstan and elsewhere. Look, we have seen Russians move units up to Belarus and then back out again. We saw them recently doing training, which is I think what he's referring to in that unit. But absolutely, we engage with Belarus, and I think Belarus understands the consequences of what further action would mean to its status in relation to Russia and indeed Ukraine. And I think Ukraine does speak to Belarus as well, as does President Putin, but no good would come off extradition of Belarus. Madam Speaker, just on the piecemeal claim, I understand that, but I also come and balance the calibration that we're trying to achieve with what we do now, and it is important that we do it as a coalition together. The amazing thing about the Ukrainian support is actually it is huge amounts of bilateral arrangements. It isn't, as Russia would like to accuse us of, a NATO orchestrated event. It isn't a proxy war. It isn't an attack on Russia or Russophobia. It is fundamentally like-minded countries recognizing the wrong that's gone on in that country through the invasion, coming together. And they would like us to believe all those other narratives. It's not. It's defending a country, defend itself. And what's great is how many countries around the world agree with upholding human rights and international law and want to come together to help.
Francois.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's statement this afternoon, not least as the Ukrainians are now clearly fighting for our freedom as well as for their own. But after what one might call a bruising encounter battle last week between his departmental witnesses and the Defence Committee over the achingly slow re-equipment of our own British Army, I welcome his sense of urgency on that too, but could he specifically declare some of our AFV programmes such as Boxer, the Challenger 3 upgrade and indeed the Mobile Fires platform as urgent operational requirements, which would mean that we effectively cut all the usual procurement bureaucracy and bring those vital systems into service as soon as possible.
Well, my right honourable friend is as keen as I am on changing the history when it comes to procurement, and it is remarkable that when it comes to assisting Ukraine, how speedy we can get things into the field, or indeed how we can adapt things, or how manufacturers seem to magically adapt things, and there are lessons in there. I'd already started the process earlier of accelerating the Challenger 3 programme last year. I didn't want to take the gap in the middle of the decade, but of course when you accelerate you take risk, but nevertheless I think that is important. I will definitely look at his suggestion. Of course, the one elephant in the room on the suggestion of accelerating is Her Majesty's Treasury, who would have to reprofile the budget, and of course as the time of the IR approaches I shall engage with my right honourable friend the Chancellor.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Night after night, the Russians continue to fire missiles at the Ukrainian civilian population. And we saw at the weekend the attack on the residential block in Dnipro that has so far claimed at least 20 lives. Just before Christmas, the United States announced that it would provide the Patriot missile system to Ukraine. What assessment has the Defence Secretary made of the impact that will have on Ukraine's ability to defend itself against these missiles, and what further capability could Ukraine use in order to try and further mitigate the effect of these frequent attacks which are trying to destabilise the country and cut off the energy supply.
The Right Honourable Gentleman made an observation about the powerful and enduring impact of these horrendous attacks. There is echoes of the V1 and the V2 campaign with little intelligence targeting by the looks of things, and an attempt to terrify people across the Ukraine. Firstly, the way that I think it has improved the defence of the airspace, and despite Russia's claim, the vast proportion still of those munitions don't make it through. The tragedy is some do, and we of course would all like to work to make it 100% certain. The Patriot missile is obviously a long-range interballistic missile, effectively interceptor, and is probably more use at some stages against some of the more sophisticated UAVs or missiles that could be fired or are fired occasionally, and of course we'd all be worried about the next Iranian ballistic missiles if they were put in. The other thing volume is what the Ukrainians need. They need volume of the short range, the medium range, they need volume of ammunition to deal with some of this whole range of UAV. That's the real key, is that you can have the most sophisticated launchers in the world, but if you can't afford the missiles, you soon run out, as Russia is now finding itself. Volume and better coordination and better targeting. The United Kingdom has helped, and I said in the House last time that we used our knowledge to advise them and help them on how to layer their air defence better and to prioritise the infrastructure they need to defend, because there are so many targets that the Russians are firing at. They need to start with the priority list, and they're doing that now. It is having an effect, but that's why we're now seeing Russia being more indiscriminate, just throwing it at anything that's less predictable and therefore harder to defend.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for his statement today and the welcome news of the latest UK package of support, including the Challenger 2 tanks and Bulldog, and also the support from other international partners such as the US and France. But can he reassure us that he plus colleagues in the FCDO and the diplomatic routes that we have will continue to do all they can to make sure that we bring on board maximum support from other countries and through the bilateral relationships that we have, because that is going to be so crucial to maximise the force multiplier effect that he referred to in his statement earlier, both I think in terms of military and humanitarian.
Yes, my honourable friend's right. You know, I come to this House obviously to talk about defence and weaponry and lethal aid. But there are other pillars in this. There is the diplomatic pillar, it's incredibly important, the economic pillar through sanctions, and that is a very, very important track to engage on. And I know some of that work isn't made public, but some of it is. And Russia is currently seeing its economy damaged by these sanctions, and they won't be moved anytime soon. And it is important to recognise that there is a diplomatic track. There's a diplomatic track open to President Putin, should he wish to end this senseless violence and invasion and seek to remove his forces from Ukraine. There, of course, is a track open. This is not a one-way thing, and we will work very hard on it. But absolutely, the military is hand-in-hand with diplomacy and the economy, and we need to make sure we keep that up, whether that's at the UN, whether it's bilaterally, or whether it's with a new fora as well.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Liberal Democrats would like to very much welcome the Secretary of State's statement today. And building on his exposition of the economic, diplomatic and military levers, could I just also add that communication levers are really key. We know that Russian propaganda wishes to twist international support for Ukraine into a narrative that suggests that somehow this is a war of self-defence, with Russia fighting against NATO in self-defence. How is the Secretary of State working with Cabinet colleagues and with people who work on strategic communications in the MOD to counter that narrative?
I think it's incredibly important we counter it. He's right, and you know, you'll have heard me say twice from the dispatch box what this is not. It isn't an attack on Russia. It's not a proxy war. It's not a NATO-orchestrated aggression in any way at all. It is fundamentally about helping Ukraine defend itself. We make sure we message that throughout government, but also we make sure that we message that as much as possible into Russia. So Russians understand the consequences of President Putin's badly thought through special operation. And it's also why I think what we're seeing is fractures in the Russian General Command and indeed the political leaders who themselves know that nothing is going to plan. But it is important, and it's important far further across the globe. When there are grain shortages in Africa or people can't afford it, it's not because of the West. It's because of what Russia has done in the Black Sea and Russia is doing to the ports of Mariupol and places like that. That's why Africans are finding it hard to get grain and paying more for it, because of Russia.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend describes the Russian armed forces as poorly led and badly equipped. What assessment does he make of the Wagner Group that seems to be operating independently and with allegedly more successful effect? And am I right in thinking that an organisation that pulls criminals out of jail and sends them into battle is surely operating well outside the law of armed conflict?
My honourable friend makes a really important point about Wagner. I think for a long time Wagner has operated outside the rules of any law. I think that has been its selling point in Africa, in Libya, in Mali, that pay for us with contracts or diamonds or whatever, and that there are no rules, and they have been observed on numerous occasions engaged in war crimes and events, but their proximity to the Kremlin, of course, doesn't fool anyone that this is somehow some unilateral, purely commercial operation. Currently, we think they're using 2/3 of their force around Bakhmut area are 2/3 convicts taken from prisons. They're suffering approximately 2/3 casualty rates, so it's not a good deal if you're a convict in the Wagner Group. But it's also a very worrying reflection. If I was General Gerasimov, I'd be asking myself why I am outwitted, outperformed by a bunch of mercenaries and rivals, by the looks of things, in Moscow. And what does it say about the Russian army that it takes a bunch of mercenaries, as they would see it, to get some traction? However, I wouldn't believe Wagner's propaganda either. There isn't much traction. There is only death, either at the hands of their paid commanders or indeed at the hands of their own men to their own selves. You have seen the social media videos where they executed a convict of their own using a sledgehammer.
Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Deputy Speaker, sorry. This war hasn't been going on for 10 months. It's been going on for 9 years, and we do need to make sure that Putin ultimately loses. But it's not just about military solutions. It's also about economic ones, rebuilding, reconstructing, and frankly protecting many Ukrainians from the freezing cold this winter, and being able to put food on the table for their children over the years to come. At the moment, we've guaranteed something like £3 billion worth of financial support, but there's an easier solution. There's more than £23 billion worth of Russian assets sitting in British banks. Why don't we seize them and send them to Ukraine?
Well, the right honourable gentleman, first of all, makes the most important point. Even before the 24th of February, Russia had killed 18,000 Ukrainian troops since 2014. There wasn't a month or a week that went by on that border where they weren't shot. So when we say to people, oh, it might escalate or it might be a war, Ukrainians often look at us in sort of, where have you been for the last decade? And it's very sobering if you go to Kyiv to the memorial, and most of those plaques are way before February 2021. On the building and refurbishment and the support to the refugees, this is where I think Germany needs to get the credit. Germany and Poland have hosted tens of thousands of Ukrainians. It is putting lots of money into aid support for Ukraine and is making a significant difference. And I think that is, I've often said, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the strength of an alliance of 30, 40 people is we can move at different speeds. and nevertheless do that. And on his point of Russian assets, as the former criminal finance minister and security minister, I would be quite interested to know why we can't.
Vicky Ford. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I join others in thanking my right honourable friend for his statement today and our ongoing support to Ukraine? I want to follow up on what my honourable friend just said about the Wagner Group. We heard last week how the brutal attack on the tiny town of Solidar has literally left the fields littered with the corpses of men. And my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, has just agreed from the dispatch box that this is an organisation that has been guilty of many war crimes in many parts of the world, not least last year in Mali, also had a CAR to his list. It's been put to me that if the Wagner Group was prescribed as a terrorist organisation, this could make it much more difficult for Prigozhin to recruit into this organisation. So can I urge my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, to work with the Home Secretary and the Foreign Secretary to make sure that we're gathering all the evidence we have against the Wagner Group and taking every single action we could to try to curtail their activities, including prescribing them as a terrorist organisation if it comes to that.
Secretary of State.
Look, I'm very happy to take that away and look at exactly that. Although I'm not sure they recruit at all anymore. I think they just pile people in.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Defence Secretary for giving a full exposition of the military aid which he is providing. It's so important that Ukrainians have the most advanced systems at their disposal. However, we also know that Putin is targeting the energy infrastructure across Ukraine. I wonder if you could set out a little bit more about what we're doing to help protect that and also rebuild it for the future.
State.
Yes, first of all, generators. We are providing generators, and the international community is. I'm very happy to write to the Honourable Lady with the exact numbers of generators, in other words, to mitigate the effect of these strikes. At the same time, as I said to her Honourable, the Honourable Lady's friend sitting behind her, that we have helped with the coordination and the priorities of that. And at the same time, a number of international partners are helping with the training and support of those brave men and women who are going out there to fix those infrastructures. Almost immediately they are hit and taken down, and making more and more people able to look after the electricity infrastructure. But it is incredibly important. But of course, Putin will know that weather improves, hopefully, in the spring, and then some of his impacts will be lessened. So I think that's one of the other reasons we're seeing an increase currently of strikes.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
How many defence reviews can my right honourable friend recall that have been preceded by fashionable commentators decrying the idea that main battle tanks had any utility in modern warfare? And now that that has been disproved, and my right honourable friend has made a hugely significant move this week by agreeing to send main battle tanks in the support of Ukraine's defence, will he consider sending more tanks if these tanks prove to be effective and can be effectively supported? And can we use this as an opportunity to bolster and strengthen the supply chain and manufacture of our next generation of tanks, now that he has proved to the Treasury that they are not a waste of money?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Well, first of all, the good thing about the Challenger 3 supply chain, it's in Stockport and Telford, is where we are doing the work on the Challenger 3s, and I'm delighted it's near where we're also doing the Boxers. So we are reinvigorating the land systems supply chain. But on his points about tanks, no one was ever writing that we should get rid of tanks, and indeed, hopefully my defence review was a bit better than the defence review that said there was no use for a machine gun after the Japanese Russian war, or indeed the brave admiral who said that submarines had absolutely no utility in the lead up to most of them being sunk, and I think the Firth of Forth by a German U-boat. So I don't think we said that, but I do think, yes, it has showed that armour is important, especially if not just from the basic protection of hand grenades dropped by UAVs, but it also shows that without your armour properly protected in a 360 way, you are also incredibly vulnerable to handheld anti-tank weapons that, if you notice, the British NLAW and the US Javelin are successfully remodelling hundreds and hundreds of T-72s from very short distance. So we have to have proper protection, both electronically, but also in the layered defence that we need in this modern battlefield.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whatever the manifold differences that we have in this place, it's good that people across Ukraine and Russia will have heard once again the resolute message from this place on all sides of the House. We support the Secretary of State's move to donate those Challenger tanks, and that we're absolutely resolute that Putin's aggression must fail. Now, the Secretary of State said in his statement that the Challenger tank donation will help not only to resist the Russians, but also to expel them. We've heard Ukrainian officials and NATO's Secretary General saying that Russia is planning a major offensive this spring. So can the Secretary of State tell us what more the UK can do to set up broad support beyond tanks to support the Ukrainians to repel that major Russian aggression?
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman's comments. And look, I recognise that 14 tanks is not going to change the course of history. But it is also about trying to be that force multiplier, putting the 14 tanks to the 50 Bradleys and the divisional level of deep long-range artillery, and hopefully unlocking Leopard tanks across Europe. If we can do that, then I think we can raise a significant mass that is important to enable that fire and manoeuvre, that manoeuvre warfare that will be needed to push Russia out. Of course, Russia has planned for an offensive, and the Gerasimov being reappointed effectively, he'll be able to make the same mistakes twice that he did the first time. But nevertheless, yes, they're not giving up, but nor are we. I noticed social media in Russia commenting that our decision to send Challenger tanks would change nothing. Yeah, he's right, it won't change nothing. Ukraine will continue to win and Russia will continue to lose.
James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I please thank the Defence Secretary for his statement, which I welcome, and also to commend him and his department for the superb work that's been undertaken right now to help defend Ukraine. As he knows, armour is logistically very challenging. So could I please ask him to confirm how it's going to be deployed, whether risks to the supply chain can be mitigated at all, and also whether we have a plan for how we're going to turn our own land equipment availability back from red to green.
Right, on the last point, and I'm grateful to my friend for the question, on the last point, the first point, of course, to be honest about the state of our armoured fleet, our land systems. I've been pretty brutal in the House here about how actually the state of it is not acceptable, and it hasn't been in a good state for over a decade, if not much longer. And how they've got away with that, how it's happened, I do not know. So if we're not honest, we can't start that process. We're putting the £24 billion to modernise or change that fleet as much as possible. And he's right on the supply chain. Not only are we well supported by some of the neighbouring states in thinking that through, the Slovakians have been very forward-leaning about helping support the T-72s or refurbishing, but also in making sure that we are doing an assessment of our supply chain to see what is needed. It is timely because obviously with our Challenger 3 upgrade we are needing a supply chain to be reinvigorated, and that's what we'll work on. But I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss it further.
Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Secretary of State and our UK Government on following through on commitments to support Ukraine, the provision of the 14 Challenger 2 tanks and other donations as evidenced today in this statement. With the potential of a Russian offensive, clearly more tanks are needed. More anti-missile defences are also critical to enable Ukrainians to get on their feet and to survive and to end this conflict with Russia once and for all. Will the United Kingdom of Great Britain has shown the will and the physical commitment? Can I make a special appeal, please, for the anti-missile defences so that Ukrainians can keep the lights on, heat their homes, save lives, and along with the generators and the engineering help is there, that Ukraine can rebuild itself?
Yes, we're committed to that, and today I announced a more high-velocity missile and indeed low velocity, the other missiles, both made in Northern Ireland, that are doing a fantastic job.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Defence Secretary has laid out very clearly the reasons why the Government is providing a squadron of 14 Challenger tanks to help the defence of Ukraine. And he's also implied that issues of supply chain, spares, ammo and training have all been carefully considered. But my right honourable friend will also accept, I think, that the biggest contribution the challengers may play is the diplomatic one of helping him unlock solid commitments by the 14 leopard-using nations. Could my right honourable friend confirm what he thinks the impact of any commitments at that meeting in Germany might be, combined with the Challenger tanks, on the Russian armed forces leaders?
Well, I would hope that the Russian armed forces recognise over the Christmas break that their best bet is to cut and run, or to indeed stop and withdraw. And I think that is dawning on a significant number of commanders. The problem is the commanders aren't around long enough to be able to pull the levers to make a difference. With Surovikin being replaced by Gerasimov, maybe Gerasimov has been put in prime position to be the fall guy in 3 months' time, like all his predecessors on that, and maybe that is the cunning Kremlin plan. I don't know. But it is important that we recognise that somehow Russia needs to come to its senses about what is happening. The special operation has failed and is failing, and the best thing they can do is leave, and then we will try and find a way forward.
McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sadly, we've seen more evidence this weekend of Putin's barbaric targeting of civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, particularly with the residential blocks in Dnipro. And that's why I welcome today's announcement on the Challenger 2 tanks. Can the Secretary of State just confirm that we're not going this alone? And on behalf of my Ukrainian community in Huddersfield and Colne Valley, who are so proud of our steadfast support for Ukraine, can the Secretary of State also confirm we're continuing with our donations, as he said, of generators, humanitarian support and medical supplies for the Ukrainian people?
Yes, those supplies are going to get even more important, and I'll do everything I can to stimulate more of that. And if honourable and right honourable members of the House have companies in their constituency who are keen, or indeed are facing barriers to being able to do that, then please make sure that I am made aware, and we will see what we can do. Look, we just have to do everything in the next few months to stop this targeting of the cities and in infrastructure, help them see that through, help them defeat it. But, targeting civilian blocks in Dnipro does nothing but commit murder.
Dr. Matthew Alford.
The removal of Russian forces from cities such as Kherson has led some civilians to return to their homes, even though the areas are contaminated with explosive weapons. Last week, as chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Explosive Weapons, I met a Ukrainian MP who was seeking to put together a civil demining programme. Can the Secretary of State ensure that his officials will be available to meet with myself and other interested parties so that we may be able to put together a programme to help people as they return to conflict in an appropriate and timely manner?
Look, I'm delighted to meet with him, or indeed my officials, with it. He'll notice within the statement I announced £28 million towards minefield bridging capabilities, combat engineering, which is desperately needed.
I thank the Secretary of State for answering for the statement on point of order. Jim McMahon.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, last week the High Court ruled against the Dartmoor National Park Authority, who sought to protect the right of free access for wild camping. This is a significant backward step, seemingly putting the financial interests of one person above the fundamental access rights which have been hard fought for and provided for in law by this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, this goes beyond Dartmoor and could potentially put at risk rights and protections for national parks, including the right to roam. Can I ask, have you had any notice from the Secretary of State of her intention to make a statement to the House? And if not, can you advise the House on how best to pursue this issue on behalf of communities across the country who could be affected by this judgment? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point of order and for giving me notice of it. I can confirm that I have not had notice of a statement on this matter. However, the honourable gentleman has put his point on the record, and ministers and the Treasury bench will have heard his point of order. With regard to advice as to how to bring this matter to the attention of the House in the future. He's a very experienced member of the House. I'm sure he will know of the various options that are available to him, but if he wants any further advice, I would suggest that he speaks to the clerks in the table office. Thank you. Point of order, Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are rumours abound this evening across the House that the Government may table a statement this evening. I wonder if your office or the Office of the Speaker have been advised by the Government that that is their intention.
Thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. I have received no notification, and I'm not aware that the Speaker has of any statement that is likely to be made tonight. Point of order, Toby Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Staveley Town Council in my constituency, which is led by self-styled Staveley Independents with the support of the Liberal Democrats, has effectively gone bankrupt. And I'm told since November that staff have either not been paid at all or have been paid late. If it was a Tier 1 or Tier 2 authority, the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities would intervene. But as it is a parish or town council, I'm told there is no such mechanism in place. Have you or Mr Speaker been notified of the intention for the Department for Levelling Up to make any statement on this matter, which is of great concern to my constituents? And if not, can you give me any advice as to how we may be able to ensure that members of staff at Staveley Town Council are paid and that services continue to be provided whilst the authority attempts to extricate itself from the current crisis it's in?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order. It's obviously a very worrying situation for the staff of the council. I'm not aware of any statement that's intended to be made about it. The Treasury bench and ministers will clearly have heard the honourable gentleman's concerns. I mean, I would suggest that perhaps he either tables some questions or writes to the appropriate minister or seeks a meeting with the appropriate minister in order to find out whether there are any ways in which this situation can be resolved. Point of order, David Linden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, unfortunately I was unable to catch the eye of the honourable gentleman from Bosworth, who I think was handing out some crypt sheets earlier on in advance of the next debate. I know we are going to be discussing minimum service standard levels, but given that crypt sheets are being handed out, could the service be extended to those of us on this side of the House as well?
Yes, well, I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order. I'm afraid I have really no responsibility for pieces of paper that may be handed out, unless, of course, they have gone through the table office. Thank you. We now come to presentation of Bill Paul Maynard.
Relocation of the House of Lords, Report to Parliament Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 3rd of March.
Friday the 3rd of March. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Strikes, Minimum Service Levels Bill, second reading.
Now.
I must inform the House that the reasoned amendments have not been selected, so I call Secretary of State Grant Shapps to move the second reading.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the bill be now read a second time. This government firmly believes the ability to strike is an important element of industrial relations in the UK. It's rightly protected by law, and we understand that an element of disruption is likely with any strike. But we also need to maintain a reasonable balance between the ability of workers to strike with the rights of the public, who work hard and expect the essential services they pay for to be there when they need them. And we need to be able to have confidence that when strikes occur, people's lives and livelihoods are not put at undue risk. Has been clear from the recent industrial... I'll just make a little bit of progress first, if you don't mind. It's become clear from recent industrial action that this isn't always the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, so we need to have a safety net in place to ensure the public don't become collateral damage. Right now, up and down the country, households are struggling with the repercussions of high inflation caused by COVID and Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And the UK isn't alone in feeling the pressure, which is also felt by many other countries, and particularly within the European Union. Recently, the Prime Minister outlined the government's priorities to build a better, more secure and more prosperous future, one this country and our workforce, public or private, fully deserve. By halving inflation, growing the economy and getting debt down, we can ensure our vital public services are fit. As the government gets on with these priorities, we also have a duty to protect access to vital public services, which, let's not forget, the public are paying for through their taxation. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank you for giving way. Secretary of State, I believe in the fundamental right of a worker to withdraw their labour, if it happens to be either an employer or against government. I understand, Secretary of State, that at this time there are many people who feel the same, and for those people who are toying with the idea, I mean, the ambulance service, for example, the nurses, the doctors have all been able to ensure that there's been emergency service. Does government really believe that withdrawing the right of a worker to withdraw their labour is what they're about? I don't think it is.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I always think that people think very carefully about this, and I think they're right to do so. We are operating within the context of a crisis in global growth. The IMF says a third of the world will be in recession this year, caused by Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And although I'm surprised to hear members opposite sort of yawning and moaning. Putin invaded Ukraine. What members opposite don't seem to realise, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what then happened to energy prices caused a crisis which has put up inflation throughout the Western world. And that has, of course, led to... I'll just make this point because I think the members opposite may find it useful. Those prices going up throughout the rest of the world, and here included, have also pushed up wage claims. But I don't think that we should get into a 1970s spiral where we end up with higher wage claims, higher wage settlements, higher wage claims and inflation continuing forever. That is a cycle that we must break. And clearly, if we're to meet all the inflation-busting demands of the unions, that wouldn't just make life harder for some, it would make life hard for every single family in this country, and that is why we cannot do that. So the government is therefore absolutely clear about this. We want constructive dialogue with the unions, and the public has had enough of the constant and most unwelcome, frankly dangerous disruptions to their lives. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Last week, Human Rights Watch warned that, and I quote, fundamental and hard-won rights are being systematically dismantled in the UK. Isn't this anti-strike legislation part of this danger that Human Rights Watch are warning about, Secretary of State?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the International Labour Organisation actually says themselves, and I'll cover it shortly in the speech, they actually say themselves that it's perfectly proper to have a balance between minimum service levels and people's rights to strike. And you know what? I support the ILO in saying that. I absolutely agree that they're right. But I notice the Honourable Gentleman didn't mention the fact that he's received £94,000 plus from unions. You know, I have no issue with them receiving that money from unions. I don't think we should have taxpayer-funded political parties in this House. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's only right that when members opposite stand up, they reflect what is on their record, which is they've received a lot of money from unions, which they now seek to represent in the debate here today. From millions of people who rely on essential transport to get to work, or to family commitments who every day now have the extra stress of worrying about making alternative arrangements, sometimes costly arrangements, because of these forever strikes. To those who at the most terrifying time of their lives, perhaps with a loved one, a poorly loved one, not knowing if an ambulance is going to arrive because the unions have refused to provide a national safety net. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I hear the barracking. I understand that they understand that they don't want to hear what people are feeling throughout this country. But it is a fact that when the strikes are on and when ambulances are unable to find out from their unions whether they will operate or not, that is an additional concern for members of the public, including their own constituents, who they seem rather not to care about in this case, which I'm surprised. I'm just going to make a little bit of progress. There are then, of course, children who are desperately trying to catch up on the lost learning. I will give way shortly, but I'll just make a little bit of progress. Those children who are desperately trying to catch up on learning which they missed throughout COVID, again, unsure if they're going to be able to get to school. And the businesses whose sales and productivity are suffering throughout the land, who are terrified at a time of this high inflation, their livelihoods are at risk, and those of those that they employ. So I will give way.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State. Could he give us a little bit more indication of how he will consult and agree minimum standards in the railway industry?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the way that the legislation will work, I'll set out in a bit more detail in a while, but briefly speaking, it will be in each of the individual sectors that secondary legislation will be used by regulation in order to come to the right balance. And I will explain that in a little bit more detail if he's patient. I will in just a moment. I have already taken more interventions from that side of the House. There are. I think it's true to say, there comes a time when we can't let this continue, and that is why we need minimum safety and service levels, Madam Deputy Speakers, to keep livelihoods and lives safe. And it's frankly irresponsible, even surprising, for the opposition opposite to suggest otherwise. But I will give away on that point.
You state for giving way. He wants to talk about minimum safety. The reality is this: after 12 years of a Tory government, minimum safety no longer exists in our NHS. A paramedic contacted me directly at the weekend to say that he'd begun his shift at 7 o'clock in the morning, expecting to sign off later that evening. For the entirety of that shift, he spent it sitting outside of Hull Royal Infirmary because the patient he had, whose life he'd saved, didn't have a bed available. There isn't any safety in the NHS as a result of this Tory government. He needs to acknowledge that before we move on to discuss anything else.
I'm surprised at the way that the honourable gentleman, who normally speaks a lot of sense in this House, the way he puts his point across. Yes, of course, it's the case that the NHS has been under unbelievable stress, not least because of 2 years of having COVID and all of the backlog that has been created. It's worth reminding them, Madam Deputy Speaker, had they had their way, we would have been in lockdown a heck of a lot longer, and those cases would have been even worse. But I do not follow the logic of the honourable gentleman's argument, because he seems to be arguing that just because there are times of danger, we ought to, by design, enable a system which prevents unions in the ambulance service actually telling the NHS when they will be there and what the minimum service would be. And that is the issue that we seek to address today. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
For giving way. If this is all about safety, can you tell us why the word safety is not used once in the bill or explanatory notes?
Well, it's fairly obvious to say that if a minimum service level in, for example, something like railways is about people's livelihoods rather than safety, but when it comes to the NHS, when it comes to that ambulance service not being agreed nationally, then that is an issue of a minimum safety level. So I would have thought it's pretty straightforward. And I'll just make a little bit of progress. The strikes minimum service level bill will ensure that we protect the ability of workers to take industrial action, but that will also protect the public from disproportionate disruption to their daily lives. And to put it simply, that one person's right to strike doesn't infringe on someone else's right to life and limb. turning to the detail, there's an array of riches. I'll give way to the right honourable lady.
Register of interest. The Secretary of State has never negotiated a minimum service agreement in the NHS. I have. And as a result of that, the Secretary of State is completely fabricating what happens. It is the trade unions which work with the staff and the employers to put a safe agreement.
I'm afraid I will have to ask the honourable lady to withdraw the remark about fabricating. She will do that, I know. I'm sure that's not what she meant to say. It indicates that that is what she didn't mean to say. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your guidance. I will rephrase what I was saying. That the reality is that safe agreements are negotiated between the staff and the employers. Exactly. The reality happens on the ground, so the process and the outcomes protects the NHS because that's what staff want to do. So will he ensure that he reflects the truth of what happens in the NHS?
Well, look, I just would say to the honourable lady, who I know has received money from GMB, RMT, Unite the Union, CLP, amongst others. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just putting it on the record to simply say she is wrong factually about the way that the last two strikes have occurred, both last week and in December, because I'm actually answering your colleague's point one at a time. Because the way that ambulance strike worked was that the NHS were unable to find out in advance from the ambulance unions where and when nationwide cover would be provided. This is the NHS who've said this, not government. This is the NHS. And as a result of that, it's meant that they haven't been able to put the appropriate level of cover in place in advance. And if, Madam Deputy Speaker, if by chance we are wrong about that, there's a safety mechanism in this bill for that, because although we're taking these primary powers, should Parliament decide to do so, we have said that we do not want to use these powers if voluntary arrangements can be made. And I refer members opposite to the voluntary arrangements. Let me just finish the first point and move on with the speech a bit. I refer members opposite to the voluntary arrangements that were successfully made with the Royal College of Nursing. Now, in their cases, they did provide that national guarantee. It wouldn't be necessary to put these measures in place. I'm going to just, and I hope the House will appreciate, there are a lot of people who want to contribute. I want to give people the opportunity to do that in their own speeches. So I'm going to turn for a moment, if members don't mind, to detail of the bill itself. The bill establishes a legal framework to implement minimum safety and service levels during periods of strike action. It will achieve this by amending the existing legislation, that's the Trade Union and Labour Relations Thank you, folks. Consolidation Act 1992. I was trying to get conciliatory in there for the members opposite. The legislation will allow regulations to be made to ensure that specified services cannot shut down and completely when workers strike. And this is in order to maintain crucial and in many cases life-saving services. The relevant sectors specified in the legislation are health services, fire and rescue services, education services, transport services, decommissioning of nuclear installation and management of radioactive waste and spent fuel, and border security. I will give point on that point.
And the Secretary of State helped me with this. In the Human Rights Memorandum, which accompanied the Transport Strikes Minimum Services Level Bill last October, it was specifically stated that government legal advice was that it wasn't justifiable, it wasn't necessary in a democratic society to have these sort of restrictions in the field of emergency and patient care services, fire and rescues and education, but only in transport. Now, that doesn't appear in the Human Rights Memorandum which accompanies this bill. Can the government tell me, has their legal advice changed, or have they just changed their mind for reasons of political convenience?
Well, the Honourable Lady must surely have noticed that subsequently we've had disruption in the NHS, including in the ambulance service. And what's happened in that disruption is, although the nurses have very sensibly provided a national level of safe service, the same has not happened, unfortunately, in the ambulance service. And that is why this legislation is required in other areas at this time. Using the... I've given away once today, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He's under a constant onslaught of noise from the other side, which shows terrific support for those in the unions in their constituencies and those in the unions who are funding their own constituency offices, but seems to forget the interests of all our constituents, which are indeed in these minimum service level agreements that he is proposing, because ultimately, whether it is someone we know or we don't know in our constituency, they need to know that in the 6 sectors that he is proposing, there will be a minimum service provided, regardless of the right of the people in that sector to hold back their labour on a pay negotiation or for any other reason. That is a reasonable proposition, Madam Deputy Speaker, and he should be heard.
Order. Before the Secretary of State answers, I do think it's quite important that in this debate we do use moderation in language and don't impugn motives on others that may be not quite how we want the debate to continue. It's an important subject, so let us try to introduce that into the discussion we're having. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend's absolutely right about the issue of the reason for minimal standards being required, and I will give way in just a moment if I can make it a little bit of progress. Using the powers proposed within the bill, regulations will be set about the specific services within each of those sectors where a minimum level of service will be applied, and the levels themselves as well. Regulations will be tailored to each relevant service, taking account of the different risks to public safety or impacts on the daily life and of the economy. The legislation is clear, however. The regulations may only be made after appropriate consultation and the approval of both houses in this place. Of course, the government may choose not to use the regulation-making powers in the bill if adequate voluntary agreements, where necessary, are already in place between employers and the relevant sectors and the relevant unions. I just wanted to finish the sentence, and I will give way to the honourable lady.
Firstly, acknowledging my presence in the chamber after so many attempts at intervening, but also will he now pass comment on the fact that life and limb cover already exists in legislation and that the true purpose of this shameful bill is simply to erode workers' rights?
Yep. Well, look, I just simply don't accept that point. Although it's true that life and limb measures exist, what we have seen through many, many months now of rail closures, through the strikes that have taken place both last week and back in December, what we have seen is that, unfortunately, minimum service levels in one case and actually minimum safety levels in another have simply not been available. And that, I'm afraid, I know that members opposite don't want to accept this fundamental point, but their constituents' lives are being put at risk by the NHS not having the ability to put in place the correct cover with sufficient notice. They seem to imagine, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the army will just be there at no notice and with no ability to organise which areas of the country they'll need to be in. And that, I'm afraid, is not a practical way to run the...
Order. I can't hear the answer that the Secretary of State is giving to the question. There's no point in just shouting when he's actually answering the question. Secretary of State.
Speaker, I suppose the fundamental point is we very much hope in many cases we don't need to use these powers that the legislation confers. But indeed, we have seen that this is not always possible. I'll give way to the Honourable.
To the Minister. I'm a member of the GMB. I don't happen to have had any money from the GMB, though I will be proud to take money from the GMB. Certainly a lot prouder than receiving £2.5 million from Lubov Chernukin. But can the Secretary of State confirm that this legislation cannot possibly be used to sort out the present winter of discontent. If anything, it's going to make it far more difficult to secure a resolution of any of the individual strikes. And therefore, it's just political posturing.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the GMB heard his a pitch for some money. If he gets it, it will join the £120 million that the unions have provided to the party opposite since 2010. And I only make this point because it's relevant to the debate today, which is to say that we must be here to represent our constituents. And our constituents know, by looking at the recent strikes, that where the Royal College of Nursing worked with the NHS, they were able to provide timely assurances at a national level to ensure the most critical services, including chemotherapy, critical care, paediatrics and A&E, were not affected. But showing that even when parties disagree, they can do so in a mature manner. But unfortunately, this isn't always the case. And I'll just finish this point and then I will give way. During recent strike action taken by the ambulance service, and this has been referred to a couple of times, and I want to read this because it's factually written down, the NHS has not been reassured by the relevant union that they can rely on the current system of voluntary local derogation, which I think is what the Honourable Lady was talking about earlier. And they couldn't rely on those arrangements to ensure patient and public services. So what happened was last week and in December, arrangements were being disputed right up to the wire, right up to the last minute. And that created uncertainty and left officials with little time to organise contingency measures such as military support. And that is the situation we cannot, in all conscience, allow to continue. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I will declare that I'm a proud member of a trade union and a trade union officer for a number of years before coming into Parliament. In fact, I have probably been part of the negotiations for around 1,000 or so pay and conditions negotiations that were all actually resolved where the employer and the employees were all perfectly happy with the outcome, something that the Secretary of State has been unable to do, whether it's in the railway or whether it's much more widely, which is why we're having this debate. Can he accept that he's failed and it's time to get the trade unionists in the room and to put this legislation in the bin where it belongs?
But in fairness to the Honourable Lady, it is the case that the employers and the unions, and more recently the ministers as well, have been meeting. So it's not the case that they haven't been meeting. It's also the case that even where they have met ministerially, including in Scotland and in Labour Wales, that disputes have also continued. So we clearly need to continue. We can't continue to rely on voluntary arrangements to ensure the safety of people we represent. After all, strokes and heart attacks don't respect the boundaries of, for example, trust borders. And I'm intrigued to know what the members opposite would actually say to their constituents, perhaps to grieving constituents, who've lost loved ones because of some sort of postcode lottery. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
At my weekly surgery last week, a constituent asked me, why is it that the party opposite are too scared to ask their trade union colleagues to come to the table and negotiate a peaceful resolution? I couldn't...
Order. It really is just shouting down somebody else. No. Saki Bart, finish the point.
I couldn't figure out why they're scared to encourage them to come around the table. Why does the Secretary of State think they're so scared to get a peaceful resolution to these strikes?
Well, I think there are 120 million very good answers to that question by my honourable friend. But I think, look, we have the opportunity to keep people, their families and their jobs safe during periods of disruption, and that is what we intend to do. I will in just a moment, if I can make a little progress. The bill and subsequent regulations are therefore designed to enable employers to specify the workers required in order to meet minimum safety and service levels during strikes within relevant sectors. As I say, I will in just a moment. I'd just like to make a little bit of progress. This will be done through work notices, and should a union notify an employer of a strike in accordance with the existing normal rules, the bill will allow the employer to issue a work notice to the union specifying the workers needed to work during a strike to secure the minimum level of safety and service. Employers will be required to consult the union on the number of workers to be identified in the work notice and the work to be undertaken, and have regard to the union's views before issuing that work notice. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Minister for giving way. It seems like the members opposite do not think that anybody striking lives in their constituency, which I find quite strange. But my question to the Minister is this. Will the Minister confirm that once his words have been scrutinised in this chamber, if any of his words are found to be misleading or incorrect, that he will return to the chamber and correct the record as soon as possible, preferably by the end of the week?
Well, I'm sure all the normal parliamentary rules apply, and so I would never stand here and seek to do such a thing. And in the interests of transparency, I'll mention the £11,100 that the honourable member has received from various, actually just from the CLP union in this House. Since we're talking about, oh, sorry, CLP. Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. CLP from Unite the Union, I should have finished by saying, just to satisfy members opposite. Additionally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the work notice must not... Let me just explain how this operates, and if honourable members opposite will just...
Order. It really is important that we hear what the Secretary of State has to say, but I would also say it is important as well that any reference to donations or payments is accurate. Thank you. Secretary of State.
I should say CLP from the Unite the Union is absolutely right to correct me. Corrected at the dispatch box, Madam Deputy Speaker. Additionally, the work notice must not list more people than reasonably necessary to meet the minimum level of safety and service, and employers must have no regard to whether someone is or is not a member of the union, or presumably even the CLP. When deciding if they need to be included in that works notice. Each employer and the union must also adhere to data protection legislation. I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and my union membership is a proud one, and it's recorded in the members' interest. And I used to be a full-time union organiser. The Minister claims that the public's existence and lives are at risk because of these disputes. Does he not appreciate that thousands of nurses leaving the National Health Service, thousands of other workers in the NHS leaving, thousands of teachers leaving because of stress, because of low pay, because of underfunding? Those are the things that cause a great deal of stress and problems for the public. Instead of reaching for the statute book and trying to legally constrain trade unions from their legitimate action, why doesn't he address the fundamental causes, which are poverty pay, stress, bad conditions and inadequate service in all parts of the UK?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and the right honourable gentleman should note, I think, that there are 40,000 more nurses now, and that it's very, very important, and more doctors as well. I think it's also important to say that I agree with him for once, that we should, of course, try to work, and are trying to work, constructively to bring strikes to a conclusion. But we must not do that at the expense of the lives and the livelihoods of our own constituents. It is not the case that the strikes are, in all cases, perfectly safe for our own constituents, and that's why we must act. And unions must take reasonable steps to ensure that members do not participate in strikes if they've been named on a work notice. It's up to unions to ensure public safety and not put lives at risk. Only if they fail to do so could they face civil action in court. The government unions, I'll just make a little bit more progress because I think Madam Deputy Speaker would like to hear from other members of the House as well, and I have been as generous as possible with allowing interventions. The government unions and employers and workers have a role to play in ensuring essential services continue even during strikes, and that is what we are ensuring. This approach is balanced, it's reasonable, and above all, it is fair. In some countries, such as Australia and Canada, there is an ability to outright ban strikes that endanger lives, for example, in some of their blue light services. However, this legislation does not seek to ban the right to strike. The government will always defend the principle that workers should be able to withdraw their labour. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will in a moment. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, the only time that the right to strike was removed from emergency services was from a Liberal Prime Minister, Lord George, as part of the Police Act 1919. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not propose to follow the Lib Dems example. I give way.
I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way. We're living at a time when democracy and freedom are under threat all across the world, and the right to strike is an important right.
Order. Please don't shout down the honourable lady.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying it. He's just mentioned that the minimum service levels exist in many other countries, such as, I believe, Italy, Spain, France. I don't know if members opposite have ever been to France, but they have been known to strike in France. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that my Chancellor constituents should have the same benefits on strike day as those living in France, Italy and Spain?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. There's no reason why her constituents should suffer lesser protection than perhaps people who live in other European nations. Most of whom on most days are recognised for being particularly pro-union and particularly helpful in their settlement. So I cannot see why members opposite would object. All we're saying that in certain services, I'll give way in just a moment, I'd like to get through a little bit more. All we're saying that in certain services within these important sectors, this must be balanced against the needs of the public to rely, for example, on basic level of life-saving care. The legislation simply brings us into line, as my honourable friend and others are just saying, with many other modern European nations. Countries like Spain and Italy and France and Ireland have introduced minimum service levels, which they use in a common-sense way to reduce the impact of strikes. The International Labour Organization itself states minimum service levels can be a proportionate way of balancing the right to strike with the need to protect the wider public, and that is what we are doing. Our own unions subscribe to and support the ILO, and that is what we support as well. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
Giving way on that. On the claim in terms of minimum safety levels across Europe, is the Secretary of State aware that according to the OECD, on average, France lost 112 days per 1,000 workers between 2008 to 2018. Spain lost 76 strike days. Italy 42, whilst the UK only lost 20 strike days. This law is just to ban people taking legal action to strike. Will he not admit that?
Well, look, I agree with the honourable lady. We've had a good working relationship for the last several decades, and she's right to point out that as a result we have suffered typically over the last 2 or 3 decades fewer strikes than some in continental Europe. We have, as I've explained a number of times though, seen in recent months a flare-up in strikes which are putting people's lives and livelihoods at risk. And this government, for one, isn't going to stand by and watch that happen. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. There's a lot of focus on Europe, but I'd like to focus on Gloucestershire. The nurses in Gloucestershire have chosen not to strike, and I thank them for that, and I thank them for all the work they do in Stroud. But there is nothing that I see in this legislation that will prevent them making those difficult decisions to strike or to not strike and not join their colleagues and unions, because we're protecting those rights. It is the minimal standards that the public need.
Well, honourable friend's absolutely right. This is about minimum standards. So for anybody who cares about the ability to take industrial action, the ability to strike, what we're doing here enshrines that. This does not remove people's ability to strike. What it does is to prevent the ability of perhaps union bosses who aren't being as reasonable as the RCN, the Royal College of Nursing, have been, to cause strikes which potentially put people's lives at risk. And that is a very different proposition, which I'm proud to support. The government expects to consult on minimum service levels for ambulance, for fire and for rail services first. It's expected that these consultations will be published during the passage of this bill. At the same time as bringing forward the legislation, this government is doing all it can to continue the discussions that everybody is calling for to make sure that we get a pay settlement with unions which is actually affordable for the unions and for the country and for the workers paying for it. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank you to the Secretary of State. The government has ruled out, as far as I can tell, voluntary options 1 and 2 in their assessment on the basis that they will be ineffective, particularly where unions and employers have major disagreements. So the question is, why and how has he and his government arrived at that now in advance of the actual legislation itself?
Well, I think because we were given adequate demonstration from the recent strikes that in some cases, unfortunately, some of the participants, the unions involved, have not acted in, I think, the national interest, whereas others, the RCN, for example, have very much done so. So I want to just stress what I said right at the top of the statement, which is that I don't want us to have to use this legislation if it's not required. And we've actually got live strikes going on, so we will be able to see where it is required and where it isn't required. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel I've been very generous with allowing interventions, and it's right to complete my segment so others can get on and speak. We're mindful and thankful for that incredible contribution that I was just referring to by public service workers in this country. And where unions insist, though, on disproportionate and sometimes plain unsafe levels of industrial action without informing, for example, the NHS and others, then we must take the necessary steps to protect the public. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Can he tell the House how many people died in the care of the National Health Service during the recent periods of industrial unrest who would not have died had the provisions of this bill been enforced at the time?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem, as people will recognise, is that where you don't have a nationally agreed level of coverage, particularly in say, the ambulance service, it's very difficult to know or to predict what would have happened had the Army not stepped in. And I know from talking to colleagues that one of the problems been that because of the late notice nature and the randomised trust-by-trust agreements, they haven't been able to put in a national framework that means that it doesn't matter whether you live in Islington North or somewhere else, you will get coverage on those strike days. And we said it in our manifesto, so I'll repeat it now. It's not fair to let trade union leaders undermine the livelihoods of others, nor is it fair for them to put the lives and livelihoods at risk either. So we're simply asking this. I will give way, actually, because the Honourable Lady has been very persistent.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Does he see the irony in expecting unions to ensure minimum safe service levels on strike days when his own government is failing to do so every other day? And what does he make of nurses' reports that, in fact, staffing levels are safer on strike days because unions are negotiating appropriate cover compared to non-strike days?
I didn't quite follow her point on the railways. The railways on strike days are finding it hard to offer any service at all, even for key workers, even for the people that they sometimes claim to represent the most, the hard-working cleaner, the hospital porter. People who cannot do their jobs remotely are unable to get to their jobs and they are losing money. And people are becoming fed up with the forever strikes where the unions simply won't put the offer to their members in order for their members to even get a say. So minimum service levels are very important for that reason. I think I've covered numerous times why we think minimum safety levels protect people's lives. So we are simply asking this question today in this debate and in the second reading. The unions tell us when they're going to withdraw their labour so that we can agree a minimum safety level. Hardly revolutionary stuff, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just a common-sense safety net to keep the public safe and ease some of the enormous anxiety that they felt over the last few months. Madam Deputy Speaker, failing to support this bill today means that members who oppose this legislation are essentially prepared to put the safety and welfare of their own constituents at risk, I commend this bill to the House.
What a silly boy.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As colleagues will see, we have well over 50 members and right honourable members wishing to catch my eye. So before I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I just want to inform colleagues that there will be an immediate 4-minute time limit so that we can try to get everybody in. I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, let me declare an interest as a proud, lifelong trade unionist. And I regret at the start, Madam Deputy Speaker, the tone of the Secretary of State's response today, because to suggest or imply in any way that members of this House do not care about their constituents and put their constituents first, and that members of our vital public services that got us through the pandemic in some way do not take the safety of their people who they look after seriously and walk away. I think the Secretary of State should reflect on his comments today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been a member of this House for some 7 years now, and I cannot recall a measure that is at once so irrational and so insulting. Not only is it a vindictive assault on the basic freedoms of British working people, but this legislation is as empty of detail as it is full of holes. So we will oppose the Sacking of Nurses bill, and not just nurses, Madam Deputy Speaker, but also many of the key workers who we clapped and who kept our services going in the face of the pandemic. And we will vote against it tonight. And the next Labour government will repeal it. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are in the middle of an economic crisis of the government's making. Working people are facing the largest fall in living standards in a generation. And the Secretary of State keeps shouting Putin, but what about Liz Truss? What about the Conservatives crashing the economy? What about the Conservatives crashing the economy? The Secretary of State forgets the fact that it's inflation that's gone through the roof under their watch, 13 years of Conservative failure. And members who are watching this debate and constituents up and down this country know the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they will tell this government what they think come the next general election. But working people are facing the largest fall in living standards in a generation. In-work poverty, insecure work and financial insecurity are rampant. Inflation in double digits. It's in this context that we've seen the greatest levels of strike disruption in 33 years. Ambulance workers taking their first major strike action in decades. The first ever strike in the history of the Royal College of Nursing. Our posties, train drivers, border force, health workers, train cleaners and even ministers' own officials have all taken action too. The Prime Minister won't admit it, but this is a crisis, and it's a crisis of their making. This legislation does nothing to resolve the problems that they have caused. There is nothing common sense about it at all, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll happily give way.
I thank my friend for giving way. I declare an interest as a proud trade union member. Will my right honourable friend agree with me that this legislation does nothing to address the underlying reasons why the NHS staff and others have taken the incredibly difficult decision to strike? We're going to spend a number of hours in here this evening. Surely that time will be much better spent by the government getting around the table with members of the NHS, listening to their concerns and coming to some resolution that will help move things forward rather than wasting our time here this evening on this horrible piece of legislation.
I thank my honourable friend for that contribution. I absolutely agree, and I was reflecting whilst the Secretary of State was making his opening speech, and I was thinking, if I still worked in social care or one of these key public services, if I was a paramedic, if I was a nurse, if I was one of those key workers that the Secretary of State mentioned listening to this debate, I'd be really upset and offended by the way the Secretary of State represented them here today. And that's not what the Labour Party thinks of those key workers. And also also the Secretary of State claimed that this legislation is about public safety. So why does the bill not mention safety once? He knows full well that working people already take steps to protect the public during strikes, with derogations and voluntary agreements, yet he brazenly claims this punitive legislation is needed because of ambulance workers. It's insulting and it's shameful and I think he should apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the way in which he has represented ambulance workers who have been awfully smeared by the Secretary of State. I'll happily give way.
I thank my Unison comrade for giving way, because I'm a proud trade unionist. I'm not a member of a CLP, but I'm a proud trade unionist. Can my good friend remind the House that under existing legislation, Section 240 of the 1992 Trade Union and Labour Relations Act guarantees that trade unions must provide and agree to life and limb cover during an industrial dispute, because failure otherwise could result in a custodial sentence, and this bill is completely, therefore, unnecessary.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and we may not be in the same party, but I know we're in the same trade union. But these brave, hard-working men and women struck local life and limb deals trust by trust basis ahead of all strikes. And the Secretary says trust by trust, but it is the best way to ensure the right care is provided. And those employers know that. Those employers know that. When I was a home help, we always put patient care first, and we did negotiate and make sure that there was minimum safety levels, which is more than I can say for the Secretary of State, where we've seen excessive deaths and our crisis in the NHS increasing under his watch. I'll happily give way.
Which one?
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I too declare an interest as a proud trade unionist and a trade union lawyer for many years before entering Parliament, representing striking workers day in, day out, and I know that no worker takes the decision to strike lightly, and these strikes have been caused by the cost of living crisis caused by this Conservative government. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this is just a further attack on workers' rights, like the 2016 anti-trade union legislation that this government introduced? It's just yet another attack on working people that keep us safe day in and day out.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I think people who have been watching this debate can see from the Secretary of State's opening remarks and his remarks previously what this is, and this smokescreen about allegedly needing these minimum service levels, when we know, because last autumn his own government assessed that minimum service levels weren't needed in emergency services due to existing regulations and voluntary arrangements. We all want minimum standards, Madam Deputy Speaker, and safety and service and staffing levels, and we want it every day, but it's the Minister that's failing to provide them. And instead of holding them to account, they seek in this bill to grab sweeping new powers to impose burdens on employers and remove basic rights from workers across our public service. An attack on every nurse, health worker and firefighter in this country. They've gone from clapping nurses to sacking them.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. I know that my mum is a member of the RMT, something that I've noted in this House before, and it's interesting to me what the Secretary of State has been saying about the need for this bill and the legislation more widely. When he was Secretary of State for Transport, in fact, the only negotiations that have not been settled with RMT are those that the Department for Transport is involved in, because actually every single other dispute with the RMT has been resolved. So is this bill not just covering up his own failure to negotiate basic trade union agreements?
Well, my honourable friend makes some very important points, and I think we can all see from the reports regarding the negotiations that there was genuine hope that we could get to a settlement, and then the government decided to bring in new conditions at the last minute to try and make sure that to make sure that this was a continued dispute. It's the government that's acting in a militant way and doesn't want to resolve these disputes, not the trade union. And also, the government should reflect those key workers and the workers that will be affected by this strike action, who he says put people's lives at risk, are also usually, if it's not them who are the key workers, but I'm pretty certain that most people, like my honourable friend, are someone who's a relative or friend or someone who they know who does that job. And we all think they're heroes, and we all know that they put their patients and those people they look after and those services that they provide at the forefront of their mind. And no one wants to take strike action, least of all the workers who lose a day's pay. I have long urged ministers to do their own jobs and resolve the underlying problems, and instead they present a bill that tries to effectively remove the historic right to withdraw their labour from hundreds of thousands of workers. Now let's take the railways. The Secretary of State mandates that on strike days 50% of trains need to run. He knows that Network Rail may mandate that all signal operators will need to work. You need signals even if just 2 trains are running. How can the Minister say this does not remove their right to strike? I know many members opposite would say that they respect, even champion, civil liberties, and I'm sure that they mean it. But with this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are burning freedoms for which we've fought for centuries and handing to ministers unprecedented power over individuals that it targets. And it's not just wrong in principle, but it's unworkable in practice. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I declare my interest as a proud trade unionist in this House. I meet striking workers almost on a weekly basis at the moment, and I know that so often working people in dispute are targeted by employers, and what this bill does is hand the right to the employer to decide which worker goes to work and which worker can go on strike. Does my honourable friend share my concerns at how this can allow the victimisation and the targeting of workers by bad bosses?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend on that point. And this legislation is not a solution to dealing with the industrial action we see at the moment. Not my words, but those of the Transport Secretary in December. This bill could increase the frequency of strikes, numbers of staff taking action short of striking, and lead to employers finding they are low on staff. Again, not my words, but those of the Department of Transport's own impact assessment. Minimum service levels aren't a game changer and could promote more industrial action than they mitigate. Not me speaking, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the senior Conservative advisor who developed the policy. The jury is in. These measures won't work, can't work, and will only make things worse. I'll give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, could I please remind the House that we do have a number of sectors in the UK where employees are not allowed to strike, namely the armed forces and the police. These people, they always turn up, often at times of crisis. They work without complaint to provide minimum service levels, and they do it under pay and conditions that are often inferior to what the unions are currently demanding. So could I please ask the Right Honourable Lady perhaps to present an argument as to why this provision should not be extended elsewhere?
Well, I'm glad the honourable member got the crib sheet from the whips, but let's come on to the measures and the 6 sectors that this will apply to. But there's a complete and utter lack of clarity about what they would actually mean for those 6 sectors. Let's look at nuclear decommissioning, for example, where staff already have voluntary arrangements. How would ministers define minimum service in this sector? Will the minister require just a little teeny bit of decommissioning? And let's look at health. Is the minister seriously going to sack doctors, nurses and paramedics, as well as vital support staff, at a time of critical NHS staff shortages? Apparently not, if the government sources reported this week can be believed. And does the minister here deny that the Health Secretary has told others to lobby the Prime Minister for improved pay offers? And can he really say that the Health Secretary believes this bill will help the NHS? And let's look at transport. The bill states that all transport services will be covered. an industry that is largely in the private sector? Does he expect, for example, self-employed cabbies to serve work notices to themselves? And there seems to be a split here too, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hear that the Transport Secretary has given rail companies permission for new pay offers. Do we already know that, we already know that the member for the Forest of Dean's views on minimum service levels? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's move on to education. Will our overstretched head teachers be forced to write and serve work notices in their own staff rooms? And does the Secretary of State agree with the Education Secretary that imposing these regulations on schools will be a hostile act? And let's turn to fire and rescue services. Hasn't austerity already made it impossible for some services to meet existing contingency regulations as it is? And will the Secretary of State leave it there, or will he just go for broke and ban all key workers from joining a union at all? Something we know his desperate Prime Minister has been considering. I'll give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and she mentions the issue of pay and speaking with unions to resolve this dispute. Would the Right Honourable Lady be able to tell us what level of pay she thinks and the Labour front bench believe is appropriate? Would this be in line with inflation? Would this be more than inflation? And how exactly would Labour solve this dispute?
Well, I'll just educate the honourable member that whilst I used to be a trade union official and I'm a member of a trade union, I don't actually negotiate on behalf of the trade union. But what I would do is I would sit round the table and resolve this dispute with the trade unions, and that would be better than what the Conservatives have done. Now, on the liability of this bill that it places upon the trade unions, it says that trade unions must take reasonable steps to ensure workers comply with work notices. But what would that be? Will the trade unions be liable for non-union staff? As for the burden put on employers, have they welcomed the bureaucratic nightmare that they'll face? How will our already overstretched public services spare the resources to work out how many workers are needed to meet minimum service levels he arbitrarily imposes on them, to identify which workers should come into work and which shouldn't? And then what will they have to do it? Will they have to do it before each and every strike day?
Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I think I'd like to try again, because she does aspire to be Deputy Prime Minister and want to actually negotiate with the unions in future. Can she outline for the House, because the Labour Party have been very quiet on this, does she back, for example, a 19% pay increase for nurses? And what costing has her party put forward for how much she would award in pay rises to those public sectors?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I can say is the Labour Party wouldn't have crashed the economy like the Conservatives did. We wouldn't have inflation at record levels that we have at the moment, and we wouldn't have the disputes we have at the moment, because we would negotiate with the trade unions and find a settlement. And what protections are in place to stop unscrupulous employers from targeting trade union members with work notices, Madam Deputy Speaker? Or is this legislation a licence for blacklisting? Absolutely. He's hiding behind warped misunderstandings of the International Labour Organisation statute book and misleading comparisons with Europe. The ILO says minimum service levels can only happen when the safety of individuals or their health is at stake. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Secretary of State explain how this relates to the list of the sectors in the bill? This bill also makes no provision for the compensatory measures that ILO requires alongside such regulations. And countries like France and Spain, Madam Deputy Speaker, may have minimum service levels, But they haven't averted strikes there. Exactly. Both lose far more days to strike action than the UK does. Exactly. This bill is a mess, Madam Deputy Speaker. It makes no sense. It's got more holes in it than the last Chancellor's budget. And yet we're being given next to no time to scrutinise it, Madam Deputy Speaker. This legislation hands far-reaching powers to the Secretary of State to not just impose minimum service levels, but also to decide what those levels would be. The legal commentator, Joshua Rosenberg, has called Clause 3 a supercharged Henry VIII clause. And where is the consultation the Secretary of State promised? Where is the impact assessment? The Regulatory Policy Committee says that they haven't even received it yet in a scornful statement today. So why is the government only given 5 hours debate on the floor of the House? Madam Deputy Speaker, let's look at what this bill is all about. A government that is out of ideas, out of time and fast running out of sticking plasters. A government that is playing politics with nurses' lives because they can't stomach negotiation. A government desperately doing all it can to distract from the economic emergency it has caused. We've had 13 years of failure and working people of this country can't take any more. What this whole sorry episode makes clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this country needs a Labour government. The party opposite have proven themselves incapable of cleaning up their own mess, and the disruption of the past few months simply wouldn't be happening under Labour. I'll happily give way.
Thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. It's quite difficult to listen to the Secretary of State say that workers who have devoted their lives to life-saving, whether they're fire workers, doctors and nurses, accuse them of putting others at risk. It's a very difficult listen. Does she agree with me that the arguments that it's too expensive, that it's too difficult? And today, Oxfam announced that £21 trillion, or dollars rather, went into the pockets of the 1% internationally during the global pandemic. Does she agree with me that there is enough money, it's just in the wrong pockets?
Well, the honourable member makes some very, very important valid points. And also we've seen over the last 12, 18 months, 2.5 years, the unravelling of the VIP fast-track lane for the people linked to the Conservative Party in a waste of billions of pounds of money that could have gone into investment in our public services. And the public have seen 13 years of Conservative failure. Most of the public who are watching this debate today can ask themselves one question. Do they feel better off after 13 years of the Conservatives? And the answer to that question is no, unless, of course, you may be in that 1% with a WhatsApp number of a government minister. But Madam Deputy Speaker, in regards to these disputes, Labour would have resolved these disputes a long time ago by getting back around the negotiating table in good faith and doing a deal.
On a Labour government, is she aware that in Wales the Labour government was given over £1 billion for PPE and test, track and trace and only spent £500 million? And if we'd had that level of savings instead of Tory crony donors putting their hand in the till, that would aggregate up to a saving of £11 billion against a total pay cost of the NHS of £56 billion. In other words, 20% of the annual pay for all nurses and all health workers. So doesn't she agree with me that if we had a Labour government, we'd have more money to provide decent wages for a health service?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. Not only would we have grown the economy, and we've got a plan to grow the economy unlike the Conservatives, but we wouldn't have wasted billions of pounds and we wouldn't have crashed the economy like the Conservatives did. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government isn't working and this bill is unworkable. The Sacking Nurses Bill is one of the most indefensible and foolish pieces of legislation to come before this House in modern times. It threatens teachers and nurses with a sack during a recruitment and retention crisis. It mounts an outright assault on the fundamental freedom of working people while doing nothing, absolutely nothing, to actually resolve the crisis at hand. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we on these benches will vote against this shoddy, unworkable bill. And I urge every member across this House who cares for fundamental British freedoms, who knows that the only way to resolve disputes is by negotiating in good faith, to join us in standing against it this evening.
Priti Patel.
To follow the Right Honourable Lady, because I think it was somewhat inevitable that this debate was going to become partisan as quickly as it had, and she has reinforced that. But I want to start by paying tribute to our hard-working, frontline public sector workers. And on Friday, Madam Deputy Speaker, I visited the East of England Ambulance Trust, who have not been on strike, and all credit to them, the operational control centres, the people that have been working hard, diligently, day in, day out, to manage, quite frankly, some many challenging cases. Now, this House and members will understand the particular interest that I have when it comes to operational frontline workers, particularly when it comes to the police, who cannot strike, but also fire and rescue, and also border force officers. It was just last year that I was able to use existing Home Office budgets to provide the police with a pay increase. And by the way, that was a 5% pay increase overall across the board, one of the largest settlements in the public sector, because I accepted the recommendations from the police remuneration pay body. And in fact, the Right Honourable Member for North West Hampshire is in the chamber right now as well, who oversaw that. That funding was vital because we do believe on this side of the House in our frontline public sector workers, and giving them the resources and the working conditions where they can do their jobs, but also within the affordability of the government's financial envelope, and that is incredibly important. But I will give way, yes.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. Is she aware that Secretary of State's own colleagues, the Transport and Education Secretaries, believe that this bill will not solve the strikes?
I think importantly, what I'd say to the Honourable Lady and to all members in this House, we have challenges right now. They're fundamental economic challenges, and they have to be met within the financial envelope of this government, and that is a statement of the obvious. But at the end of the day, the government does have a responsibility to ensure that certain levels of service, rightly so, are provided in key sectors and in our public services. The public expect that, and the government has a responsibility, I would argue, to oversee that and ensure that these levels of services help to protect and safeguard lives, keep our country safe, support the economy, ensure that the British public, the silent, hard-working majority, can go about living their lives in the way in which we all want to see. And I'm afraid the current wave of strikes and industrial action obviously is concerning the public, but is counterproductive, quite frankly, when it comes to delivering public services. We've seen the level of disruption that has taken place, and it cannot be right, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in the 21st century, our great country and our economy is put at risk by strike action in the way in which we are seeing that. We've seen it on borders. Border control is being weakened by strikes. Patients and those in need of essential medical care are facing disruption, and that is not right. All of us have constituents, and it's not about, one constituency against another, or one part of the country against the other. We've seen commuters that can't get to work, and that is wrong. We've seen businesses, and in Essex, SMEs, not glitzy corporations, but SMEs now suffering because of these strikes. And these are businesses that operate on tight margins, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is not right. Now, I know that many workers, I think we all know this, find the decisions to go out on strike very difficult. They struggle when it comes to the voting in the ballots and the options that are sometimes presented in front of them. But we also know that some in the trade union movement, and I think we have to recognise this, I think we've heard some of this already on the benches opposite, you know, disruption for them, they're happy to go along with that disruption. And that is not acceptable. Some get satisfaction out of this, and I'm afraid we've seen this historically in the past. We've seen members opposite go on picket lines and cheer and make political points. That is not right, because at the end of the day, it is the public that suffer. Indeed, since 2010, we've seen the hard left, we've seen militants take action, you know, coordinate strikes, and the public suffer, and that is not right. And let's not forget, it was this side of the House that in the 1980s stood up to militant unions, but importantly brought reforms forward. I haven't got time, I'm afraid. And it is reform that we should be speaking about that can actually lead to better public service delivery, changes to our laws. I can't give way because I don't have time, but importantly, I want to press the government, and this is important, to look at widening the list of sectors where minimum service standards are needed. I want to basically ask the government as well to ensure that they always look to keep legislation and measures open and under review so that we can continue to uphold standards to protect the public when it comes to them going about their daily lives.
SNP spokesman Alan Brun.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've said to the Honourable Member for Whittam that she spoke about this being a partisan debate. Of course it's a partisan debate, because you either believe in the right of workers to strike or you don't, so it's clearly a partisan debate. And she spoke about SMEs struggling because of strikes. Well, I can tell her SMEs in my constituency are more worried about their energy bills going through the roof and the lack of government support that's coming down the line from April onwards. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we know this is anti-strike legislation. And how do we know this? This is not my words. That's what the Under-Secretary for Scotland said at the dispatch box last week at Scottish Questions. He boasted that his government is bringing in anti-strike legislation, in a rare bout of honesty at the dispatch box. Now, the Base Secretary keeps going on about the minimum ambulance cover, but the reality is this is an attack on millions of public sector workers. Now, the explanatory notes for the bill tell us that this is a manifesto commitment from the Tories about tackling transport strikes. So while they might hide behind that manifesto commitment, that commitment was nothing to do about clamping down on the NHSs, about clamping down on teachers. So the claim is about safety. As I said earlier on, the word safety isn't used once in the bill or explanatory notes. The reality is this is an ideological war in unions that the Tories somehow think will curry them favour with the public. It's a misty eye looking back at Margaret Thatcher taking on the NUM, a battle she won, but a battle that resulted in the closures of mines, communities devastated and thousands of workers put in the dole. And we really want to get back to sacking workers and putting them in the dole, because that's what this is all about. And we know it's an ideological war because in this period of Tory governments, they've already given us the Trade Union Act in 2016, introducing voting thresholds, and then last year with the legislation that allows employers to hire agency staff to break strikes. So there's no doubt this government wants to end strikes, which effectively removes the ultimate backstop in collective bargaining. Now, this bill facilitates an attack on workers, but also for employers to potentially sue unions for damages. So no wonder it's opposed by the TUC, the STUC, Unison, BMA, RCM, RCN, amongst others, and I certainly support them in opposing this. Now, this legislation is nothing more than attacking democracy, and attacking the rights of workers to withdraw their labour, and a further attack in devolution. Neither the Scottish or the Welsh governments want this legislation, but yet again it's going to be imposed on the devolved nations. In Scotland, this is further proof that the Westminster straitjacket does us no good at all. We could have had employment and workers' rights devolved, but unfortunately Labour resisted these powers coming to Scotland. But now, even the STUC's called for devolution of employment rights to Scotland, so maybe Labour should consider that instead of listening to Gordon Brown's rehash of broken promises. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's worth noting that this bill does not impact Northern Ireland, because employment law is already devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. So yet again, the so-called most powerful devolved parliament in the world, the Scottish Parliament, has got less powers than the Northern Ireland Assembly, and this proves it. Now, this ideological attack comes from someone who, as Transport Secretary, the unions confirmed was absolutely non-existent in terms of dialogue and communications. Somebody who was blocking the DfT from agreeing deals, and now with that same person in post, leading the charge for anti-strike and anti-worker legislation. Now, given the Secretary's form, we know he's up for a fight. And it's a fight, though, that even if he wins this, he's destroying worker relationships for good. Hard-pressed workers struggling at times with the pressures they're under, particularly within the NHS. So who seriously thinks not negotiating and threatening workers with a sack for striking is going to help matters going forward? It's utterly insane. And as the rail unions have pointed out at the Transport Select Committee last week, deals have been agreed where DfT and the UK ministers are not involved. So clearly the union ask cannot be too unreasonable. When RMT and ASLEF have agreed deals with ScotRail and the Scottish Government, they've agreed deals in Wales and Merseyrail, for example, deals with governments and authorities who are hamstrung by Tory austerity imposed on them and still manage to agree deals. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Tories tell us they're the party of workers. Now that phrase fools no one, but they also tell us they're all about a high-wage, skilled economy. And yet, as we've heard, when workers ask for a wage rise, they're told no. They're told it's unaffordable. And worse, in the case of the rail unions, the Secretary of State quotes figures he thinks shows how well paid all rail staff are. Now, as actually it's really telling, the Secretary is effectively saying that train drivers are overpaid and how dare they ask for a wage rise. It's insulting beyond belief. So the Tories can forget saying they want a high-wage economy, but meanwhile they're quite happy for the rail companies to make dividends and pay dividends during the pandemic. They're quite happy for VTech to walk away from the LNR franchise owning billions of pounds, but yet they always go for attacking the workers. Now, in terms of rhetoric, it's the same that rhetoric around this legislation that the Secretary says mirrors what happens elsewhere in Europe. Soundbites for the Secretary of State are actually easily proven to be false.
Hear, hear.
And indeed, the European Public Sector Union General Secretary Jan Willem Gudrian argued that the comparisons by the UK Government of this bill with existing laws in other EU countries was misrepresenting the situation. And this is because all minimum service levels are agreed through negotiation in Europe. But also the European Trade Union Council General Secretary Esther Lynch said, the UK already has the most draconian restrictions on the right to strike in Europe. And the UK Government's plans would push it even further away from normal democratic practice across Europe. Now, Pablo Sanchez can tell us, a spokesperson for the European Federation of Public Service Unions, he was much more succinct. He said it's bollocks. So the Secretary of State should reflect on what the true position is of this proposed legislation against what's happening in Europe. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it would also seem that this legislation is in breach of Article 11 of the ECHR, especially with regard to proportionate action. Richard Arthur, Head of Trade Union Law at Thomson Solicitors, said that the bill raised very serious legal question marks and anticipates legal challenges under Article 11 of the European Convention of Human Rights and Convention 87 of the International Labour Organization. And he has also rightly pointed out that the Human Rights Memorandum that accompanied the Transport Strikes Bill set out reasons why minimum service levels were not justified in fire services, health settings and education, and yet this is now what the Government proposed. So by default, this Government's now going against their own previous human rights opinion. So what kind of madness is this going forward? And then when it comes to the international labour organisations, which the Secretary keeps liking to reference, then their idea of minimum service requirements are clearly intended to be based on endangerment of life, personal safety or health. But this wide-ranging legislation coming forward goes way beyond these parameters. And the ILO makes it clear there should be an independent arbitration body, but yet this bill is completely silent on an arbitration body, so why is that? It's clear that any minimum service is supposed to be just that, a bare minimum. We've got no idea what this government is going to raid through when it comes to statutory instruments. Statutory instruments that cannot be amended, and the last time there was a government defeat in a statutory instrument was in 1979. So we know all power rests with the government on this, and as Liberty observe, this bill itself does not create any form of minimal service. And Liberty also confirm that MPs debating this legislation at second reading will not know exactly what they're voting for. So all the Tory MPs in here that are going to take part in today's debate and then trot through the lobby are doing so blind to what the future legislation and regulations will look like in terms of minimum service. It's an affront to democracy. And Mr Deputy Speaker, any Tory MP that says they care about parliamentary sovereignty cannot possibly vote for this bill. Now, the bill is actually made worse by the Henry VIII power, which allows amendment and revocation even of future legislation not yet passed. And we can see how they're ramming this through Parliament with minimum security and a proposed programme motion of just 5 hours for committee stage. So it really is assault on democracy. And the fact that this bill comes into effect immediately once it's passed, and so work notices and action can be taken by employers for strikes that have already actually been voted through, then that shows just how ridiculous it is, and it's an assault on these workers. Now, the impact assessment for the Transport Strikes Bill observes that on a strike day in July 2022, 20% of rail services were still in operation. So right away that would suggest to me there was a minimum level of service operating. So what do the Tories really think is a minimum service, given that they seem to be saying 20% running is not a bare minimum? And there's actually huge ramifications here for rail workers overall in particular. Because if this government forces through a high threshold of minimum service, then strikes by signalmen and track operatives will effectively be banned, because a high minimum service is going to force all these guys to work to keep the tracks in operation and the trains running. So they're effectively blocking strike with the back door there anyway. And what will minimum service look like for teachers? Where does this come in, this whole talk about safety? And what happens to train companies that can't provide a minimum service at the moment, especially if union members decide not to work on their rest days and work to rule? Where's that going to leave this government in terms of minimum service level obligations? Now, the overview of the bill and explanatory notes does make it quite clear that the ability to sack workers is a key aspect of this bill. Now, this is the polar opposite of what was said when the Transport Strike Bill was listed in the Queen's Speech of December 2019, where it was stated that workers wouldn't be discriminated. So why they now threaten people with their livelihoods? And it's also clear, despite what the Secretary says, this legislation will allow employers to target those that they think is part of an awkward squad, allowing employers to decide who has to work and notify strike days. So that clearly infringes on workers' rights to withdraw labour. So instead of what previously we had illegal blacklisting by some companies, employers can now name workers who they want to break a strike and sack them if these workers stay true to their beliefs. So how can that be deemed acceptable? And the sacking aspect is the proof that this has nothing to do with minimum cover by ambulance staff, as the Secretary likes to remind us. And it also ignores the fact that there is an existing 1992 Act, Section 240, as my own friend keeps saying, which allows for preserving life and limb, which unions have their own practices to comply with that legislation. And of course, for fire services, the Secretary could utilise the Fire and Rescue Services Act 2004 if he felt the desire to do so. So it's crystal clear this legislation is not required. It's an attack on democracy and the right to strike. It will prolong industrial disputes, not resolve them, allows individual workers to be targeted in work notices, and it's actually politically stupid. You've got to wonder, why is the Tory government looking to antagonise something like 7 million workers across these sectors? And it's also an astonishing level of incompetence to bring in legislation that potentially allows them to sack essential workers in these vital sectors where there's already a shortage of skilled workers. And the public can see through a government who partied while clapping the nurses and now threatens them with the sack. So they need to follow the lead of the Scottish Government and get round the negotiating table. The resolution of the ScotRail dispute has been commended by both RMT and ASLEF. There are no strikes planned in the health service in Scotland, and the health pay deal being implemented by the Scottish Government is one that the UK Government should replicate as a starting point when they get round the negotiating table. But it's outrageous, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Scottish Government have been negotiating in good faith with the unions and now going to have this legislation foisted upon them. Legislation that we don't even know if Westminster will use to force work notice through in Scotland against the wishes of the Scottish Government. Legislation that could ruin otherwise good working relationships in Scotland. Employment law should be devolved to Scotland, but that in itself would now just be a sticking plaster. It's perfectly obvious that what Scotland now needs is the full powers of a normal, independent country.
Will Select Committee Chairman Ian Stewart.
Sir Roger, it's a pleasure to make a contribution to this debate as Chair of the Transport Select Committee, and I will be focusing my comments on that particular sector. Let me say at the outset, I do support the objective behind the bill. It doesn't strike me as unreasonable to seek a mechanism where the right of a worker to strike, which I have no quibble with, is balanced against the equally important right of an individual to go about their daily life, to travel to work, for healthcare, for education, to visit loved ones, and millions of other reasons why people will travel about. It is appropriate to find that mechanism where those two rights can be reconciled. But I do have a number of practical issues that I'd like to put on the floor of the House. I do understand that this is a framework legislation, and the detail of how this will operate in the transport sector will follow. I was heartened to hear that the consultation on the rail side of transport will be in place before the bill completes its parliamentary passage. But I'd just like to put out on the floor of the House some of the issues I think that will have to be clarified and resolved before this bill can properly take effect. It's already been alluded to that if you look at rail, for example, yes, you can have parts of the system that will operate at a minimum level. You could run one train an hour, London to Manchester, instead of 3. There's a number of ways you could have that reduction in service. But there are parts of the system that are binary. A signal box is either open or closed. In aviation, you either have an air traffic control centre that is open or closed. So I think we need to have clarity as to where the minimum level of service will apply. A related point is, does it mean on railway or aviation or buses, is it every line and service that will have a minimum service, or is it a percentage of overall capacity? There is a trade-off to be made. If there is another line that operates nearby, does that mean that both lines have to operate a minimum service, or one would have a more regular one? These are the trade-offs that will have to be made. And in the current dispute on the railways, at the moment, Network Rail and the train operating companies have a degree of flexibility in making these decisions as to which lines, which stations will be open. Will it now be specified in the regulations as to what they will have to cover, or will that still be left to some discretion in the industry? If the honourable gentleman forgives me, I've only got a minute left and there's lots of people want to come in. And my last point is what is going to be covered by the definition of transport services. There are the traditional ones that we'll all assume that are covered, trains, buses, flights, ferries and the like. But what about some of the other transport modes like cycle hire or taxi services? What's encompassed by that definition? I hope I'll be asking my committee when we meet later this week if we can usefully contribute to this consultation. But I thought it would be helpful in this part of the debate to set out some of the questions I think will have to be addressed as this bill goes through. But it is the objective of the bill is absolutely right. We have to balance the right to strike against the right of people to go about their way of life.
Darren Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I declare my interest as a member of Unite the Union? Can I first start by correcting the public record? As always, I'm grateful to ministers for taking the time to speak with me directly about bills in my capacity as Chair of the Business Select Committee. Unfortunately, the Minister for Thirsk and Moulton did reference our discussion during a debate in Westminster Hall on Thursday without giving me advance notice, where he said, and I quote, that I was very supportive of a minimum service level. Let me just be very clear to the House, to the Minister and to my constituents, I am against this bill and I'll be voting against it this evening. What I said to the Minister was that I, and I'm sure many people, think it reasonable that there be a minimum level of service from our emergency services during a period of strike action. And I encouraged him to do this via discussion with relevant services and the trade unions, not by threatening them with the prospect of an effective statutory ban on their right to strike. When I asked the Minister whether he had sought to achieve this before introducing legislation, he was unable to fully answer my question. And as we've already heard this evening, the rationale therefore for the bill is in question. The government says that the legislation is not effective and not in place and that voluntary agreements cannot be sought. But that is not correct. Indeed, even the government, in signing off the Transport Strikes Minimum Services Level Bill, in order of its compliance with the European Convention on Human Rights, said, in the case of other key public services, important factors exist to mitigate the impact of industrial action. So what has changed? We've already heard that Section 240 of the Trade Union and Labour Legislation Act of 1992 makes it a criminal offence and a breach of your contract of employment if by striking you put someone's life in danger or at risk of serious injury. That is why we have statutory guidance in place across public services. It's why trade unions put life and limb service provision in place when they organise the strikes with management. And on voluntary agreements, just in December last month and in January this month, there have been voluntary agreements put in place. Unison and GMP have told me they limited strike action to 6 or 12 hours instead of 24 hours. There were procedures for bringing back workers from the picket line if they were needed on the ward. And they were monitoring call volumes in real time to ensure that patients were being kept safe. As far as I'm aware, both when I spoke to nurses striking at Southmead Hospital in my own constituency and later with senior management, there were no problems with these voluntary service arrangements. So the law is in place, the voluntary agreements are in place, there is no rationale for this bill. We can therefore only conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it is a negotiating tactic, a threat by the government. Lastly, might I say that my committee was disappointed about the lack of time being given to scrutinise this bill. Once again, ministers have introduced primary legislation with wide-ranging discretionary powers for ministers and without publishing the details of vitally important secondary legislation in a timely manner. This is unacceptable and it is poor practice on behalf of ministers in bringing legislation to this House. And as the Regulatory Policy Committee confirmed to me today, the government is obliged to publish an impact assessment about its legislation so that the Regulatory Policy Committee can inform this House of the impact of the proposed legislation put forward by ministers. Ministers have not done that. They have not given the Regulatory Policy Committee the time to review the government's own impact assessment and then to inform this House about the consequences of its legislation. So not only do we have a bill that has no rationale based in the evidence on the need for legislation, on the lack of voluntary agreements, we have a government rushing through legislation without following due process, without drafting the legislation to the standard this House requires. It is clearly a rushed threat, it is unacceptable, and it's a disregard to this House and the job that we have to do as parliamentarians to make sure that law is passed effectively. So in summing up, can the Minister today confirm that the statutory instruments will be published before the bill finishes its passage in this House, that it will publish the impact assessment, and the Minister may, if I suggest politely, once have another go at trying to explain to the House why this bill is even necessary in the first place.
Second Barty.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm standing to speak in favour of this legislation and I commend the government in taking this difficult but necessary step. And today I really want to talk about duty and how we on this side of the House, through this legislation, are fulfilling our duty to protect our constituents and how the party opposite, in hock to their trade union masters, are failing in theirs. Nurses, teachers, firefighters and all the other professions covered in this legislation are real true heroes of our society. They carry out a great service to our communities, and that's why we must continue to focus on growing our economy so that we're able to meet the wage demands of our public sector workers. But we must also maintain the independence of pay review bodies, and precisely so that we can take politics out of public sector pay. This conversation should be around fairness, and it should be around balancing the right to strike and the public's right to being kept safe. And of course, I understand the value of a trade union. I understand that workers may want to organise to protect pay and working conditions. But what we're seeing at the moment is hard-left leaders of militant trade unions taking advantage of economic difficulty to instigate what is in effect a rolling general strike. And when those actions put lives at risk, then we on this side of the House know that we must do everything we can to take action. Having a minimum service level doesn't need to be controversial. At the very least, if the trade unions offer a safe level of service, then there is no need to have a minimum service level. We saw that with the Royal College of Nurses, who had a safe level of service, and this just goes to show how selfless and professional they were while they were exercising their democratic rights. And I'm grateful to them for protecting the public. And I certainly hope in the next independent pay review we receive a positive result, so we avoid future strike action. But the concept of minimum service levels is protected in the EHRC Article 11, and it's also endorsed by the International Labour Organization. As we've already heard, it's no difference to what we see in Italy, in France and in Spain. And in light of this, I do find the position of the parties opposite quite astonishing, because we all have a primary duty, which is to protect our constituents and to protect our communities. And by opposing this legislation, the Labour Party, in my view, is failing in that duty. Because, quite frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, the party opposite has supported these strikes, whether implicitly or explicitly. At best, they have failed to take an appropriate stand against the trade unions, and at worst, they're egging them on and relishing in the disruption and the division that is being caused. And is this what the modern Labour Party stands for? Closing down our schools, bringing our country to a standstill and threatening livelihoods? I know it's a new year, Mr Speaker, but it's the same old Labour Party. So what we see in this legislation on this side of the House is that we will not compromise on our fundamental duty. We will do all we can to protect our constituents, our communities and our society, and that's why I endorse this legislation.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I direct the House to my register of interests as a proud trade union member. This government is on a mission to take power from the people, from restrictions on the right to protest, restrictions on democracy with voter ID, removing huge chunks of human rights with their retained EU law bill that scraps over 4,000 pieces of legislation, many of which cover the basic rights of people in this country, to this disgraceful attempt to criminalise workers taking legitimate industrial action. Each of these power grabs commit political violence on our communities. This attempt to deny workers what is universally regarded as a fundamental human right, as with most of this government's policies, seeks to divide communities, to pit worker against worker, forcing some of them to walk past their colleagues, to cross picket lines, although I know all of you will know that I will never ever have or will cross a picket line. This government is turning back the clock on workers' rights, but it's the rights of the vast majority of this country. And as always, ministers are only concerned about making money for their cronies and big business. My constituents have been in touch with me over the last few days to express how angry and disappointed they are at the government's handling of these disputes. And whilst I've got time, I would rather say what my constituents want to say rather than members opposite. My constituent, Robert Best from Bolden, emailed me yesterday to say the government should be finding ways to help striking workers rather than remove their right to strike. Right now, refusing to negotiate with workers is the last thing that our country needs. And Robert is, of course, completely correct. The government should be negotiating, not legislating. Workers need a pay rise, not a P45. Last week, in a question to the Secretary of State, I referenced the struggles of the Tolpuddle martyrs and the 7 men of Jarrow, people who were criminalised 200 years ago for fighting for basic health and safety and pay. And the response I got was to stop raving on. Well, I won't stop raving on. I won't stop supporting workers and the people in my community. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to her giving way. Would she point out within the legislation where there are any criminal sanctions attached to this legislation? As far as I can see, there are absolutely none. I think it's very important we don't scaremonger in that type of way.
I think if we attack the trade unions, of which, of course, the trade unions are made up of members who, of course, are workers, then we are attacking the workers. I think this response, and maybe the one I just got, with this proposed legislation shows the contempt to which this government holds working people. Yes. The government doesn't care about working people, it doesn't care about our communities who are struggling to survive in the face of unaffordable food and energy bills, and who are struggling to deal with the cost of living crisis and 13 years of cuts from the party opposite. We already have the most restrictive workers' rights in Western Europe, and it's an affront on democracy that this government is trying to restrict them further. Of course, this government knows this legislation is not workable. Yeah. It will be held up in the other place if it gets that far and in the courts, and it only cares about attention-grabbing headlines, about moving the Overton window so the people of this country will accept more and more restrictions on their rights. Minimum service levels already exist. Exactly. Our NHS teams ensure that priority calls are dealt with. Teachers ensure that special educational needs children are catered for. Yep. What we need is for this government to provide a minimum service level every day. Yes. We hear on a daily basis of workers struggling to cope with current staffing levels. This government should be looking at ways to address the NHS staffing crisis, not making it worse. And this government needs to accept the reason that so many sectors are saying enough is enough and taking industrial action, including the announcement today of the teaching unions taking action, and I send my solidarity to them, is because of the government's failures. The firefighters, NHS staff, transport, education staff that this bill targets are the very people who saw us through the pandemic. If this legislation was passed, no doubt the Minister and the government will eventually seek to apply it to workers across more sectors. Yeah. So instead of inflaming the situation, the government should start dealing with the causes of increased strike action, low wages, people in fuel and food poverty, and cuts to public services. Yes. This bill is a part of the government's plan to restrict all of our rights, to demonise and criminalise those who are just trying to survive. And as I said at the start, it's an act of political violence. The government should do the right thing for the country and withdraw.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've had so much disruption to our critical services in recent years, and I pay tribute to all those working in those sectors. Now, I support minimum service levels for our critical services. Who could oppose them? Well, the Labour Party do. They oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights. But doesn't this ignore the rights of all those who rely on these key services for their health, their education, and their livelihoods? We've seen the sad impact on pupils of disruptions to education, the extra burdens it places on families and schools, and the anxiety this causes parents and students. The Children's Commissioner this weekend highlighted it's the most disadvantaged that face the greatest impact if education is disrupted. Now, I support the right of children to a great education, but the Labour Party, now they oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights, but this ignores the rights of working families and students if schools close. Minimum service levels should also apply to our ambulance service. We all know the challenges our NHS is facing, yet at a time we need to focus on addressing these, Labour oppose minimum service levels for our ambulance and fire services. Does anyone really believe it should be up to intransigent unions to decide whether or not help arrives? Emergency services should not be a bargaining chip in employment disputes. Our country cannot be held to ransom by intransigent unions. I believe the NHS should be there when we need it. But the Labour Party, they oppose minimum service levels. They say they're protecting workers' rights. But what about the right to care in an emergency? Now, the rail strikes, yet another example. I've been contacted by constituents whose children are unable to get to school, commuters unable to get to work, patients unable to see loved ones in hospital or go to appointments. I support everyone's right to travel, but the Labour Party oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights. What about the rights of the self-employed? Are they not workers? What about the rights of small businesses? Employees, are they not workers? What about the rights of drivers? Are they not workers? Or cleaners, or administrators, or carers, or any worker in a sector not supported by unions. I was elected to this House to represent all my constituents, and that means protecting health services, education and livelihoods. In light of union intransigence to negotiate and modernise, minimum service levels are now needed. So I wholeheartedly support this bill. I'm genuinely appalled that Labour Party oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights. I think we all know who they're really protecting.
Thank you, Madam. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I start by declaring an interest? I'm a proud member of both Unite the Union and GMB. And prior to being elected to this place, I worked for Unite the Union for over a decade. And I know firsthand the amazing work that trade unions do in representing their members in the workplace. And contrary to what some members on the benches opposite may have us believe, trade unions want their workplaces to thrive. They know a productive workplace needs a happy, motivated workforce. They know when companies make large profits, they can ask for decent pay rises for their members. And they also know when workplaces struggle, they will work with the employer to ensure it survives. And we all know how public sector workers kept our country moving during the pandemic. They worked night and day to keep us safe. But how does this government seek to repay them? Firstly, with a derisory pay offer. Then, because the unions have voted to strike rather than roll over and accept the derisory pay offer, the Prime Minister has resorted to launching a fundamental attack on workers' freedoms. This bill is unworkable and unpractical. And the fact is, minimum service levels don't stop strikes in Europe. Between 2010 and 2020, France lost almost 6 times as many days to strikes as the UK, and Spain lost more than twice as many. And ironically, we already have minimum service levels in place in the UK. These are negotiated between the unions and the employers. And I remember when I joined a picket line with striking firemen and women, and they told me how they'd agreed with their employer that if there was any fire or any other emergency, they would jump into the fire engines and be straight there. None of them wanted to see anyone lose their lives because of their action, which was their last resort. They ensured there was a mutual voluntary agreement, not through legislation, but through negotiation. Something we all know happens right the way through the public sector. Now, most worrying, this bill does not give any indication of what will constitute a minimum level of service, meaning that the Secretary of the State will be able to change this at their discretion. It seems to me that having stretched public services and the workforce to breaking point, the government's solution is to create conditions in which workers can be forced into work and are unable to withhold their labour no matter what the employer does. Is that really the kind of Britain that we want to be part of? No. One in which workers' freedoms are being restricted to the extent that they could potentially be sacked for standing up for their rights.
Can I ask the Honourable Lady, what would the Honourable Lady say to those members of the RMT who actually decided to come back to work before Christmas because they didn't agree with what the union was doing?
Democracy, is that right?
That's democracy. And trade unions are subject to the most vigorous legislation when they're balloting. And trade union money is the cleanest money in politics.
It's my line, I'm going to use that.
Public sector workers are proud of the role they play in society, saving and protecting lives, but they need to be valued and their voices matter. When our NHS workers say they are worried about public health and their NHS, we need to listen, not curtail the right for their voices to be heard. The government could and should have negotiated with the trade unions to get a decent settlement. They need to listen closely to the concerns that workers across the country have been raising. I thoroughly believe when we work together, we achieve better outcomes. Trade union rights are human rights. I defend their right to strike, and I will be voting against this bill.
Laura Farris.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to accept the invitation of the Shadow Deputy Prime Minister, who encouraged us to be respectful in this debate, and I wish to do so. We've heard a lot from the Labour Party this evening. We've heard about how it's an act of political violence, how it's an attack on the fundamental freedom of working people. But what we haven't heard is an answer to the fundamental question which this legislation poses. Do the British people have a right set out in statute to a guaranteed basic safety and security guarantee during periods of strike? Let's start with the law. The right to strike is embedded in international law, most notably Article 11 of the European Convention of European Rights. But as the opposition knows very well, I will, yes.
She asked whether any of us in the opposition cared about fundamental safety levels, and yes, we do. And she asked whether we would support legislation. Legislation already exists. And on the Article 11 point, she knows as well as I do that the measures have to be necessary. The government's own memo with the last legislation said they weren't necessary in relation to the health service, education and fire and rescue.
If I could thank the Honourable Lady for her point and assist her, because I was coming on to that. The Article 11 right may be restricted for two reasons, so long as the restriction is both necessary, yes, and also proportionate. The International Labour Organisation, of which the United Kingdom is a founding member, recognises that maintaining a minimum level of service provision can be both when it comes to essential services. Their Committee on Freedom of Association has expressly set out the two circumstances in which it may be appropriate, either where strike action would pose a risk to life, safety or health, or where the service is not essential in the strict sense of the word, but where repeated strikes would bring a very important sector to a standstill. We already know, yes, I will give way, yes.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. It also says other things, doesn't it?
Yes.
In that the minimum service level has to be agreed by an independent arbiter if there's a dispute, which is not in the bill, and that there would not be a dismissal, which is in this bill.
I'm grateful for both members of the SNP for their interventions. I am actually coming on to these points, so I'll make a tiny bit of progress if I may. To the Honourable Lady and her point, we already know that transport and education meet the ILO's test, because the ILO told the ILO told the United Kingdom that in its response to the TUC's challenge that was submitted in 2015 to the 2016 Trade Union Act. The ILO Committee of Experts, in its response, you can look up, it's on their website, said, and I quote, "In this regard, in other words, in relation to transport and education, recourse should be had to negotiated minimum standards for these sectors as appropriate." We also know that many comparable countries take a much tougher line than the one the government's proposing to do. In the United States, to give you one example, 38 out of 50 states completely ban public sector strikes altogether. I will give way.
To the Honourable Lady, and she's actually presenting a reasoned case. But she knows that, and she's just used the word, that it should be negotiated.
Yep,
what we have in this bill is by fiat of the Secretary of State.
Thank you, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his point. I am coming to all of these, so if he'll give me a moment to continue. The United States, I gave the example, 32 out of 50 states have an outright ban on public sector strikes. That includes New York. Other states like Canada, Australia, Italy and Spain all have embedded in statute minimum service levels that apply to important public services that are often drawn much more widely than the government's proposing. They include things like waste collection, postal services, broadcast services, the administration of justice, water distribution and energy supply. And I pick these out, Mr Deputy Speaker, not just because they're random examples, but because every single one of these states is a member of the International Labour Organization. They are bound by exactly the same rules as us, and they are among our closest comparators around the world. And even more importantly, the International Labour Organization has adjudicated all their statutory minimum service levels and commented as follows, and I'm quoting from a 2019 publication from the International Labour Office in Geneva, where they said, and I quote, "These examples illustrate the wide diversity of approach that ILO members have adopted to address the challenges by industrial disputes when they occur in essential services. These minimum service levels, supported by the ILO supervisory organs, exist to manage the balancing act between these necessary restrictions and the individual workers' fundamental labour rights." And I haven't heard a single member of Parliament tonight explain to me why the ILO is wrong, why the government is striking the wrong balance when it has a mandate to do so. And to be clear, I don't think this... I will give way, yes, thank you.
For giving way on that point. I think the disingenuousness here is actually when you do these comparators with other nations which are under ILO regulations, it quite clearly says under ILO regulations that actually the context is completely different. So, for example, the ILO does impose restraints on the circumstances in which such powers can be used. And that, I'd like to say, Deputy Speaker, is the antithesis of what this government's blank cheque approach is.
Well, with respect to the honourable gentleman, I would take the opposite position. Take the United States, which has an outright ban in 38 states on public service strikes. Take President Biden's most recent intervention in union rights. In December, he signed legislation that imposed an outright ban on a national railroad strike. The United States is a founder member, like us, of the International Labour Organization. They go much further, and yet the ILO have found their ban to be lawful. And I do think that the opposition are going to have to say why all these comparable states who go much further than us are somehow acting lawfully, and yet we are not.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's also a lot of time spent in courts arguing some of the minimum service agreements in some countries. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like the House to make reference to my declaration of interest. I am a proud trade unionist. I worked for the GMB for over a decade, representing members in this Parliament. I also am a member of Unite, and after this debate, I might join a few more trade unions. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State took great joy in kind of reading out how much members received from trade unions, which is, as my member for Lewisham said, the cleanest money in politics. I wonder if the Secretary of State, when he returns to his seat, will let the House know how much Michael Green and Corinne Stockhealth and Sebastian Fox has received in payments. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to, with my short time I have left, just talk about the bill. This bill is dishonest, and it is an insult to trade unions, who are the aspirational vehicle of the working class, and it's also an insult to Parliament and parliamentary procedures. Most of the detail is missing in this bill, and the government said they will add it later. That is not how we're supposed to do politics or legislation. It contains a wide perspective, Henry VIII powers, and as we saw during the pandemic, you give the government these kind of powers and they abuse it. And to think that they've put that in legislation, it allows the government to amend and revoke any future legislation that's passed during this session. That means, what's the point of Parliament? You know, no matter what we say, what we pass, the government can turn around and say, oh, we want to change it, we want to revoke it. That is against what we have been, every single member of Parliament in this House has been elected to do. The ministers are trying to have, what this is about, is the ministers trying to have power over Parliament. That's all it's about. And to encourage employers to have power over workers. When I was a trade union official, on the wall of the offices, it said, To make rich people work harder, you pay them more. To make poor people work harder, they try to pay them less. Safety does not appear anywhere in this bill. And the House of Lords in the other place debated a bill of democracy denied. And what it said in that bill is that we have to rebalance the power between Parliament and the executive. Government is asking Parliament to vote on a bill that doesn't really exist because it has no detail. If the government's really serious about having minimum service levels, and if they're really serious about negotiation, which nobody seems to be able to do in this government, what they should agree to is compulsory, arbitrary mediation. So to resolve disputes. If they're really serious about resolving disputes, they should say, right, okay, we'll have arbitrary mediation so that we can find a way to resolve disputes. But the government's not interested in that. What the government's interested in is trying to paint trade unions, as I say, as the aspirational vehicle of working class in a certain light and paint themselves in another. But can I just tell ministers and the government, the public are not stupid. They see what you're doing, trying to take away their rights at every single level, the right to protest, the right to vote. We see what you're doing, and we will stand up and stop you at every opportunity.
Chris Leonard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak into this debate. And can I just start off, Mr Deputy Speaker, by declaring that I am not a member of GMB, I am not a member of the Unite Union, and I'm not a member of Unison either. And I'm sorry to honourable members opposite if I've missed out one or other of them. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, my remarks in this debate this evening are in respect of the transport industry, having worked for the railways for 20 years before I was elected, and indeed having been a member of 2 trade unions previously as well. I warmly welcome this bill. It's an important piece of legislation. Those of us who are and have been sensible and constructive members of trade unions know that we can still take strike action without closing down the whole network or shutting down an entire operation. This whole debate is about balancing the right to strike with the right of our citizens to have access to key services when they need them, the right of citizens to get to work, the right of citizens of children to get to school, the right of small business owners to still continue their business. Indeed, union members who feel pressured to strike, union members who believe that 8 days strike in quick succession is too much, those union members who believe that having 6 days to respond to a ballot referendum instead of the standard 14, those hard-working union members also want this tempered, and they want their needs and their rights recognised as well, rather than the ideological ones of trade unions. Because they're fed up. I hear the moans from honourable members opposite, but union members are fed up of being used as political pawns. That is why we are seeing across the railway today that the strikes are breaking, because individual members, individual areas are saying, no, enough is enough of being used as political pawns. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give way to my honourable friends till I've got to crack on. These strikes are not a new or recent development. Constant strikes for more than 6 months for some groups and some locations actually have been going on for years. We are seeing a rampant appetite for industrial action. And we know it's the case. We know it's the case because members of the RMT have been striking against themselves in the last 12 months. And in Transport Committee last week, it became clear that the head of the Train Drivers Union is not just a Labour Party member, he has got a top seat on the Labour Party's executive ruling body. We know there is a close relationship with the Labour Party and the trade unions, a relationship worth hundreds of thousands of pounds to individual MPs in the opposition. Now, the honourable gentleman, the member for Ilford, I think, wanted to intervene. I'm happy to give way to him.
I do thank the honourable member for giving way and being honest about his trade union membership. I would wonder what the hundreds of thousands of teachers who just voted to go on strike against this abominable government think about being called political pawns when they're striking to look after our children.
Well, I should just remind my friend and the honourable gentleman that I've said my remarks are about those in the transport industry who are in touch with me and who represent them. I should just say that there are no teachers in my constituency who have actually got in touch with me to tell me such, and I think it's worth the opposition paying note to that. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to begin to bring my remarks to a close because, as I've just said, the relationship between unions and individual members of the opposition, worth hundreds of thousands of pounds, the unions are showering the opposition with hundreds, millions of pounds, like confetti coming from the sky. It's absolutely outrageous. The privilege of being able to refer to the register of members' interests when they speak in this House is what it takes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, it's all there. I can assure the honourable lady there's no influence from trade unions in my members' interests. But the irony is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we know members of the shadow front bench have accepted the TUC's invitation to go to Spain to talk about all these things with Spanish unions and to come back to work out how disruption can be caused in this country. There is so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be exposed, and I'm afraid I haven't got any more time to do it, as I'd be happy to do some more.
Owen Thompson.
It looks like it's been quite the week for the use of draconian and anti-democratic powers from this government. The restrictive anti-trade union legislation they pushed through in 2016 clearly wasn't enough for them, so now we see an unprecedented attack that would undermine the most basic of workers' rights, the right to withdraw labour. The right to strike is essential for fairness in negotiations with employers and to protect workers from having appalling pay and conditions imposed upon them. It's what differentiates modern Europe from the medieval serfdoms of the past. Turning their backs on fundamental tenets of democracy really is something that this government is getting far too used to doing. The more they get a taste for it, the further they want to go. We saw them illegally prorogue Parliament and push through in Brexit. Now we see plans for a bonfire of thousands of EU regulations which protect our rights. We saw the attack on devolution through the Internal Markets Act, and now we see them block a democratic decision, rightly taken in Holyrood, cranking up disrespect yet another notch. We see their anti-protest laws becoming even more authoritarian, with plans for the police to arrest campaigners before they even have a chance to commit a crime. Now we have their anti-trade union agenda being taken to the next level, with these blunt powers being brought forward to stop strikes. The sweeping Henry VIII powers in this bill, enabling ministers to amend, repeal or revoke primary legislation not yet passed, should chill the heart of any Democrat. It is ironic that for a government so keen to turn its back on Europe, that they do lean so heavily on its excuse, but that's what other countries do. It's also deeply disingenuous. And as Unison have rightly pointed out, other countries being cherry-picked by the government, like Italy or France, come to voluntary agreements through collaborative processes and have far less restrictive measures in place than we're currently seeing in the UK. They do not have unspecified minimum service levels imposed on them by an executive, as this bill would enable this government to do. Strikes are not the cause of the problems we face here. They're a symptom of a deep-rooted damage that has been done to our public service by this government. The fact that nobody downs tools without a very good cause, especially during a cost of living crisis. Whatever motivation workers might have, they're under attack on all fronts from this government, and I commend the unions for taking action to protect their members. If the government continues to be determined to go down this destructive path, further damaging industrial relations, they must devolve employment law now, so that the Scottish Government has the powers it needs to protect rights of the people of Scotland from the damage of this government. Workers are not just striking for themselves. They're striking for the very future of public services which they witness being run into the ground. They're protecting the cohesion of our communities, the standards of living we should all be able to enjoy, and the rights of all workers. I stand in solidarity with them, and I will always fight to protect the right to strike from irresponsible attacks such as this. This bill should be refused any further consideration, and I urge every member here tonight to stand against it and vote it down.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I first start by welcoming you to your place? And secondly, can I place on record my thanks to all public sector workers for the excellent work they have done, not just during the pandemic, but for many, many years prior to that. As we all know, the country is facing a difficult economic hardship. Yes, partly because of the war in Ukraine. Yes, partly because of our active response in the fight against the pandemic. But I wanted to say that actually we need to be conscious that we are here to support workers, and not all workers are part of unions. It's fair and reasonable, and I will always come back to this theme of fair and reasonable, to suggest that actually some of this legislation, and I will be supporting this piece of legislation, some of this legislation is making sure there's a correct balance between those in the unions that wish to strike, but also the majority of my electorate who continue to either run their own small companies or work in smaller industries that rely on public services like the railway network. As many of you have known, and I've said in this place before, while I represent quite a lovely constituency, we are very much north and south on public transport, and when there are rail strikes, it is with extreme difficulty that my constituents can get around. While that may not necessarily hurt those that have the ability to access a car or in extremis pay for a little cab, for those that we should be supporting the most, they are the ones that are most affected by this, the ones that aren't able to use the bus to send their kids off to school or get to their GP surgery for a doctor's appointment. I know that there was reference made to the Eastern Region Ambulance Service. I know they've had a really tough time over many, many years. Can I just place on my record my thanks that they were not one of those bodies that had a strike over the recent weeks. I know that unfortunately I've had to use their services over the last few weeks and months, and they are literally saving lives doing the excellent work they do in very difficult circumstances. One of the things that I wanted to make the public aware of, though, that post-pandemic we have adapted the way we work. And while, yes, we are very much supportive of things like rail workers, the general population will adapt. I'm a firm believer that we should be encouraging people to get back to work, whether that's commuting into London like a lot of my constituents. But if it does prove too difficult, they'll just turn around and say, actually, we've already adapted post-pandemic to working from home. What that will mean is that actually we will hollow out the urban areas of our country, like central London, where instead of a vibrant high street like we had in Victoria Street, you'll very quickly have high street retailers closing up shop like the Pret-a-Manger's of the world because they don't have the footfall to support. I know that reference has been made to international comparisons. I, for one, I think we've got the balance right with our support for workers, but also counter that for wealth creators. As someone that comes from an SME background, I knew that I was fully reliant on one or two or three workers, in my case a furniture retail shop, to make sure that the business could run, and I couldn't do that without them. But they weren't part of a union, but 80% of our economy is reliant on SMEs. So while the unions are excellent in the work they do for large public sector bodies, there are other workers out there that aren't members of the union. Can I just finally mention the fact that my great friend and gallant friend, the Member of Parliament for Bracknell mentioned, which is about our armed forces and the police have not been able to strike for close to over 100 years now. That system has worked, so I'm not necessarily worried about this particular piece of legislation. Thank you.
Well done. Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to my register of interest and declare that I am proudly a trade union member, as no surprise to anybody. I'll save the Secretary of State, who's no longer in his place, the time and say that the donation 3 years ago is actually my final month's salary from GMB. And I'd rather clean donations from trade unions any given day over anything that party opposite receives in non-DOMs. The attacks on the rights and freedoms of our constituents are only becoming more apparent. Lutonians have written to me concerned about the plans to restrict their right to strike, not just for themselves, but for the services that they rely on. We are all desperate for our public services to be stronger, faster, more effective and cost efficient. But it is not the fault of the selfless and hard-working key workers in our health, rail and teaching sectors that public services are in the skeletal state that they are, or that nurses are having to use food banks. It is the fault of 13 years of Tory government. Now, like many others in this chamber, the prosperity of public services and their workforce is personal to me. I was a care worker, I worked in the fire brigade, and I was a HCA doing shifts on hospitals. I've also been a trade union member for nearly 20 years, and have been a trade union officer, working on pro-manufacturing campaigns, bereavement leave for foster carers, stopping the abuse of agency workers, training airport staff and ensuring survivors of domestic abuse are safe at work. I say this not because it's particularly extraordinary, but because this is all in a day's work for trade unionists, and those opposite should bear that in mind while they denigrate the work of trade unions. But this is not just political, it is also personal. My partner works in education, my father was a firefighter and my mother was a nurse. They took great pride in their work and so they should. When we face crises personally or nationally, it is these workers we rely on to keep us safe, heal us, protect our homes and our loved ones. Why then is this government determined to punish those workers with real-term pay cuts, job losses, worse terms and uncertain futures, yet still reward bankers with unlimited bonuses? Not only are British public service workers seeing their pay declining or their jobs cut, they're now told they cannot speak up about it. The message to public sector heroes from this bill is put up and shut up. Unfortunately for this government, that is not the spirit of this country or the party of these benches. Our constituents know the value of their work. They know the dignity they deserve. And when it comes to civil liberties, the party opposite talk a good game about freedom of speech. But when it comes to the basic rights to strike and to protest, this, one of the most extreme Tory governments, is on the wrong side every time. They fight for the rights of Holocaust deniers, climate change sceptics and out-and-out misogynists to say whatever they like online in an effort to appear anti-woke and pro-freedom of speech. Yet when it's the freedoms of nurses, teachers, doctors, paramedics, firefighters, support staff, healthcare assistants, the Conservatives are not on their side. They don't want them to have the same freedoms as everyone else. Ordinary working people, like the ones ministers are trying to gag now, fought for our rights. Rights for maternity leave, bank holidays, to be safe at work, equal pay, and to remove their labour, to have their voices heard when those in power aren't listening. And so the Tories show time and time again that they're on the wrong side, and all they have to do is listen and negotiate. They are the reason people need strong trade unions and a Labour government, because the Tories will never be on the side of working people. Yeah. I will always be on the side of working people, and I will vote against this bill today.
Yeah. Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a debate about the balance of rights. Balancing the right to strike of our constituents who work in essential public services with the rights of our other constituents. Their right to get to work, to school, to have their operation, and even in the case of blue light services, their right to life. Because that is what we are talking about here. This bill isn't about views on the rights and wrongs of the current strikes. It is certainly not an attack on public sector workers. The suggestions otherwise from the party opposite are both disgusting and an attempt to stifle genuine debate. Now, I deeply value the work of nurses, teachers, firefighters, ambulance drivers and rail staff across Rushcliffe and across the country. And of course, they should have the right to withdraw their labour. This bill is about how they can do so safely. Now, the Labour Party would have us believe this is some outrageous attack on workers' rights. Political violence, said the Honourable Member for Jarrow, one that no civilised country could possibly contemplate. No civilised country other than Spain, Italy, Germany, France, or indeed the United States, Australia and Canada, who in some areas have an outright ban on strikes and blue light services. Normally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the parties opposite idolise Europe's approach to employment rights. But on this particular issue of minimum services, they are keeping very quiet. Why, Madam Deputy Speaker, or Mr Deputy Speaker, I apologise. Why? Because their paymasters in the union don't want to let them do otherwise. And I understand, I do. Oh, I would happily give way to the General.
I thank you for giving way. Most of the members on this side of the House will be proud of the fact that trade union members in their local branch meetings vote democratically to make donations to local Labour parties to members of Parliament. So I would ask if you withdraw that preposterous, outrageous and untrue comment.
I certainly won't, Mr Deputy Speaker, because the honourable gentleman failed to declare in that intervention he's received £13,000 from unions. And I notice there are a lot of proud union members who aren't declaring their donations, which is not me being party political, it's a requirement of this House. Right. Now, I do understand their position. It's not easy to turn round to the union barons who've given you and your colleagues over £1 million in the last 4 years and tell them they are wrong. This bill builds on the principles in the Trade Union Act of 2016, which put higher vote thresholds on important public services when unions ballot on strike action. It builds on the principle of life and limb cover, but will prevent the situation we had at the end of last year, where different ambulance services had different agreements in place with unions. This resulted in a postcode lottery for patients, which is unacceptable. The bill complies with the criteria set out by the International Labour Organisation, as my honourable friend for Newbury set out in detail. In short, this bill sets out a pathway for workers to exercise their rights safely. It shouldn't be controversial. It has precedent in the UK, all over Europe and in international conventions. We are making the responsible choice to protect all of our constituents. But over on the other side of the House, well, it may be New Year, but it's the same old Labour. Still acting as the mouthpiece of their paymasters, the union barons. Bought by the barons and still doing their bit.
Clive Lewis.
As I didn't hear you. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, and I refer the House to my register of interest, where you'll find no money from oligarchs, from Saudi Arabia, from oil barons, oil companies, nothing but from trade unions. Quite happy with that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, here we are. A little more than 18 months since the end of lockdown, and this government has gone from clapping to slapping key workers. And, you know, it didn't have to be this way. In the wake of COVID, this government had a choice. It could have, like the 1945 Labour government at the end of World War II, chosen a new path, a different path, a new social settlement that recognised the sacrifice and efforts of key workers. It could have rewarded them by embarking upon collective sectoral bargaining, invested in rebuilding our public services, in housing, after more than a decade of decay. It could have built a new social settlement recognising the role those workers played in that national crisis. Instead, it chose to look to the First World War and Geddes' axe, when the post-war Conservative government slashed public spending, attacked workers' rights and told the poor that they, and not the wealthy, must bear the brunt of the costs of the war. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this legislation puts beyond a shadow of doubt whose side this government is on. It's certainly not the public. No, it's not the public. Because these public sector workers being denied their democratic rights are the public.
Exactly.
They're the ones defending public services, not this government.
Exactly.
They're the ones fighting to stop trains without ticket offices. They're the ones fighting to stop railways with reduced numbers of safety precautions. The ones fighting to stop a healthcare system run from Silicon Valley by surveillance companies like Palantir. They're the ones fighting for our education system, where 44% of teachers plan to leave within 5 years. No, this government is on the side of employers like P&O, British Gas, British Airways, with a bill that gives a green light to the practitioners of fire and rehire, of poverty pay and a race to the bottom. And yes, as ever, it's on the side of the rich and wealthy, like it's always been. But this legislation is also part of a longer-term anti-democratic trend. This bill is part of a long raft of anti-democratic legislation passed by this government. It's a trend of transferring power away from workers and citizens and eliminating the limited rights and freedoms in the workplace and across society. The Police and Crime Sentencing Act of 2022 criminalised political protest. The Elections Act of 2022 will disenfranchise millions through voter ID. You've undermined the independence. They've undermined the independence of the Electoral Commission. The Judicial Review and Courts Act limits the power of courts to remedy unlawful government action on the part of the executive. The National Borders Act. 6 million people in this country can now be stripped of their citizenship at the whim of the Home Secretary.
Shocking.
And while they have temporarily gone quiet, we know they want to repeal the Human Rights Act as well.
Shocking.
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the British public have had enough of being told by this government to suck up failing privatised public services, corrupt politicians, collapsing living standards, a dying environment and a failing democracy. Being told there is no alternative, that politicians will always be caught on the take, that the rich and powerful will always be able to buy influence, that food banks are inevitable, that the NHS will always be in crisis, that our rivers will always be polluted, that a race to the bottom on employment rights is inevitable. History will show this bill as the act of a government on the ropes, bereft of direction, lashing out at the very public it claims to protect. It's a grim 50-year-old ideological experiment, and it's in tatters all around it. I'll be voting against this piece of rubbish.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome you to your place? And it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Norwich South. I was struck by something you just said there. Yes, the rich and powerful can always buy influence, you just need to see the number of people who've made declarations this evening. This is a simple and effective bill aimed at ensuring that the right to collective bargaining and withdrawal of labour does not conflict with the right of the average British citizen to access life-saving services or potentially important services whilst unions and government negotiate. The debilitating strikes of the past 6 months have wreaked havoc on this country, dragging us into a virtual state of second lockdown, preventing workers from travelling to offices, shoppers from accessing high streets and putting additional pressure on the NHS. And we understand that this is driven in part by the inflationary pressures we're encountering as a nation. No one, and I mean no one, Mr Deputy Speaker, is disputing the right of workers to withdraw their labour as a part of negotiation, however unreasonable some of those demands end up being. No one is saying that at all. All we're asking for is some proportionality and responsibility in the way this is done. Our nation should not be held hostage and lies at risk simply for want of minimum safety standards, and that's what we're talking about this evening. Now, we're not talking about blanket enforcement, just a recognition that some services are quite simply vital. Health, fire and rescue, education. Few of us will forget the impact of shutting down schools during the pandemic. Transport, since the Mayor of London can't stick to his zero-day strike pledge. Decommissioning of nuclear installations and management of radioactive waste. I mean, surely that one's a no-brainer. We can all agree that needs to go on. And, of course, border security. This bill ensures that people can access an ambulance when they call for one. Count on fire responders in an emergency. Send their children to school, travel to work. Why should they be held to ransom by militant, unelected trade union officials? If they want that kind of power, they should stand for election, not simply buy and support it from the party opposite. No, I will not. Minimum service levels are not an anomaly. France, Spain and Italy have given minimum service levels during strikes. I thought the party opposite was in favour of more European alignment. Government does not want to use this bill, but it's vital to have in place a system so that the British public can access services during strike days and go about their lives in an ordinary way. So we have to ask ourselves, what are these strikes really about? I'll highlight rail because I'm a regular commuter myself. Union bosses refuse to accept that the pandemic has fundamentally changed how travellers use the rail network. Modernising the network is essential to make sure that it's sustainable for future generations. The government stepped in with support to the railway industry of over 30 billion during the pandemic. That's not pocket change. I've seen the impact firsthand of what rail strikes have done to the West Coast main line. At one point facing up to a 10-hour coach journey because of the lack of flexibility. Now that's fine for me because I can afford to be flexible with my working arrangements and I've got a good guaranteed wage. Plenty of my constituents don't, and if that service isn't there when they need it, they're in serious trouble. The hypocrisy of the trade unions saying that they're fighting for workers is palpable. Travel is unavoidable to millions of workers who do not have the option of working remotely. These people are driving Britain's economy despite the obstacles put in front of them by trade unions. And so let's look at the collateral effects. December's rail strikes cost UK hospitality £1.5 billion and huge swathes of businesses and jobs were lost. The simple fact of the matter is, with over £15 million donated to the Labour Party from trade unions, it's no wonder why members of it sit on their hands while trade unions cripple our vital services. Even the Leader of the Opposition knows that that's why he's not here leading this debate today. Instead, he's rubbing shoulders with bankers in Davos. These strikes have become contagious, spreading from one sector to another, holding the British public hostage in the hope that the government will surrender, and that's not how a democracy works. I support workers' rights, but it's not limitless. I welcome this commitment to the right of the British public to access vital services during strike action, and I look forward to supporting it later tonight.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour to follow the member of Halewood and Middleton for that extremely interesting speech. And I'd like to put on record I'm a proud member of Unite the Union and the GMB. I will be voting against this bill today and stand in absolute solidarity with all those in Liverpool West Derby taking industrial action in defence of their pay, conditions, their colleagues, and in defence of the public who rely on these services. I'm proud to stand alongside them on picket lines and will continue to support workers in struggle with pride. And may I offer a word of advice to the members opposite. Go to the picket lines, speak to the people on them, and then maybe the demonisation will not slip so easily from them lips. This is a pernicious bill, which shames this House and nation, designed to attack and demoralise public service workers taking industrial action as a very last resort. I've spoken to nurses, firefighters, civil servants and posties in Liverpool at our food pantries who are being forced into food poverty because of the wages they've received after 12 years of austerity, a political choice made by the Tory government in 2010, and now we are living through the wreckage of that choice with the destruction of our NHS and public services. Let's be clear. The reason these workers are having to take industrial action in the first place is because of this government and its decisions, because never ever forget, hunger and poverty many public sector workers are facing at this moment is a political choice, which this Prime Minister unfortunately finds so easy to make. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have a multi-millionaire Prime Minister who will never ever know what it's like to feel hungry, who will never fear the creep of poverty at the door of his home, telling public sector workers facing this dire situation they will be sacked if they withdraw their labour when they simply say enough is enough. It's obscene, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have a morally bankrupt government with financial scandal after financial scandal, second job after second job, bringing draconian legislation to outlaw industrial action for the very people we clapped during COVID for everything they've done for us as a nation. The bill itself is a purposefully lacking in detail, practically unworkable and potentially unlawful attempt to undermine the right to strike. Instead of bringing this bill to Parliament, the Minister should have been spending time negotiating meaningfully with the trade unions about pay and conditions, and they could have also used this time to write the long-promised employment bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill must be voted down. The draconian drift is now becoming a raging current. Any parliamentarian who believes in the democratic right of its citizens must see this clearly and kick this wretched piece of legislation out of this place.
Angela Richards.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Industrial action has impacted upon many aspects of people's lives in Guildford over the past few months. I regret the decisions made by multiple trade unions to strike, leaving no train services for commuters and key workers in my constituency, Christmas cards to loved ones arriving in January, and delays at the UK border for those returning from breaks with family and friends. And now, we hear this evening that our children's education is to be disrupted again. This is deeply saddening news. I welcome the minimum service level legislation that the government has put forward, which delivers on our manifesto commitments, protects the rights of workers to withdraw their labour, whilst also ensuring that the general public can go about their daily business safely. This pragmatic legislation will bring the UK into line with other industrialised nations such as France and Spain, who already have common sense agreements in place, such as those proposed today in this bill.
During periods of industrial action on the railways, constituents in Guildford and those travelling to town for work have found themselves cut off from the railway network with no services being run by South Western Railway on these days, either forcing them to work from home, to find alternative transport, such as using their cars, or simply not to work at all. It is often those who earn the least who cannot work from home. Over the Christmas period, the overtime ban, which was enforced, also reduced the levels of service which were provided to Guildford Station. I know from conversations with constituents on the doorsteps and in my inbox that local people are rightly concerned about the level of public transport provision that they are currently receiving. A recent YouGov poll placed the level of support for this legislation among the wider public at 59%, and I know that this feeling is also reflected locally in Guildford. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition in her opening speech said that Labour would repeal this legislation. They are showing themselves yet again to be out of touch with my constituents and out of touch with the country. Rail Partners, the organisation who represents the owners of train operators, including First Group, who own the majority share in South Western Railway, has said that this approach, and I quote, seeks to appropriately balance and protect the right to strike and the rights of others to get to work or school and access necessary health care. I agree with their assessment of this legislation. The safety of the general public must always remain the primary responsibility of any government, and I welcome the measures proposed in this bill to do just that. And I will be supporting this legislation today.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will not be supporting this legislation for 3 reasons. The first is that the bill is not really about safety levels at all. The second is that claims that this bill reflects current practice elsewhere in Europe are inaccurate. And the third is the very real risk that these proposals are in breach of the United Kingdom's obligations under the European Convention of Human Rights and international labour law. As other honourable members have said, the word safety doesn't even appear in the bill. It's a bill about minimum service levels, not minimum safety levels. Yet repeatedly, Conservative politicians have talked about minimum safety levels and seem very happy for confusion between the two concepts to be caused. And I suspect that's because this is a deliberate attempt to hide from the public the real intentions behind the bill. Secondly, as to European standards, most European countries, as others have said, have a very different model of labour relations from the United Kingdom, which, thanks to successive Tory governments, has one of the strictest systems of regulations of industrial relations in Europe. In other countries, trade union rights are protected in their written constitutions. And labour law experts will tell you that in most European countries, minimum service levels are established by collective bargaining. And insofar as legislation exists, it provides a framework for these agreements rather than for top-down regulation. This bill would enable the Secretary of State to impose sweeping regulations from the top on millions of workers in a number of different sectors. Which brings me to my third point. As I said when I intervened on the Secretary of State at the start of the debate, the measures in this bill go considerably further than the minimum service levels envisaged by the Transport Strike Minimum Service Levels Bill published last October. And the government's own human rights memorandum, which accompanied the previous bill, set out in some detail, with reference to existing legislation, the reason why their lawyers then said minimum service levels imposed by legislation were not justified in fire services, health settings and education. Yet that's what they're now proposing. And their human rights memorandum for this bill is very different. And I can absolutely guarantee honourable members across the House that as Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, I'll be making sure we scrutinise very carefully the difference between the two human rights memorandums. Now, as to compliance with international labour law, the International Labour Organization have enshrined the right to strike in their convention, to which the UK is a signatory. And it's true that minimum service levels are allowed, but not if they're imposed from the top down. They need to be set by negotiation, or, if the negotiation breaks down, by an independent body, as happens in Italy. Only in European countries well known for flouting fundamental rights, like Hungary and Russia, do we see government-enforced minimum service levels, leading to the sacking of workers and the bankrupting of unions fighting for fair pay and conditions. Yet that's exactly what the Tories want to do in this bill. So perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that despite all their anti-Putin rhetoric, they want to emulate Putin's approach to striking workers. Perhaps not so surprising, because the Deputy Prime Minister has told us he's not ruling out leaving the Convention on Human Rights, and the Home Secretary is keen it should happen as soon as possible. So given that they're keen to be on the same side as Russia in relation to human rights, it's perhaps not surprising that they're doing it in this bill. The bottom line, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that key workers are striking because their wages haven't begun to keep in line with inflation, and because the interest rate hikes caused by Tory incompetence means they can't afford their rent or their mortgage. The government needs to recognise the stark reality of these people's lives and work with their unions respectfully to reach agreement.
Anna Firth.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is about duty, fairness and balance. Nothing more and nothing less. The first duty of any government is to keep its people safe. And this bill is about ensuring we have minimum levels of safety and service across our essential public services. And I've heard what the Honourable Lady opposite has said about safety. But when we're talking about ambulances and when we're talking about accident and emergency departments, it is about safety. But it's also about fairness. Due to the hard work and dedication of all the ambulance workers across Essex and all the NHS workers at Southend Hospital, every doctor, every porter, every care assistant, nobody in the wonderful city of Southend and Leigh-on-Sea has suffered any disruption in the service. They've been served with the same dedication and care every single day since these strikes began. Why should those who are not lucky enough to live in Southend and Leigh-on-Sea not get the same service? Of course they should, because they are all paid. No, I won't, because of the time. So this is about balancing. It is about balancing the right to strike with the right to a minimum level of service from those who are paying for it. And of course the right to strike is something which on this side of the House we consider to be important. It is a key right of our labour. No, I won't, because of the time. It's a key part of our labour laws since 1906. And indeed, if I can introduce just a moment of levity into this debate, you could say that collective action actually started in 1381 with the Peasants' Revolt, which also started in Essex. However, it is undeniable that strikes are incredibly disruptive. In October of last year, we lost 417,000 working days due to strike action. 2022 is set to have the highest number of days lost in strike action since 1990. Whether it's our trains, our ambulances, our hospitals, or our post service, these strikes disproportionately affect the poorer people in my constituency. In Southend, 2 million people journeys were made from 2 stations in my constituency. These are people who can't work from home, who can't afford taxis to get to and from work, who aren't allowed the indulgence of hotels, which, let's face it, those of us working in this place are able to claim. And it affects children. People who travel to our brilliant grammar schools in Southend travel generally on the train from different parts of Essex. Our children's education has suffered enough due to COVID. There must be minimum levels to make sure that our children get the education they deserve when they are in school. And finally, on this point of fairness and equality, by ensuring that we have minimum safety levels in our public services, we are ensuring that a service which is funded by taxpayers equally serves every taxpayer equally. How could anybody object to that? This shouldn't be a controversial opinion. Police officers and members of the armed forces already are prevented from taking strike action. Too often, we have to rely on the armed forces who cannot take strike action because theirs is an essential service when life and limb are employed, and yet we rely on them.
Order. Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests as a proud union member. This bill is an affront to Parliament. It will not protect the public. It will worsen industrial relations, and it will undermine the unity of the United Kingdom. It should be voted down tonight. There has been much heated argument about the provisions of the bill. On all the moral and pragmatic arguments, I stand firmly on the side of working people, their right to withdraw their labour, and against what governments seek to do in this bill. But I don't consider that these moral and pragmatic arguments are likely to change the minds, or more importantly, the votes, of Conservative members opposite. So I want to put forward an argument against this bill that I believe they both can and should accept. It is damaging to our Constitution and to the Union. The reason the current bill is so short is because it delegates to the Secretary of State the power to set out all the relevant law in regulation through statutory instrument. Regulations which receive only the most minimal scrutiny in this place and cannot be amended. So it's the Secretary of State, not Parliament, who will make regulations to determine the levels of service in relation to strikes. Who gets to define the nature of the services to be provided, the number of people who are to provide them, the time at which they're to be provided, and the manner in which they're to be provided during the strike. Extraordinarily, this bill also proposes that the Secretary of State should have the power, by regulation, to amend, repeal or revoke provisions made by or under primary legislation made in this House. So statutes passed by Parliament can be amended by regulations drafted by the Minister without full parliamentary scrutiny. And in its recent report in the House of Lords, Democracy Denied, their Lordship stated, a substantial groundswell of concern is developing about the shift in power from Parliament to ministers. The bill we are considering today is perhaps the most egregious example that an increasingly autocratic executive has yet brought forward to strip Parliament of its role in determining what for many of us is a critical area of employment and human rights. It gets worse. The primary legislation which the Secretary of State can amend or repeal is defined so as to include an act of the Senate or the Scottish Parliament. This should set alarm bells ringing for all of us, nationalists and unionists alike. What is being proposed is that the Secretary of State in Westminster should have the power by regulation to override devolved legislation passed by the Scottish Parliament and the Senate, and to do so with minimal scrutiny in this House. If the executive had intended to provoke constitutional outrage and call into question the very basis of the devolutionary settlements, it could not have designed a piece of legislation better guaranteed to do so. That the Secretary of State in Whitehall should claim the power to legislate by regulation, to interfere in devolved areas of government, to impose restrictions in the different parts of this union on the right to strike in the transport, education, health and other public services in Scotland and Wales is more than unwarranted. It is more than inappropriate. It is a deliberate provocation and offence.
Would the honourable member like to comment why the government has refused even the super-affirmative procedure as well?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, quite simply because it is introducing a party political measure that is designed to provoke this House. I ask all Conservative members, if they care about the Union at all, to vote against this wrecking ball of a bill that will only provide succour to those voices that seek to destroy our constitutional settlement and our United Kingdom. Under this bill, the employer has the unilateral right to identify in a work notice the individual workers required to operate the MSL. A worker who refuses to comply after being requisitioned in this way will lose unfair dismissal protections. In so doing, the government is authorising employers to do what not even a court in this country can do. Under the Trade Union Labour Relations Consolidation Act of 1992, no court can compel an employee to do any work or attend any place for the doing of any work. But having notified the union of the identity of the worker to be requisitioned, the bill then requires the union to take reasonable steps to ensure that all members of the union identified in the workplace comply with it. It is ironic that under this bill, the same trade union may be required to discipline or expel...
I'm terribly sorry. And I'm sorry I have not been given notice, but we're going down to 3 minutes in order to get as many people in as we possibly can. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I should first declare that I'm a member of the British Medical Association. Mr Deputy Speaker, as an NHS consultant paediatrician and a member of the Health and Social Care Committee, this legislation and its impact on the health in particular is of great interest to me. During my career I have, and indeed I continue, to work with many fabulous NHS staff. However, as many in this House have rightly pointed out, the pay rise being demanded by the Royal College of Nursing at over 19% is just simply unaffordable. It is also the case that pay rises being demanded will continue to drive up inflation at a time when the government is working night and day to keep it down. It's also the case that because of the way NHS staff are paid, you can't give one group a pay rise without giving it to others in the same pay band. And though different unions give the impression that they're negotiating separately for ambulance staff, for nursing staff, for middle and junior managers, in reality they're all on the same banding scheme, and a raise for one is a raise for all, with each 1% in rise costing £700 million. It's clear that the opposition seem to have misrepresented the government's policy in an attempt to take away the right to strike, when that's so clearly not the purpose of this legislation. When it comes to the NHS, it is not right that those in desperate need of medical care cannot get an ambulance or receive care because of strike action. These are measures designed to protect people's lives and ensure that people who are with imminent threat to their lives or limb have quick access to care and treatment. How could anybody not want such care to be received? Indeed, that is why minimum service levels are individually negotiated by the various ambulance services, but that leads to inconsistency across the country. Having a pre-agreed national minimum level will help to improve patient safety. Another reason we need to have minimum service levels is that striking service legislation doesn't require people to say whether they're striking or not, which means that we've had a situation recently where those organising ward rotas don't know who's turning up to work or not, and that makes it very difficult to plan even minimum services for those shifts. It's all very good when you're dealing with parcel deliveries, but when you need a certain number of people to care for acutely sick people, it's vital that you can plan, and a minimum service level allows you to do that. Furthermore, the opposition is suggesting government want to sack people for striking, but this again is a gross distortion. Striking is a collective decision, that's why it's voted upon. The government's measures apply to those who, having agreed to be a part of a minimum service level, then did not turn up to work. Well, that would under any circumstances be a dereliction of duty. And in practice, we all know it's not going to happen because NHS staff simply would never do that. It's been clear for some time that members of the opposition are not brave enough either to say how much they would offer the unions, nor to criticise the strike, even when they so clearly could threaten the lives of their constituents. It's perhaps no coincidence that the unions behind the recent ambulance strikes are some of the Labour Party's biggest donors. In the meantime, the government, the backbench colleagues and I will continue to serve our country and our constituents. The first
You're a champion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise as a proud trade unionist. I've been a member of a trade union all of my life, and so I completely fail to understand the division that members opposite are trying to make between union members and workers, and the general public aren't buying it either. Our nurses, teachers, doctors, paramedics, rail workers and firefighters have all worked consistently hard over the past decade, particularly since COVID, yet they are facing real cuts in their pay and drastically worse working conditions. NHS nurses are earning £5,000 a year less in real terms than they were in 2010. And for midwives and paramedics, this drop goes to over £6,000. We need to retain workers in these professions, but instead they're being driven away by the Tories running our public services into the ground. Instead of trying to resolve the issue at the heart of these strikes, this government is undermining workers' basic rights to strike and trying to turn the public against them. It's not working. I'm deeply concerned by the sweeping powers in this bill. which will allow the government to dictate what the minimum level of service in a given industry should be, with only a meaningless requirement for the Secretary of State to consult whoever they consider appropriate. It's disgraceful that employers will have the ability to pick and choose which individuals will be compelled to work and forced across a picket line, or they could be sacked. This is not a balanced or fair approach, nor will it resolve any of the core issues workers are trying to raise through these strikes. There are already more restrictions on strikes than ever before, and these are being followed to the letter. So the strikes which are going ahead have already met the legal requirements. Steve Wright, the head of GMB's Ambulance Union Committee, recently wrote to the Prime Minister calling out his dangerous claims that ambulance workers are putting lives at risk. Surely the Prime Minister knows unions have been working with NHS Trust to guarantee emergency cover during the strike. And if he doesn't know that, that's really quite damning. In reality, on the 21st of December, when GMB ambulance workers undertook industrial action, the proportions of patients delayed over an hour actually dropped significantly. So where is the evidence that striking essential workers are already not providing the minimum level of service? It's not there. I understand any fears the public may have about not being able to access emergency healthcare when they need it, but the government should be honest to constituents rather than demonising hard-working staff who want to be able to provide the best service possible. Better yet, the government should meet with these workers to negotiate and understand their concerns instead of dismissing them. It's not striking workers causing the crisis in the NHS. It's a decade of Tory mismanagement.
Mr Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe in the right to strike. I don't think they work, but I do believe in them. I was brought up in Doncaster and I saw the picket lines as a young man, the oil drums, mainly men stood round trying to keep warm, trying for an extra 4 or 5% on their wages with the unions backing them. And often they won. Often they got that extra bit of pay rise that they wanted. But move forward 5 years, move forward 10 years, and what did you have? You had closure. Thousands and thousands of redundancies and closure. And this is what happens when people go on strike. Now, unlike the customers of those industries that strike, the customers were not paying while those services were being taken away. But my constituents don't have a choice. They keep on having to pay. And when they pay, they expect a service. They pay whether they get this service or not. And this bill in this place is here because I believe the unions, like they did in the 70s and 80s, are taking advantage. They are taking advantage of the place this country finds itself in through no fault of its own at the moment. I've employed many people over my life. There has been times when we've had too much work and there's times when we've had too little work. But neither my staff nor I have ever abused the upper hand. The unions, I believe, are abusing this position that the country finds itself in, and they're trying to hold this country to ransom, and the opposition are backing them because of their donors. We are legislators, and we should only legislate when there is an issue which requires our intervention. This appears to be one of those moments. I understand that the government will be seeking talks with unions and employers to see where the level of minimum service sits. I therefore hope these talks are entered into with the spirit and that a voluntary arrangement can be made. Then they should, and if a voluntary arrangement can be made, then it should be, and we can all move on quickly and get our country back on its feet. I once again just want to thank all the nurses at Doncaster Royal Infirmary who voted against striking because they know that their best efforts are made whilst they are at work, not whilst they are on picket lines.
Harry Black.
I am not funded by unions or Russia. So before we even get into this bill, it's important to highlight that the laws on trade unions within the UK are already amongst the most restrictive in Europe. Now, ministers claim that such bills are common in France and Spain and Germany, But they leave out the fact that this bill is much harsher than any of the examples that they cite. UK workers will lose their automatic protection from unfair dismissal, for example. Now, ministers claim that this bill is about ensuring a minimum level of service and making sure that's there for the public and their health and safety, when they know fine well that life and limb agreements are already in place. The truth is that this bill is designed to undermine and attack both workers' rights and democracy. It carves out yet another door by which Westminster can further erode and undermine the Scottish Parliament. Now, this bill is so bad that it might fall foul of the European Convention on Human Rights, which protects the right of workers to assemble as they wish. The very same Convention on Human Rights that the Tories want to take us out from. I wonder why. I previously spoke, very briefly,
Thank my old friend for giving way. Isn't it the case that this is a pattern of behaviour? When this government couldn't reach the child poverty targets, it scrapped them. So what it's doing is changing the goalposts and bringing in hostile environment and hostile legislation to attack workers' rights and human rights.
Absolutely, and that leads me neatly on to my next point. Now, I previously spoke about the dangers of sleepwalking into fascism if we're not careful, and I didn't say it lightly then, and I don't say it lightly now. But history is undeniable. The slide into authoritarian and anti-democratic politics has always been underpinned with anti-trade union rhetoric. Over the years, we have listened to countless right-wing politicians and governments claim that Brexit would in no way affect workers' rights, and yet here we are. The reason why trade unions organise industrial action is because it works. It has always been the only language that those who hold power understand. The only reason that any worker has any right whatsoever is because of trade unions. It's because of the ability of workers to organise collectively in defence of their jobs and their livelihoods. Now, people who bleat about the disruption that strike action causes are missing the point entirely. If your day is disrupted by someone not turning up to their job, then it just goes to show how crucial that person's job is and why their pay and their conditions should reflect that. And another myth that I've heard is people do not undertake strike action lightly. Strikers lose money. Strike action indicates a crisis. Now, our nurses, our doctors, our teachers, our cleaners, supermarket workers, these are the very people who kept the world turning through a global pandemic, a cost of living crisis, and 13 years of Tory austerity. And yet this government chooses to ignore and demoralise them at every turn. This government would rather blame striking workers than acknowledge the fact that the root causes of strike action lay directly at their door. We have the lowest pensions and sick pay in Europe. We still do not have a living wage, and we are living in economic chaos, with inequality getting worse. The only ones who are putting the health and safety of the public at risk is this government. A government run for Twitter, a government of cliques and culture wars with no serious answers. Ultimately, trade unions work, and that's exactly why the Tories are coming after them.
Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, I withdrew because I wasn't here for the opening
case,
speeches.
Christine Jardine will be delighted to hear that.
Not at all, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. I rise actually tonight to speak in opposition to this bill. I'm not currently a member of a trade union. I have never been a trade union official. I do not get any money from the trade union. I even last week found myself, much to my own surprise, in agreement with the Secretary of State when he said to this House that when we need an ambulance, we need to know one will turn up. Well, I agreed with that. But I did not agree with the context in which he meant it. We should be able to rely on that all the time, not simply when there's a strike on. And I would even have agreed with him, and I could even have found myself thinking about supporting this bill if, as part of it, I felt it was an attempt to address the problem But it's not. It's not about problem solving. It's political posturing. It's an empty, detail-light, vague promise of a mandatory minimum level to replace existing voluntary arrangements, which will simply ramp up the rhetoric without saying how anything will be achieved or offering any progress towards the solution that the public in this country need. None of us, not in this place, not at home watching television, not working on the railways or in hospitals or any other sector, or teachers, nobody wanted this wave of strikes because it further undermines recovery in those sectors which were already stretched before the pandemic. And let's not get into the argument about whether or not it's the pandemic or the war in Ukraine that's causing this. It's not. It's the deterioration in our public services which this government hasn't just allowed. At times it's felt as if they were fostering it. And what are they doing? They're bringing forward a bill which is somewhat akin to taking a mallet to peel a peach. It will not undo that deterioration, and it will not help our public sectors. We're already in a situation where too many people go to sleep at night worried that if they have a heart attack or a stroke, there will be no ambulance. And this bill does not attack that problem. The reason we have a crisis this winter is because of the inaction of this government. They have failed the workers in the public sector. It's nothing to do with trade unionism. It's to do with the government's failure. We always say that when there's a strike, it's a failure of both sides. It's a cliche, I know. But, you know, the thing about cliches is that we use them because they're usually right. These strikes are a failure, and the government, with this bill, is doing nothing to undo that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I declare my interest as a member of a trade union and as a politician who has received donations from trade unions to my constituency Labour Party, and I'm proud that all of that is declared and it is on the public record. Now, my constituents want to see a minimum service level when it comes to transport, but unfortunately they're served by train companies like Avanti and TransPennine Express. So even when it's not a strike day, the chances of getting a train sometimes on time is just impossible. And my constituents want to know that when they phone an ambulance, it's going to get there in time. But the reality is that for many of my constituents I've heard from, particularly in the pre-Zol and not end parts of my constituency, the rural parts of the constituency, when they phone an ambulance, the waiting times are already unacceptable, and that's not on a strike day. This legislation, therefore, is not an attempt to fix our public services and to resolve the disputes which are raging around the country right now. It's to distract from their levels of failure. This is a piece of legislation that's come with no consultation, no impact assessment, and this is a government that has come forward with no employment bill. An employment bill that could actually outlaw fire and rehire, that could ensure that people have decent rights at work and could go a long way to fixing this broken relationship that now seems to exist and that this government seeks to stoke by the legislation that we have before us tonight. Because these disputes will only be resolved by negotiation and reasonableness. And by tabling this legislation, the government does nothing but stoke that division. It just makes strikes more likely to happen, and where we see minimum service levels in place on the continent, we see more days lost to strike action, not less. So in short, this legislation is draconian, it's there to sack the nurses, it's counterproductive, it will cause more days to be lost to strike action, and it's unnecessary. And I really do hope that the government will instead take some opportunities to visit picket lines in their own constituencies and to speak to those workers who are out on strike. Because when I speak to striking workers across Lancaster and Fleetwood, when I'm with the postal workers on Fenton Street, I know that they're suffering, they're losing days' pay as well. But they're doing it because they are desperate to preserve that public service, to make sure that everyone gets a decent fair pay, a decent pension, safety in the workplace, because that's what trade unions are about. And I really do urge the government to be reasonable and to look again.
My game's break.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I stand as a former shop steward and convener. I also refer to very proudly, my register of interest. Do have a look. I cannot begin to express my anger dismay and indeed disgust at this piece of draconian legislation. I send my solidarity to those, as I know many in this chamber will, to those campaigning and outside as we speak, demonstrating as we speak, as they will do until we get rid of this draconian piece of legislation. Across the country, yes, we are seeing the worst strikes in decades. Railway workers on strike, nurses, for the first time ever, Royal College of Nursing on strike, postal workers on strike, bus drivers on strike, ambulance staff on strike, civil servants on strike, and now teachers on strike and many more. I would have missed somebody on the list because there's that many people on strike. And they're doing that for a reason. They're doing that because of this cost of living crisis. When the mortgages go up, the gas bills are going up, the electricity bills are going up, the fuel bills are going up, they have the fundamental right, which I hear sometimes members on the government side talking about the rights of freedom of speech, about freedom to organise, freedom to actually campaign and negotiate for a cost of living pay rise. It's a fundamental British right, and this is a real attack on democracy. And people on the other benches and the government benches, and some of them I do know and I've worked together with cross-party, should actually be ashamed of yourself, certainly on this one. Instead of taking responsibility and addressing the real issues, of course, the Prime Minister is playing politics with people's lives. And of course, these very public servants are actually the public that some of the members across these benches are talking about that are inconvenienced. Hey presto, yes, the strike does inconvenience people, but let's stick to some of the facts. Look, there are ambulance workers who I visited not very long ago, just before Christmas, in the Warrington area, that's North West Ambulance Trust, that were striking. It was a last resort. They don't want to do that. But they were providing the minimum level of service. They were certainly doing that on life and limb. And I saw the ambulances going out. So I've heard lots of myths this evening about that. Actually, the status quo, the current arrangements actually work. But I will stand together with everybody tonight and I will vote against this draconian, disgraceful piece of legislation which is standing up for the British workers and British people.
Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking as a Unison member and someone who's been a member of the RCN since 1984. Prior to that, I'm proud to have stood on the picket lines recently with the RMT, the CWU, GMB and the RCN. My constituents are members of unions. They are workers and they form part of all of the workforce who are engaged in industrial action at the moment. I want to give the Conservative Party that sit opposite the few that remain a bit of a reality check, because it's not good enough to say it's everyone else's fault but ours, when the fault lies at your door fairly and squarely. Now, let me be clear, it's not this government that did the heavy lifting during COVID. It was doctors and nurses, firefighters, railway workers, postal workers, other key workers in supermarkets and many, many others. It is every key worker the Tory government now wants to demonise and threaten. They are the heroes of the pandemic. This government now treats them with utter contempt. What kind of a thank you is it to say, we are going to force you to work and we will not help you any longer? They are striking for decent pay and minimum safe levels to prevent risk to life and limb. This bill purports to be about minimum service levels. If only that were true. Try telling that to the NHS staff with an impossible workload, or the fire and rescue teams denied access to proven vital health and safety processes. Taking nursing for an example, you talk about minimum levels. Nurses in this country work with roughly 2 to 2.5 times the workload of that recommended by the RCM and the RCN. The international comparisons that the government have set out don't take account of this intolerable workload, and they don't take account of the fact that the patient-to-staff ratio in other countries is significantly better than it is here. The government pretend they are being responsible, but they are being anything but. They complain about affordability, and I mentioned the amount of money that's gone into the hands of the 1% earlier. It's not $21 trillion, it's $26 trillion. All the while, this party have partied and profiteered throughout the pandemic while those key workers were on their knees. The people of the UK are on their side. Striking is the only means they have to stem this vulgar neo-conservative tide of greed and restore dignity to their lives.
Jim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to refer to my register of interest. And as a lifelong trade unionist and proud trade unionist, I want to send my solidarity and support to all striking public sector workers. And this government has already lost in the court of public opinion on their refusal to negotiate with striking workers. So instead of getting around the table, they're changing the rules of the game. This bill grants the Secretary of State unprecedented powers to disrupt striking workers, allowing management to pick and choose which of their employers should be on strike on rota days to maintain legal minimum service provision, effectively giving managers carte blanche to target union organisers and force them to cross their own picket lines upon the threat of losing their job and risking financial penalties for their union for failing to meet minimum service requirements on strike days. The TUC has said it has major concerns about the significant risk of discrimination if this is pushed through. Workers fighting for their jobs, pay and conditions should not be threatened with the sack. No worker votes for strike action lightly. It's always a last resort, and particularly for frontline services. The RCN, in its 100-plus year history, has never been on strike until recently, and it never did so under a Labour government. Minimum service levels agreements already exist in key life and limb services where health and safety is at risk. Indeed, we often hear of situations where staffing levels are better on strike days due to legal requirements than on non-strike days, due to a massive shortfall in NHS staffing levels. And we are facing the deepest crisis to our NHS since it began. Record waiting times, a collapse in staff recruitment and retention, patients waiting for hours in an ambulance or a chair on a corridor, and decades of wage stagnation, and 13 years of austerity and selective amnesia from the members on the benches across the floor. Minimum service law will not solve our problems, and the Minister knows this well. The government's own impact analysis has warned this bill could lead to even more strikes, worsening industrial relations, prolonged disputes, as well as reduced conditions for workers. So, to conclude, Mr Speaker, I would like to congratulate the National Education Union for their very successful strike ballot today. And what their teachers are saying is enough, and this government needs to recognise that.
If people can shave a few seconds off their speeches, it would help to get everybody in. Tommy Shepherd.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I ask myself, what problem is it that so afflicts the British state that its government sees fit to bring forward a major piece of primary legislation? Is it really the case that militant pickets are stopping people getting life-saving treatment at their workplace? Is it the case that callous trade unionists are refusing to negotiate life and limb emergency cover? And are people dying as a consequence? The answer to all of those questions is no. In fact, we know of countless stories where trade unionists have left their picket line protest and gone to make sure people do not die. Exactly. And when I asked the Secretary of State earlier to say how many lives would be saved by this legislation, he refused to answer, perhaps because the answer is none. Yes. So why then? Why is this being introduced now? And I think the answer to that is quite simple. We are approaching the fag end of this Tory government. Yep. Their poll ratings are in the toilet. Their members are disillusioned. Their backbench MPs are increasingly despairing about their own survival. And so, in a desperate attempt to revive their fortunes, they are trying to resurrect a strategy that the Thatcherites did a generation ago. They are trying to monster ordinary working people fighting for their rights. They are trying to pretend that they are other, that they somehow are against the public interest and therefore not deserving of public support. But it will not work this time round, because it has gone too far and there are too many people involved. There is not a family in this land that does not know someone caught up in this dispute. And there is not a family in this land that does not recognise the justice of their cause. So they are not going to be able to do that this time round. Sure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that as we speak, firefighters who ran into Grenfell are now suffering and dying from cancer, and it is workers like them who will be stopped from being able to protest and to be able to strike, and that continues to be a disgrace?
Well, indeed I do, and across the public sector. We are looking at people who actually saved us in recent years from the trials of the pandemic. These are people who should be venerated, not demonised. They should be paid, not punished. And the international comparisons that have been made in this debate are so spurious when you look at them. There is not a single country in Europe that has legislation like this. Everywhere else where there are minimum standards, they are negotiated. There is no other country where you can be sacked for going on strike if your employer says not to. That is what is proposed in this bill. But most of all, I think, the proposals in relation to Scotland and the devolved administrations are the most pernicious. Is it perhaps that the government is jealous or frustrated at the fact that the government in Scotland takes a different view? That rather than demonise trade unions, it will sit down with them and respect them and try within constraints to get a negotiated deal? Is it so furious at the Scottish Government in doing that that it now sees the need to export conflict across the border in our industrial relations? Because that is what is coming. And it is a slap in the face to everyone who supports devolution, because what this bill proposes is that in devolved services such as transport, health and education, the parameters for operation will not be set by the elected Parliament in Edinburgh, but will be set here by this place, even if they don't fit those circumstances. And people in Scotland will reject these proposals, as they reject the other attempts to erode the limited power that they have. And they will call for complete control over industrial relations in Scotland. And
if you take an intervention, by the way, it's already not everyone's going to get in, then more people will not get in. Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in the Register of Interests. It was always going to come to this, where the ideological and deliberate attack on workers, along with the carefully choreographed under-resourcing of the very public services that the people of this country hold dear over these past 13 years, have been so blatantly carved up for the spivs and the profiteers. And that comes hard up against the inevitable neoliberal endgame of in-work poverty, and where workers are left with no choice other than to stand up for themselves and their service and withdraw their labour. They do so not because their own wages are insultingly and woefully low and shrinking in value and don't pay them enough to pay their soaring bills and rip out demand from the beleaguered and disastrously managed economy. They do so in order to save the very service that they so cherish. And what's the response from this lot on the government benches? Instead of listening to workers and coming up with a fair deal that they can accept, or producing a plan to sustain public services into the future, they hit out and turn the screws, depriving working people of their basic civil liberties and human rights to organise and campaign for a better deal. And I'm proud that this party has made it abundantly clear that this anti-worker, anti-trade union, sack the nurses bill will be immediately repealed when Labour comes to power, and that we will bring in the New Deal for working people that our people so desperately need. But this attack isn't new, Mr Deputy Speaker. At every turn, especially in the Thatcher era and in the past 13 years, they have demonised trade unions as being the enemy within, instead of as the force for good and the force for economic and social change for the benefit of the working class that they truly are. With their nasty, pernicious propaganda spewed out by their chums in the right-wing press, this Tory government has delivered the biggest rallying call to working people there's been for many a year, and I urge all those workers who want to protect themselves, their industry, their profession or calling, if they haven't done so, to join a union today. Yes, to take back control and join the fight for a better deal for themselves, their families and their communities. This isn't the way to build good industrial relations, it's the exact opposite. So this is an important moment in our history, and I have no doubt the British people will have their say in fulsome measure when they turf these dreadful Tories out of office, and that day can't come too soon.
In Labour.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to declare my interest, proud member of the trade union movement, have been all my life, will be till the day I die. I just think that people in this debate tonight need to recognise that we shouldn't be surprised by the actions of the government. You know, we shouldn't be, because they've crashed the economy. People cannot put their heating in, they cannot eat. People are struggling to feed their families. They cannot pay their mortgages. So what happens? They get together. The Tories revert back to what they believe they're best at, attacking ordinary working people, attacking the trade unions. They relish it, they love it. And that's what this is about. The Secretary of State should admit it. The Tories are running scared. They're finished. They're a busted flush after 13 years of austerity. And they should accept that. But no, attacking ordinary working people. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think I speak for a lot of the people when I say this. There isn't anything in this world, there isn't anyone on this planet that could conscript me to cross a picket line. Doesn't matter what legislation the Tories wish to push forward. It doesn't matter what rules, what regulations, what government diktat they put in place. Thou shalt not cross a picket line. Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to refer in the very short space of time I've got about the attacks on ordinary working people. Well, demonising the people who brought us through the pandemic, the posties, the transport workers, the bus drivers, the train drivers, the people who work on the transport system, the nurses, the NHS workers, the ambulance drivers. These aren't mad Marxist militants. They're not forced to be part of a trade union. They joined a trade union. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would just say as champagne sales and luxury yacht sales go through the roof, our key workers are sadly forced to use food banks. I'm opposing this bill tonight and would urge every other member of Parliament to do so. Do so in respect to ordinary people who brought us through the pandemic and work hard for this country.
Cyril Roberts.
And I would refer members to my register of interest because I entered politics as a teaching union rep. I am still a trade union member. I am the co-chair of the Justice Unions Group. And contrary to the myth that the opposite sides like to propagate, I have taken not a single penny from the unions. I do it for political reasons and values. And Plaid Cymru, I'm sure it will come as no surprise, therefore, will be opposing this reprehensible legislation tonight. Nobody seeks to strike, least of all the workers who lose a day's pay. The strikes for health workers are a last resort from overworked staff who fear that patient safety is suffering because of increased demand and staff shortages. What does the government propose to do? Bring in sanctions that threaten to sack those very staff. Yet the UK Government has no interest in working with our key workers. They'd rather pursue this socially divisive legislation in an attempt to distract from the daily disruption to public services caused by their own party's butchering of budgets 365 days a year. Perhaps the Minister can clarify whether this legislation will cause further disruption to businesses by undermining commitments made in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement to protect and promote social dialogue on labour matters among workers and employers, not to reduce that legislation, but to build upon it. That is not what we are talking about today. And it's becoming increasingly clear that our rights are not safe under Westminster control. First, our democratic right to protest, now our democratic right to strike, and next, a bonfire of the protections hard won when workers were protected by membership of the EU. Of course, the UK's government disregard for Welsh workers comes as no surprise. Last summer, they announced their intention to scrap the Trade Union Wales Act, a law passed by our Senedd to protect workers in Wales. The only way to give Wales the power to protect workers' rights for good from relentless Westminster attacks is to devolve employment law to Wales, as is already the case, and well before devolution took place in the late 90s in Northern Ireland. And I urge the Labour Party to drop their opposition to this policy and support workers in Wales and Scotland as a matter of urgency. But in the little time that we have, and to bring my remarks to a close, Deputy Speaker, the easiest, safest and fairest way of guaranteeing minimum service provision is to ensure that key workers are able to do their jobs effectively by improving working conditions, by bringing forward the long-promised employment bill and giving workers the proper pay increases they need. On the question of pay, there must be recognition that public services in Wales face additional pressures due to a funding system that perpetuates high levels of poverty and the knock-on effect that poverty has on health and the reality of having an older population than the rest of the UK. Now is the time for Westminster to recognise this and commit to the needs that public services in Wales require.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer to my register of interests. I'm a proud union member and I was a trade union official before entering this place. After 13 years of Conservative government, life for ordinary people in this country has got harder. This country is again an outlier on workers' rights and has been for some time. What a sad indictment of a government that purports to be a standard bearer of democratic rights in defence of a free society. This legislation, amounting to yet another brazen attack on an already fragile settlement for workers in this country, flies in the face of the basic liberty to withdraw one's labour. This legislation does not protect the public, quite the opposite, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a hastily put together bill that is incoherent, unworkable, and I am sure in time will prove unlawful. This Boss's Charter will make it easier to sack workers across several sectors: our paramedics, our firefighters, our nurses, our train guards and so many more. It will not make those workplaces safer. Key workers are demanding a decent settlement amidst an economic crisis that they had no part in creating. Workers that received the adulation and applause from Conservative ministers throughout the pandemic, only to be abandoned, threatened, dehumanised when the going gets tough. I will oppose this bill with every fibre of my being. It was the trade union movement who delivered the weekend, paid holiday, paid sick leave, equal pay, maternity and paternity rights, as well as the minimum wage. Our collective role now, on this side of the House, is to defend the trade unions, provide a voice for their members and our constituents in this place, and prevent this latest attack on our communities. And if the members opposite want to know how Labour would resolve these disputes, they should tell their leader to call a general election, and we'll soon find out.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As a proud member of a trade union, I begin by referring the House to my register. The proposals before us today are unworkable. They do nothing to address the reasons why workers go on strike, instead attacking workers' rights. The government are imposing them, and they are doing so as a distraction. A distraction from the fact for 12 years they have given us an economy where wages have been squeezed and conditions have worsened. Let's be clear, these strikes are a result of this government's economic failure. Industrial action is always a last resort. Workers on low pay do not choose to lose a day's wage unless they absolutely have to. I know because I have been on strike. I have been on strike as a low-paid teacher. I know the colleagues I taught with were concerned not just about their loss of income, but the impact on the pupils we taught. To suggest it's a decision that's taken lightly is simply wrong. Going on strike is personally a difficult decision, but practically it isn't easy either. We have some of the toughest trade union laws in Europe. Online voting in strike ballots is prohibited, alongside a high threshold for both turnout and votes in favour required, which puts into context the strength of feeling of those workers who have voted to withdraw their labour. Industrial action on the scale we are seeing today has not happened in a generation. In 1984, 14,000 miners went on strike in Barnsley, 200,000 across the country to defend their industry, and we still feel the economic effects of the loss of the pits today. That was an attack on one industry by a government determined to destroy mining in this country. This is an attack on all workers across the public sector, a clear attempt to get workers to pay the price for this government's economic mistakes. Teachers, bus drivers, rail workers, border force, ambulance drivers, NHS staff and nurses have all voted to strike. The government is trying to label them the new enemy within. But these are the people who kept our country going during the pandemic. They want decent pay to provide for their families. If the government want to get the country moving again, they will pay them a decent wage and stop threatening them with a sack.
David Linden.
Mr Deputy Speaker, isn't it amazing we were told so often throughout the course of this Parliament that one of the reasons why we don't have an employment bill is that there's no parliamentary time, yet all of a sudden when we see the likes of Mick Lynch on television and Dave Wars, who the government seem to think of a big button to cause chaos, all of a sudden a bill comes forward that gives huge amounts of power to the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Frankly, when you look at Clause 3 of this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would rather put Robert Mugabe in charge of the Electoral Commission than allow that lot the opportunity to be in charge of workers' rights. The reality is that it is already incredibly hard for workers to exercise their most basic, fundamental human right to withdraw their labour. The thresholds are already very high, and the people that I stand alongside with on picket lines, whether it's at the Royal Mail or whether it's at Glasgow Central Station, they don't want to be out on strike. They're doing that when they lose a day's pay. And so the government, and in particular this Secretary of State's attitude towards unions, this is all about creating a wedge issue. It's all about trying to make this huge division, pit worker against worker. The reality is in this country, or these countries, we already have a very large public service. And as my friend from Edinburgh was saying, there's already huge amounts of people in our families or neighbourhoods who are taking this industrial action. And the reality is that the legislation that's being brought forward by the government is not necessary. This is not national security legislation. This is not legislation that has to be rushed through in a day. And the tawdry programme motion that's before the House that would ram this through in the space of 5 hours, when we would be radically altering people's terms and conditions and their ability to work, really does raise bigger questions about the direction of travel that this government's going on. As other colleagues have said tonight, they already want to remove people's ability to protest. They want to remove people's ability to vote in the Scottish Parliament, which has been democratically elected. They're seeking tonight to block legislation that's been passed by 2/3 of the Parliament, which has legislative competence. This is a government that is going in the wrong direction. And frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, it only makes the case for us, in response to the honourable gentleman from Brent North, it only makes the case for us why we and the people of Scotland do not want to be a part of this absolutely crumbling democracy that has no legitimacy in Scotland.
And I'm really grateful for those who've kept it well under 3 minutes, because it's good. Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to my register of interest and note that I am a proud member of Unite the Union. Politics costs money, and I'm proud to be backed by organisations that represent the working class, not the billionaires or oil and gas profiteers or big businesses that bankroll the party opposite, representing no one but themselves. There was a brief period in the pandemic where we all recognised who keep our country running. And it wasn't the city bankers, hotshot lawyers or big business executives. It was the people who drive our buses, who sweep our streets, who post our mail. It's people who teach our kids and nurse us back to health. And briefly, even the members opposite thanked them
They call them key workers and heroes and clap for them with cameras rolling. But as key workers knew, clapping doesn't pay the bills. And with a decade of falling wages, they couldn't go on. As the cost of living has soared, workers are saying enough is enough and they are demanding a better deal. And of course, the government's line has changed. Members opposite are now calling workers greedy, saying that they're selfish. They've started pitting workers against each other, saying that railway workers couldn't get a pay rise if nurses weren't, but that nurses weren't allowed a pay rise either. And now they've stooped to this, an anti-worker bill that threatens the civil liberties of us all. This new law would see key workers like nurses, railway workers, firefighters and teachers fired for going on strike. From clapping nurses, they're sacking nurses. They say it's about safety, but that word isn't mentioned even once in the pages of this bill. They say it's about bringing us in line with other European nations, but Britain already has some of the most restrictive anti-union laws in the Western world. And no matter what they say, it's definitely not about resolving current disputes. It's only inflaming tensions and making negotiations harder. What this bill is really about is shifting the balance of power, weakening the power of workers and making it easier for bosses to exploit them and for the government to ignore them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to finish with a message to those watching at home who aren't sure about the strikes. If your pay is too low and your bills are too high, if you're struggling to make ends meet, if you can't get a doctor's appointment, you're not alone. But the problem isn't striking workers. Your problem isn't migrants, refugees or trans people either, or whoever the right-wing press is scapegoating today. Your problem is this Tory government and their 13 years of disastrous rule and the rigged economy that they've built. Because alongside record numbers of food banks, Britain has a record number of billionaires, record profits for big business, and record wealth for the top 1%. So let's bring together everyone who's had enough, and from the picket line to Parliament, let's fight for a better deal.
Oh dear, Webb.
I rise to speak as a proud trade unionist since the age of 16 and I'll be so till the very end. This government does not care about patients, passengers, parents, or the public, because that is not what their minimum service level bill is about. The bill is a shameful attack on the democratic right to strike. At just 6 pages, the bill does not even set out the boundaries of what is permissible. This, they say, will be decided later by the Secretary of State through regulation and not by Parliament, giving the government the power without scrutiny to also shockingly override legislation made in the devolved Scottish Parliaments and the Senate. This is not democracy. This is government by diktat. It's authoritarianism writ large. The bill gives government the power to deny workers their right to strike, their fundamental basic human right, allowing employers to bring injunctions to prevent strikes, sue unions and sack employees across the public sector, including the NHS, transport, fire and rescue and education, undermining workers' rights to a fair wage and improved terms and conditions. Strikes are a symptom, not the cause. Workers are being dragged into poverty and having to resort to strike action to make their voices heard. And this government is trying to break them. From voter suppression to the attack on our right to protest, through to this anti-strike bill, the government intends to crush workers' basic freedoms, and yet we live in a democratic society. Strike action is the tool of last resort and the best negotiating power workers have against unscrupulous and callous employers. The bill seeks to erode the rights of trade unions to organise and drive fear through the very soul of workers who could lose their protection from dismissal as a result of this bill. Our trade union and employment rights legislation are already weak. You only have to look to some of Leicester's garment industry to see evidence of that, where workers today are still being paid less than the minimum wage on zero-hour contracts in Victorian workhouse conditions, with no enforcement agency able to break the scandalous mistreatment of workers who are fearful and whose powers have been weakened to near silence. In today's Britain, not a single garment factory in Leicester will recognise a trade union. In the same way, this bill seeks obedience at the will of the state. It allows for the punishment of unions and workers who do not comply with the so-called work notice. The bill is not about providing a basic level of service to the public. It's about breaking the growth of the trade union movement. The right to strike will be controlled by the state and only permissible on government terms. To resist means to be liable to huge penalties under this bill. This bill is a threat to our basic rights. It's draconian, dehumanising and bullying. It's class war. And for the sake of our hard-won freedoms, we must stand firm.
Sam Tarry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I proudly draw the House attention to the Register of Interests. Mr Deputy Speaker, in our country's history of progress, it should record in this House it was the trade unions that ended child labour. It was the trade unions that made workplaces safer, gave us holidays, maternity and paternity pay, paid sick leave, equal pay legislation, pensions, workplace anti-discrimination laws and even the weekend. And despite this, the government would do well to remember that trade unions made an immensely positive contribution to society. A strong trade union movement is a cornerstone of any healthy, functioning democracy and indeed a more equal, fair and prosperous society. But the good news is that trade union membership is on the rise. A net increase of 200,000 new members over the past 3 years and online inquiries to the TUC surging by 700% over this summer. Organised labour, Mr Deputy Speaker, is back and it's going absolutely nowhere. Leaked emails from this government have shockingly shown that ministers are deliberating on an outright ban on trade union membership, strike action and even introducing further restrictions on the democratic right to withdraw labour. And I ask this House, why might be this? Striking workers have won for themselves double-digit pay rises across various sectors, from bus drivers to BT engineers, as well as better conditions and an end to outsourcing, whilst support for strike action is at an all-time high with the public. There are many trade union leaders who have more popularity than any government minister right now in 2023. We've seen, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government's own impact assessment on this bill has said that this could mean more action is taken more frequently as a way to pressure employers. And in rail, this legislation seems particularly short-sighted and even at odds with what many train operating companies have actually wanted. What happens when 100% of passengers try to get 40% minimum service level trains, as Mick Whelan from the ASLEF said? Ultimately, this bill will do nothing to help resolve disputes or support good industrial relations. In fact, it will do absolutely the opposite. In the short time I have remaining, I'll focus on one thing. From last week, the Secretary of State told me that the ILO had common practice in authorising minimum service levels, but neglected to mention, however, that the ILO imposes restraints on the circumstances in which such powers can be used, the antithesis of the blank cheque this bill will give him and other ministers. This government's attempts to draw comparisons with minimum service levels in Europe wholly ignore the broader context of industrial relations across the continent where they have far higher levels of collective bargaining agreements. In fact, what I would say is that these proposals are more akin to the practice used in countries like Singapore and Turkey when strikes can be undermined at the whim of a government. It's totally disingenuous to suggest otherwise. This legislation gives employers ministers extraordinary powers. Firefighters, nurses, teachers and the same key workers government has praised will find them liable to be prohibited from striking. It is unnecessary. We shouldn't be back to the days
There's
of
half an hour before the wind-up start and there's more than 10 people, so do the maths. Please come within the 3 minutes in order to get everybody in. Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer to my register of interest, my position as chair of the PCS Parliamentary Group, my membership of Unison, Glasgow City branch. Mr Deputy Speaker, they started with clapping workers on the doorsteps and they're ending with clapping them in irons. Each of the staff mentioned in this bill worked hard to protect your communities through crisis after crisis. But if they now wish to protect their own families, then they're now being threatened with dismissal. The false respect shown to them for their dedication and commitment has now been a removal of their most fundamental human rights. None of the countries that they've mentioned, and mentioning the ILO, none of the countries mentioned have the restrictions in terms of balloting and notification requirements for strike and do not impose those. So if they are want to be consistent about the ILO, then let's bring back the trade union bill and let's discuss those thresholds and those restrictions. Mr Deputy Speaker, another problem with the bill is the issue of arbitration. Now, in Europe, there's a social partnership model to these things, so workers and employers try to reach agreement on things. But the bill's proposals seek to remove the Central Arbitration Committee, and that would turn cooperation into conflict. And we're now being advised that it's this Secretary of State who would be the sole arbiter. This Secretary of State Mr Deputy Speaker, whose arrogant and ignorant performance this afternoon showed us everything that we always suspected, that they're clueless when it comes to industrial action. This is the Secretary of State who tweeted last year that called the weekend a non-strike day, and he's to be the one that's to be the arbiter of this. As Dennis Healy once said, there are some people, Mr Deputy Speaker, who should be gobsmacked at birth. And there are, Mr Deputy Speaker, the issue of using trade union activists as a weapon. That trade union activists will be picked to be the ones attending work, and that they're going to be the ones who are going to be challenged to cross a picket line. And if they do not do so, they will be dismissed. A completely disproportionate action. And in Europe, actually, Mr Deputy Speaker, what happens is the norm that they would lose their pay, which would be seen more proportionate than automatic dismissal, with no protection to take that forward to industrial action. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be fundamentally opposing this bill here today, tomorrow and any other day of the week. Thank you.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I refer members to my register of interest. In fact, I'm a member of Unison. My constituent Peter died in February 2021. He was a proud railwayman. He lived in Leamington. He died of COVID. He worked on the front line through the pandemic. I saw him every week. Like many of the public, I was only able to get to this place or to a place of work because of people like Peter, like Charlotte, like Joe, Nick and others. Elsewhere, emergency service workers, healthcare workers and other frontline workers held this country together, and they are why I want to speak tonight. Meanwhile, we were urged to clap. The Prime Minister partied. In emerging from the worst of the pandemic, these workers deserve our gratitude, but not just gratitude, they deserve the right reward. The public understands this. They want resolution to the disputes. They want due recognition to those workers, because the public also understands that after 12 years of pay frozen or near frozen through austerity, they deserve better. The public knows that for many, real wages have fallen since 2010. Nurses receive £5,000 less in real terms. That we have the highest inequality of major nations in Europe. Mr Deputy Speaker, the great irony is that this is a government that itself is incapable of meeting minimum standards or service. The serial breaking of the ministerial code, 2 prime ministers breaking the law, a government that illegally prorogued Parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, the public knows this legislation is not necessary. It's a deliberate attempt to distract, to divide opinion, and further attempt to erode workers' rights. If Peter were still with us, he would be standing by his colleagues. He would be striking. And it is for Peter and for all those workers that I will be opposing this legislation.
Thank you, Matt, for that. Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I also refer the House to my entry in the Register of Interest? I stand as a lifelong trade unionist and a proud member of the GMB and USDO. Mr Deputy Speaker, let us be clear, this truly is a winter of discontent visited upon the country by this Conservative government. Railway staff on strike, as the posties, ambulance staff, bus drivers, border staff, highway workers and driving examiners. For the first time in their 106-year history, nurses are on strike. And rather than threatening hard-pressed workers, the government should be sitting around the negotiating table trying to secure a solution. I support the trade unions and colleagues at the TUC who work tirelessly, day in, day out, to make life better for working people. This bill is a mark of this government's failure. They have failed to engage in effective negotiation, and now they think that they can legislate their way out of the mess that they've created. This clearly is about trying to divert attention. The government know that the bill before us tonight is unworkable and impractical. The Transport Secretary admits it won't work. The Education Secretary doesn't want it. The bill represents one of the most restrictive and interventionist attacks on the right to strike witnessed in generations, and the government's proposals are simply unworkable and undemocratic. It's clear that the bill isn't about public safety. As we've heard time and time again, the bill doesn't mention safety once. We all want minimum standards of service and staffing in the NHS and on our railways, but ministers are failing to provide it at all with their abdication of responsibility. It is well known that collective bargaining is widely recognised as the most effective route for delivering sustainable pay increases, tackling inequality at work and promoting investment in skills, training and productivity. So rather than adopt the worst practices from other countries, the government should commit to improving workers' rights, put an end to exploitative fire and rehire tactics and promote collective bargaining. I'm proud as a Labour Member of Parliament to be working alongside our trade unions to secure a Labour government who would put a new deal for working people and to oppose any attempt by this government to undermine trade unions or workers' rights. A new Labour government would repeal these measures, sign an employment bill into law within the first 100 days. In power will end the Tories' strikes chaos with a new partnership of cooperation between trade unions, employers and government, meaning issues are resolved before strikes. Workers in Britain know that Labour is on their side, so let's have the general election and let's have it now. I will oppose this bill tonight.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I begin by joining many of my honourable friends in declaring an interest in the finance register. I'm proud to be a member of Unite the Union, and I spent more than 54 years of my life in the Labour movement, fighting works both on the shop floor as a steward and convener and across the northwest of England as a Unite Regional Secretary. The Business Secretary has sought to assure honourable members that this government will always defend workers' ability to withdraw their labour. I can only conclude, in his rush to steamroll this bill through the Commons, he's neglected to read it for himself. Because this bill sets out to do the direct opposite, to deny working people of their democratic right to engage in lawful and legitimate strike action. Last week, I warned this government is attempting to achieve through legislation what has been unable to secure in negotiations with trade unions. But the Secretary of State is gravely mistaken if he believes that this bill will put an end to the wave of industrial action we're now witnessing. This is not a recipe for harmonious workplace relations. It's the exact opposite. Indeed, this draconian response to the same key workers who ministers applauded through the pandemic will only strengthen the strikers' resolve while forcing unions to find more creative and disruptive ways to make their voices heard. The Business Secretary must also understand that the Labour movement is prepared to fight these proposals all the way, in this House and through to the other place, through the courts and in workplaces all over the country. He believes that he can bully working people into submission. We'll prove him wrong. Indeed, soon enough, the government will find itself in court, having to explain how this bill can be reconciled with the UK's obligations under the European Convention of Human Rights, not to mention Convention 87 of the Independent Labour Organisation. But the legal minefield awaiting ministers in this court of law is nothing compared to the reckoning awaiting them in the court of public opinion. The British public does not support this bill. When they see the architects of austerity condemning frontline workers for striking for fair pay, they know whose side they're on. They recognise that the issues now driving ambulance drivers, nurses and firefighters through the picket line from low pay to unsustainable workloads are the same issues that they face in their own working lives, and they understand that strikes aren't to blame for our broken railway network and overwhelmed hospitals. These strikes aren't the cause, but rather of a symptom of a crumbling public sector which has been hollowed to its core by 12 long years of Tory cuts. Thanks, Chair.
Becca Long-Bailey, thank you.
I refer to my register of interests as a proud member of Unite the Union. The trade unions are a long established and essential part of our national life. We take our stand by these pillars of our British society as it has gradually developed and evolved itself, of the right of individual labouring men to adjust their wages and conditions by collective bargaining, including the right to strike. Now, they're not the words of a trade union giant, nor even a Labour politician. They are the words of the late Winston Churchill. But today, his own party intends to unashamedly deny workers those very fundamental rights he believed in, with a bill that threatens key workers with the sack for simply exercising their right to raise the alarm on low pay, erosion of terms and conditions and grave concerns over the safety and future of their sectors. And worse still, the government does this in full knowledge that the proposals in the bill are almost certainly illegal, and that includes breaching the Human Rights Act, the European Convention on Human Rights, International Labour Organisation conventions and various other statutes.
And the government shamefully claim that the reason behind this legislation is apparently because NHS trade unions were not providing minimum service agreements on strike days. This just isn't true. Our ambulance workers, like our nurses, have never gone on strike without first putting agreements for life and limb cover in place. So it's therefore no surprise then that the government has refused to publish any required impact assessments. And what's even more absurd is the notion that this bill will somehow reduce the propensity for strike action. We only need to look back in history to know that such authoritarian legislation has the opposite effect. Now, instead of this bill, the government should be listening to the concerns of key workers. They should be facilitating negotiations, but instead they seek to divide a nation and demonise, demoralise and even threaten to sack the very workforce who has tried to hold our country together. And so, returning to Winston Churchill, there are no Winston Churchills on the opposite benches today, and I have no doubt that he would be absolutely devastated and disgusted that his party was treating our workforce with such disdain.
Richard Bergen. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to the Register of Members' interests, and I was also a trade union lawyer for 10 years before being elected to Parliament. This bill comes in the context of an attack on the right to vote, an attack on the right to peacefully protest, and now an attack on the democratic right to strike. And I want to read out what Human Rights Watch said last week. They said, and I quote, "In 2022, we saw the most significant assault on human rights protections in decades." And they went on to warn that, and I quote, "fundamental and hard-won rights are being systematically dismantled." And it's in light of that that I want to look at a few key provisions in this bill that in the time that I've got, 'cause it's part and parcel of that authoritarian attack on our hard-won rights. The very first clause makes no bones about it. It explicitly says that this bill is about restricting the protection to trade unions and employees in relation to strikes. And then we move on to the schedule, where it talks about the power of the Secretary of State to specify minimum service levels. Now, the Act doesn't specify what the minimum service levels should be. So we've got to ask ourselves this question: do we think it's right to hand to the Secretary of State, as an individual, the power to make such decisions? What level of service requirement would be seen as going too far in the eyes of an anti-union, union-bashing, right-wing Conservative Secretary of State? 40%? 60%? 85%? 90% if there's some trouble in the Tory party and they want to throw some red meat to their hard right-wing backbenchers and party members? This should concern us all. And then we move on to the very broad categories of the services that are covered. How will education services be interpreted? How will transport services be interpreted? Very, very widely, I should expect. And then we look at the work notice. A work notice must identify the persons required to work during the strike and specify the work required to be carried out. This is chilling authoritarianism. We're going to see workers who lawfully voted to strike ordered to go in to work. That's chilling. And then finally, work notices, no protection if union fails to take reasonable steps. This completely changes the role of trade unions. Absolutely appalling. What is going to be expected is for trade union officials to be outside the workplace, on picket lines, telling workers who voted lawfully to strike to go to work. That completely subverts and changes the role of trade unions and attacks trade unions as an institution. This bill is appalling. It needs to be dropped.
Margaret Greenwood.
Speaker, and I stand as a proud trade unionist in solidarity with my constituents taking strike action and workers across the country. We are seeing widespread strikes in the public sector because of the abject failure of over 12 years of Conservative government. The government has pushed nurses, ambulance workers and other dedicated NHS staff to the brink. They're taking strike action not just on pay but as part of their campaign for patient safety and, as they have told me, to save the National Health Service. Yet now the government wants to repay them by threatening them to sacking them for doing so. Constituents has written to me to tell me that they are appalled. This bill is a shameful attack on the rights of working people. Richard Arthurs, head of trade union law at Thompson Solicitors, has said the introduction of minimum safety levels does not comply with the United Kingdom's legal obligations under Convention number 87 of the International Labour Organisation on Freedom of Association and Protection of the Right to Organise and Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights. He is one of many who expect there to be legal challenges to this bill. Last October, the government published the Transport Strikes Bill, allowing minimum service levels to be introduced during strikes in certain transport services. It seems that this bill has now been superseded by the one that we're debating today. In the European Convention of Human Rights memorandum that accompanied that bill, the government set out why minimum service requirements would not apply to other sectors. So just a few months ago, they were clear that important factors already existed in other sectors to mitigate the impacts of industrial action in those sectors on wider society. In health, it pointed to the fact that unions include guidance to their members on their approach to life and limb arrangements. So why have ministers changed their minds? Now they are saying that they are introducing this legislation to ensure that striking workers don't put the public's lives at risk. That is an insult to workers who kept the country running during the COVID-19 pandemic, putting themselves at considerable risk, and in particular it is an insult to nursing unions and representative bodies who worked hard to ensure that there would be cover for urgent cases during their strike. As the TUC points out, this bill is the government's latest attack on the right to strike, and I will be voting against it this evening.
Beth Winter.
Thank you. I make reference to my entry in the register as a proud former employee of UCO, and I'm also a proud member of Unite. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill exposes this Tory government's contempt and disregard for working people whose difficulties have been caused by them. Its purpose is to dismantle the trade union movement and workers' rights and entrusts yet greater powers to the government. It is authoritarian and an affront to democracy. It does not establish minimum service levels for strikes. These will follow in regulations deprived of the proper scrutiny afforded to primary legislation. And it doesn't ensure the safety of the public in times of industrial action. Unions in relevant sectors are already doing this. So what is it for? As Mick Lynch of the RMT has said, this law is, and I quote, a form of conscription that would allow employers to choose how many striking employees they wanted to force to work. Now, the Conservatives have spent 12 years creating a low-pay Britain. Now trade unions are organising effectively to lift people's pay. The Tory party is concerned they've lost control and wish to restore it. This bill allows employers to sack individuals for participating in legitimate industrial action. It enables employers to sue trade unions for not forcing workers to cross the picket line, placing unions at risk of incurring significant costs which could cause the demise of trade unions. It will give enormous powers to the Secretary of State and to employers. The bill is also drafted without necessary detail or substance. There's been no consultation, no impact assessment. This is an imposition to weaken and even dismantle the trade union movement. The UK government is introducing the Strikers Bill, overruling powers and policies of devolved governments, as the Welsh Government introduces a social partnership bill. As the Welsh Government's Council General Mick Antonio has said, it is a fundamental attack on freedoms, and as Welsh Government we will give it no credence or support. And having sat in this chamber and listened to all the contributions intently, I must take issue with the myths being propagated and the vilification of our key workers and trade unionists. All people want is a fair, decent pay, terms and conditions, and to protect our vital public services. Surely we should all in this chamber be supporting that, and I will be opposing this bill this evening.
If you took part in the debate, please come to the chamber for the wind-ups, which will begin no later than 9:40. John MacDonald.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to declare the register of interests. I'd be worried if I didn't, because my CRP fundraising strategy would have failed. But I just say this, it's important that the Conservatives know this, We know what the motivation for this bill is. Do not insult the intelligence of this House or the British people that this has anything to do with emergency measures whatsoever. We've all negotiated those over the years. They've been in existence for decades, since the beginning of the trade union movement. The motivations are these. First of all, it was an attempt to try and threaten those who are in negotiations at the moment. Well, that has really worked. 9 out of 10 teachers today have voted for industrial action. The second was the usual distraction. Tory governments in the past, when they were failing, had usually create a war, send a gunboat. Then Mrs Thatcher decided the real enemy is within. And we've heard it today, the same language, trade union barons holding the country to ransom. All of that, that's what this was, distraction. But the real motivation is the motivation they've had since the 1980s, which is to shift the balance of power from labour to capital, from workers to employers. And you know that strategy has worked. It's worked so well, it's impoverished working class people, and that's why they're coming out on strike, because they can't survive on the wages that they've got. So I just say this, we'll oppose it in this House. There'll be opposition in the other place as well. This party will scrap it as soon as we get into power, But I warn them this, the real opposition won't come in here, it will be out there. It'll be from working people, trade unionists. The first trade unionist that's sacked, the first trade union that's fined, people will be out there, and this government will foul the industrial relations of this country for a generation. And I tell you, I will be out there with them.
Yeah. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be a Unite and GMB member, with which I point to my register of interest and also the former Head of Health at Unite negotiating level of service agreements. And I have never heard such misinformation as I have in the House today. Amidst an economic crash and public services on their knees, we know that the morale of working people in the front line is rock bottom as they're stressed out of their minds and struggling with low pay. But this reckless bill not only impacts on them, but it sours industrial relations and does nothing to resolve disputes. In fact, it will stoke more strikes and push workers into working to rule, and then the Minister will certainly have a problem on his hands, as he'll learn how much unpaid overtime working people give. But these strikes are a canary in the mine of the biggest retention crisis in the history of our public services. The ministers should heed their warnings before things get even worse. And tonight, I am proud that we are voting down this regressive legislation, because I would rather have clinicians and frontline workers negotiating safety agreements than ministers in Whitehall, who clearly are so out of touch. And when it comes to the ambulance service, 10 trusts, each one negotiate their safety levels, each hospital, each clinic, and the reason why is because there are different pressures on each one, and it's really vital that each one has a separate negotiation determined locally to make sure services are safe locally, not dictated by Whitehall. And all the Minister needs to do is to aggregate the negotiations which they come to achieve those safe working levels. And life and limb was set out in the Trade Union and Labour Relations Consolidation Act of 1992. He can read it for himself, where there is an obligation to ensure that human life is saved. But as we move through, we know what happens on strike days. They're safer than the rest of the time because the trains aren't running at the moment. The hospitals aren't properly staffed. 133,000 vacancies in the NHS. Yet on strike days, Christmas Day cover essentially is provided. Hospitals which were running red ran green on strike days, and we know that waits were cut in the ambulance service by 10%. Safer for the public because it is frontline workers who really do care about their patients, and that's why they're still working under such dreadful conditions that they're in. But this is a sham of a bill, while still needing to put money on the table, still needing to negotiate, and still needing to resolve these disputes. And I say to government, stop walking away, stop playing games, get back to work and get back to the negotiating table.
Davis.
Well done, Rachel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Geraint Davis, GMB, Swansea West, CLP. The Tories have impoverished Britain, and they pretend that working people who can't afford to put the food on the table, to heat the bedrooms, to pay for the rent or the mortgage, should face a pay cut or face the sack if they vote amongst over 50% of their trade union members to defend their families, to defend their communities, to defend their towns and cities. This is an absolute disgrace. And the Tories refuse to negotiate. They would prefer to have disruption and chaos to cause political divisions. They just say, like it or lump it, unless, of course, you're a banker with a bonus, a crony with a contract, or a donor with a dividend. Our nurses have witnessed thousands of their colleagues dying for a lack of PPE, and alongside that, billions of pounds given to Tory donors who've been providing PPE. Nurses now who've spent their own money for 3 years to get a Bachelor of Science now face a starting salary of £13.84 when they could start in McDonald's for £12.25 without the stress and with the overtime. The NHS, of course, faces long COVID, more older people coming back from the EU, sicker people, 1 in 4 people in poverty. It costs more to treat these people, much greater pressure on the system, and the Tories turn their back on them and threaten them with the strike. The truth is, had the economy grown at the same rate as it did under the Labour government, average wages would be £10,000 higher. We wouldn't be facing this appalling situation. But instead, the Tories want to create strikes, to create a diversion from that, to create a sort of Dickensian Britain where capital gains and Labour loses. These are about fundamental rights. The fundamental right to democratically vote for a strike, to go on strike and not be sacked. The situation is that the Tories are torpedoing talks, whether it's rail, whether it's a DVLA in Swansea, whether it's the nurses. They want to create strikes to cast blame. But frankly, the public will not be fooled by their political attempts at their authoritarian journey dividing Britain. This is not who we are. The Tories are isolating Britain, they're shaming Britain, they're dividing Britain. Britain deserves better. Britain deserves a Labour government, and a Labour government will repeal this draconian, appalling bill.
Wind-ups, Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and let me start by declaring my interests and my registrations as a trade union member. This has been a hugely well-supported debate, with no fewer than 38 speeches from the backbenches on this side of the House. And as many of those speeches have identified, there is certainly a pattern with this government. Because when people began to protest in large numbers against their policies, they came and responded by making it harder to protest. And when the polls turned and people made clear they want to vote them out of office, they responded by making it harder to vote. And now when paramedics and nurses and transport workers and many other professions decide, in desperation and as a last resort, to go on strike, rather than listen to them and negotiate, this government is responding by making it harder to strike. Well, let me put it in simple terms for Conservative colleagues. The problem isn't them, it's you. The Conservative Party has built this Britain of low pay, of low resilience and of insecurity. And instead of listening to the voices of the people most affected by that, they've turned up today to try and take away their rights. So this bill isn't so much a proposal, it's an alibi. It's an attempt to deflect blame for this country's problems, and particularly for the condition of public services, away from the government and onto the workforce themselves. It's a fairly transparent attempt to pretend that industrial action is the cause of the poor state of public services, rather than the symptom of it. And I speak for, I think, every member on this side of the House when I say we reject this cynical attempt to do that entirely. Because when we clapped those key workers, we actually meant it. And I can only imagine how they feel if they're watching this debate today, having to listen to the people who crushed our economy and added thousands to mortgage payments, now giving them lectures on pay restraint. Imagine a police officer who saw the Conservatives cut police numbers so much they could no longer respond to burglaries, or a teacher struggling with class sizes and SEND referrals, or a nurse understaffed on a ward in a busy NHS hospital this weekend. Imagine those workers hearing today this government have the audacity to talk about minimum guaranteed levels of services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we haven't had a minimum level of service from this government for 13 long years. And after those 13 years of Conservative government, there is not a single public service working better today than when the Conservatives came to power. But even worse than that is what has happened to growth and productivity and wages in that time. Let's remember, we're not expected to see UK wages return to 2008 levels until 2027. That's why times are so hard. That's why we're seeing so many people take strike action. And that's despite the fact that in the UK, it's actually quite hard to go on strike. We do not have a legal framework that allows industrial action to happen lightly. And even then, many of the strikes we've seen recently could have been avoided. Nurses have never been forced to strike in this country until now. And the offer to hold strike action before Christmas was made. All that was needed was negotiation, for the government to listen, to negotiate, to work through the problems, to compromise, to lead. But that isn't how this government operates. Instead, we've got this bill. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we've heard from so many of my honourable friends today, these proposals are unnecessary, they are unethical, and they're unworkable. And in the brief time I have, I'll address each of these points in turn. Firstly, this legislation is unnecessary, and it will likely make industrial disputes worse. Minimum service levels are not a recipe for industrial stability. And what I find so abhorrent about this bill is the assumption it makes about working people. And we've heard it so many times today, the assumption that striking workers don't care about the people who rely on their services or the patients they're nursing back to health. That is completely wrong. And as every one of my honourable friends has said, in essential sectors we already see minimum service agreements voluntarily negotiated. We've seen viral videos of workers leaving picket lines to implement those voluntary agreements. And when national agreements are not made, such as with the ambulance service, it's because they're done on a local basis, reflecting local circumstances. But what this legislation does is undermine the goodwill and the good faith that are essential to making minimum service levels work. And we've also heard a repeated claim that this legislation simply brings us into line with other European countries. Remarkably, it seems the Conservatives have finally found an area where they see the advantages of common European alignment. But first of all, those countries combine these laws with much stronger employment rights, including collective bargaining, and for these measures are part of that package. Over 95% of employees in France are covered by collective bargaining agreements. But secondly, it's still a poor argument, because as my honourable friend Felucia Deptford said, France has lost almost 6 times as many strike days to the UK in recent times. In Spain, that is more than double. And in Spain, minimum service levels have actually led to protracted legal battles, further prolonging disputes, not solving them. The evidence is compelling, if you look for it, that this approach is flawed. Secondly, these measures are unethical. The scope of this bill is huge, affecting as many as 6 million workers. Now, whether you agree or disagree with the merits of any one particular strike action, the right to strike is a fundamental right that every one of us has, except for the specific circumstances of occupations such as the armed forces. Now, so many Conservative speeches today have said they support this right as long as the strike has no impact. That is meaningless. Conservatives used to worry about the power of the state over the individual, but we haven't heard much of that today. And crucially, the Conservative Party has no mandate for this, because the manifesto commitment only mentioned the transport sector, something that will likely be a significant issue in the House of Lords. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these plans are unworkable. They will start a torrent of legal claims and counterclaims as people understandably resent the direction the government have taken and they seek to challenge it. And they will prolong disputes by preventing workers making the point that industrial action is designed to make. The Business Secretary said something revealing in his opening statement when he said he hoped he would never have to use these powers. In other words, this is all for show. It's a weak attempt for the government to try and say it's doing something when it's not doing anything to address the underlying causes. But for all of those members of Parliament who vote for this tonight, well, they must be praying that this legislation is indeed never activated. Because if they ever do use it, the net result will be teachers and doctors and nurses and firefighters and more turning up at Conservative MPs' surgeries or standing outside their offices asking their MPs if they really do want to sack them. Has the Conservative Party really thought this through? Is that how we'll improve public services and address the recruitment problems we're all aware of? The truth is, the Conservative Party has gone from clapping workers to sacking workers in just 3 short Prime Ministers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it feels like this proposed legislation are the last gasps of a government that it's at the end of its tenure. This is not a serious proposal to resolve the industrial action that the UK is experiencing. I repeat, it is a sideshow, it won't work, and actually, it's likely to make things even worse. But most of all, it completely fails to recognise what every good business knows, which is the biggest asset any organisation has are its people. And when those people are driven to extremes, when they are going on strike in record numbers, you simply have to listen to them. Look at the turnouts in the ballots. Look at the strength of the votes that have taken place. And we do understand that. There were no nurses' strikes under the last Labour government. There are no rail strikes in Wales under the Welsh Labour government. Our plans will address the workforce problems in the NHS with revenue from ending the non-dom rule. And our plans for energy security and industrial strategy and making Brexit work will get the economy growing again. And we'll put good jobs and good work at the heart of those plans. The simple truth is this. This government can't end these strikes because 13 years of Conservative government is the cause of these strikes. And the sooner they get out of the way for the people who can build the fairer, stronger, more prosperous and more secure country that Britain could be, the better it will be for everyone.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank honourable members on both sides of the House who have contributed to the debate this evening. The clear objective of this legislation is to protect the lives and livelihoods of the public by enabling minimum service levels to be applied to our vital public services during strikes. It does not ban the right to strike. It finds the right balance, highlighted by my honourable friends, the member for Gloucester, South West Hertfordshire, who also referenced, very importantly, the needs of business, the member for Rushcliffe, Guildford, Southend West and Meriden. And turning to some of the other points raised today, like others on both sides of the House, can I pay tribute and express our gratitude to our key public sector workers. A point raised by my honourable friends, the members for Sleaford, North Hykeham and Runnymede and Weybridge, who have vast experience working in that public sector. Can I also say from my own personal experience, my mother worked in the public sector all her life. It was a life work to rehabilitate offenders, and I'm very aware of the contribution that public sector workers make to our society. Now, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition seeks to blame this government alone for the challenging times we face, but she seems to conveniently forget that we are still not free from the after-effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. I was very interested in her point, a point she raised in her speech, that she said, we would have resolved this dispute long ago. At what figure? At what figure? Would it have been 11% across the public sector? 11%? Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that would have cost the taxpayers of this country £28 billion. £28 £28 billion. £1,000 per household per annum. Maybe the Leader of the Opposition will reflect on that. Now that he's here, obviously having a call from his union paymasters. Members ask why the government is focusing on legislating and not resolving the disputes. The government recognises the pressure the cost of living is having on people, and that is why we have committed to halving inflation, growing the economy, and why we have provided £26 billion to support individuals and businesses. And we are investing billions more in schools, the NHS and social care, all of which supports workers. The Right Honourable Member for Whittam is right to highlight the devastating impacts of strikes on the economy. £6 billion, Mr Deputy Speaker, including £2.5 billion of lost income to the hospitality sector alone. That is why ministers across government have been meeting with unions to resolve these disputes where it is possible to do so. Happy to give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and while the Minister's talking about the cost of strike action, would the Minister agree about the cost and the damage that the previous Prime Minister and the previous Chancellor cost our country and all of the taxpayers and the workers that we on this side are supporting today?
Well, I would highlight the downward pressure already been placed on inflation, the changes to the money markets in terms of the action taken by our Chancellor and Prime Minister, and the stability that's delivered through them, and their delivery of their future plan. Ministers across government, Ministers across government have been meeting with unions to resolve these disputes where it is possible to do so. It is obviously apparent that unions exist to represent union members. Apparently from today's debate, so does the Labour Party. £350,000 the shadow cabinet alone has received since 2019. It is important to reflect on those figures. 350,000. We need to have the confidence that when workers strike, people's lives and livelihoods are not put at risk. So we need to have the power to act. That is why this legislation is needed. The public expects us to act. It is no wonder that YouGov polling for The Times, published last week, found that 56% of voters support this legislation and only 31% are against it.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. He will know that under this bill it's possible for the government to designate individual workers to perform under a contract which they have voted when they voted to go on strike. Will he at least give this assurance that there will be no attempt by any Secretary of State to designate a union official to break a strike that they have encouraged their union members to be involved in?
Employment Act.
Well, I will deal with work notices later in my speech, but it's quite clear that it's up to employers to decide what workers are needed on certain days. And there is no discrimination between people who are union members or people who are not union members. That's very clear in the legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, honourable members have questioned the sectors within the bill. The sectors in scope of this bill are justified as these sectors are where strike action causes disproportionate disruption to the general public. The government...
Just on that point, Minister, and excellent summing up you're doing as always, could he reaffirm that the public opinion is with this side of the House rather than the opposition?
I think the polling is very clear, and we heard precious little of that about what the public thought of this. We heard lots of the impact on public sector workers. The public themselves are with us on this legislation. The government has already announced its intentions to consult on the application of minimum service levels for rail, ambulance and fire service. I welcome members' questions and suggestions on how minimum service levels will operate in specific services, and note in particular the helpful contributions from the Right Honourable Member for Milton Keynes South and the Member for West Dorset. I look forward to the contribution of key stakeholders and experts during the consultation process. The Government also engaged with devolved administrations during the consultation process. The Government has been clear. However, we may choose not to use the regulation-making powers in this bill if adequate voluntary arrangements, where necessary, are already in place between employers in a relevant sector. This legislation also equips employers to manage instances where a worker takes strike action despite being named to work on a strike day. It is the discretion of employers as to what, if any, action is taken, and we hope that employers are fair and reasonable. The claim that this is a policy of this government to sack key workers is an unfair exaggeration. Yeah. Oh, already. Okay. Thank you. The impact. Can I just touch on the international examples and the excellent speech by my honourable member, the member for Newbury. The concept of minimum levels is not new. They are used all over the world, in the USA, Australia, Canada, and a number of European countries like Spain and Italy. We all want to see an end to these strikes.
Point of order. Point of order. Could you do that again?
I move that the question. A question about between. I move that the question now be put. I've had enough.
I'm not. No. I'm not. No. We've still got another 2 and a bit minutes to run, so I'm using my discretion not to take that.
In response to questions regarding the consistency of this legislation with the UK's interim obligations...
On a point of order, Mr Linden.
It's moved the House to set in private.
I have to. I have to. Order. I have no discretion on this one. The question is that this House sit in private. As many other opinions say, aye. Of the country, no. No! And just to point out, there's 10 minutes for this division and 8 minutes for each subsequent division. Order! Order. The question is that this House sit in private. As many other opinions say, aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes. Marion Fellows and Peter Grant. Tell us for the noes, Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson.
cost the government £28 billion to settle the dispute with our public service workers. That the Institute of Fiscal Studies predicts that it will actually cost the public significantly lower, £14 billion to meet the public sector demands. Mr Deputy Speaker, is there a way that we can get the Minister to correct the record on the floor of the House, please?
I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order. The Chair is not responsible for the contents of any of the speeches of ministerial or backbench contributions, but it is well evidenced that if any member finds out that they have unwittingly misled the House, then they must correct the record at the earliest possible opportunity.
The ayes to the right, 49. The noes to the left, 482.
The ayes to the right were 49, the noes to the left 482. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Order, order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson. Tellers for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Liz Twist. Order.
The ayes to the right, 309. The noes to the left, 249.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 309, the noes to the left 249. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look, we now come to the programme motion, which is to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. On the contrary, no? It is unclear, love it. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary no. Tell us for the ayes Mike Wood, Stuart Anderson. Tell us for the noes Colleen Fletcher and Liz Twist. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 252.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 306, the noes to the left 252. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look, we now move to the money resolution, which is to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers. Many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order. Order. The question is, as on the order papers. Many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Stuart Anderson and Mike Wood. Tell us for the noes, Peter Grant and Marion Fellows. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 305. The noes to the left, 49.
The ayes to the right were 305. The noes to the left were 49. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 4 on climate change. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Question is as on the order papers. Madam say aye.
Aye.
Entry no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With leave of the House, I'll take motion number 5, 6, 7 and 8 together. So we come now to motion number 5, relating to European Statutory Instruments Committee, number 6, relating to Procedure Committee, number 7, relating to Select Committee on Statutory Instruments, and number 8, relating to the Treasury Committee. Sir Bill Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much for taking them all together. I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr Simon Clark.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered improving cancer outcomes in the Tees Valley. And I would like to open my remarks tonight by paying tribute to the late Professor Stephen Bonner, whose obituary features in the Times today. Professor Bonner delivered marvellous service to the people of Teesside in his various roles, delivering critical care at James Cook University Hospital, including the major expansion in the number of our intensive care and high dependency beds, and also his astonishing success in making James Cook the best place for junior doctors and student nurses in intensive care to train in 2016. It's entirely fitting that in a debate about health services in the Tees Valley that we should recognise his enormous contribution to our lives locally, and so many of my constituents have reason to be grateful to him. Professor Bonner's obituary tragically relates that with their sons growing up, Bonner and his wife planned for a gradual retirement, but just as he was about to put the plan into action, he received a diagnosis of inoperable bowel cancer. Bonner had spent decades improving the system, but the bowel screening test that would have diagnosed the cancer early was cancelled due to the pandemic. And Mr Deputy Speaker, this brings me squarely back to the subject of this debate and the particular importance of cancer screening, because ultimately that is at the heart of making sure that we improve cancer care nationally as well as locally on Teesside. Now, a cancer diagnosis is news none of us ever want to receive, but the reality is that someone in the UK does every 90 seconds, and that 1 in 2 of us will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in our lives. Even those of us not directly affected will undoubtedly have family members and friends who are, and some of the most emotional conversations clearly that I have had with constituents have been about the struggles faced by loved ones supporting relatives in their final weeks. The scale of the challenge posed by cancer is particularly acute in the Tees Valley. The North East of England has the highest age-standardised cancer rate of any English region for both men and women, and the incidence rate for female patients is 15% higher than in London, which is the region with the lowest incidence, and the difference for male patients who experience higher incidence rates overall is more than 8% higher than the best performing region. So the Tees Valley's industrial heritage is yielding, I'm afraid, a grim harvest, and there are particular challenges with regard to historic exposure to environmental carcinogens, resulting in higher rates in particular of lung cancer and myeloma. Now, whilst my home area is now at the forefront of much of what is good about the government's Levelling Up programme under the leadership of Ben Wallace, the legacy issues persist from our very challenging economic past, and indeed the deep deprivation which our area continues to suffer from. Smoking and obesity rates are higher than the national average, and this context at the very least contributes to Middlesbrough being ranked 140th out of the 150 local authorities for premature cancer deaths by Public Health England. Now, the good news is that thanks to research, many more people are either beating cancer or living much longer with cancer. So Macmillan estimate that in 2020, 3 million people across the United Kingdom were living with cancer. This is forecast to rise to some 5.3 million by 2040. Median cancer survival has improved hugely as a result of advances in diagnosis and treatment, but there is a lot further to go. And of course, we ought all to pay tribute at this point to the fantastic effort of those individuals and community groups who are touched by this horrible disease and have decided to make a positive difference from the challenge that they faced. I could refer here to Gisborough race jockey Bob Champion, who's done a huge amount through the Bob Champion Cancer Trust. He's raised some £12 million over the last 30 years. I'd like in particular to pay tribute on a smaller scale, but a more local one, to Claire Starsmore and the amazing East Cleveland Pink Ladies, who've raised £131,000 for Cancer Research UK over the last decade in memory of their much-loved friend Jackie Hampton. And the annual Pink Ball is one of the highlights of the East Cleveland social calendar. I'm very much looking forward to attending the 10th version this November. That's firmly in my diary. And it's the kind of event which, of course, makes the cancer fight very personal and very tangible. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable member for giving way, and I'm pleased that another Tees MP is so engaged in this particular subject. And I join him in paying tribute to Professor Bonner and for all the work that he did for people in my constituency as well as his own. Now, he's already recognised how important early diagnosis is for cancer and other diseases in tackling health inequalities, like in his constituency and in mine. So will he join me in congratulating North Tees and Hartlepool NHS Foundation Trust and Stockton Borough Council for their joint campaign over many years to secure the diagnostic centre for our new Luke Town Centre, which of course was confirmed by the Minister earlier today.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. He's absolutely right that this is something which crosses party boundaries and it crosses constituency boundaries. And the contribution of everyone who has fought to make sure that we deliver the best possible cancer care across Teesside is undoubtedly to be applauded. I look forward to hearing in her remarks from the Minister about what the government's pioneering work to deliver community diagnostic centres will bring to the Tees Valley. I was referring a moment ago to the Pink Ball, and I would like, on that note, to pay tribute to Councillor Craig Holmes from Skelton West in my constituency. He's also raised thousands of pounds for cancer charity through events including the annual Miners Fest, which is an extraordinary music festival in East Cleveland, Mr Deputy Speaker, which you would always be welcome. These efforts are an incredible tribute, in this case to Craig's mum, Alison, who sadly lost her battle with cancer in 2013, and they bring huge enjoyment to thousands of local people. However, there is much more that we need to do to reduce the average of 460 people a day who die from cancer in the United Kingdom, and one of the strongest predictors of cancer outcomes is how early a diagnosis is made and treatment is started. It's estimated that every week earlier that treatment of cancer commences, the chance of 5-year survival increases by at least 1.5%. So this makes a material difference. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member and my neighbour for giving way. And can I share with him his tribute and warm words in respect to Professor Bonner? He is very much aware, as I am, of the superb world-class work that goes on at James Cook University Hospital at the oncology department. But we have 6 linear accelerators that have a lifespan of about 10 years. Half of them are now reaching their end of their natural life, and as they break down, they become less efficient. So would he share with me my plea to the Department of Health and to the Treasury to ensure that the James Cook University Hospital and the Trust have the necessary funding available to carry on with this life-saving, vital work for our constituents and across Teesside and beyond?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I would absolutely echo what he says about the importance of making sure that our equipment is absolutely the best that it can be. I had the privilege of seeing the new equipment which the interventional radiology department has at James Cook just before Christmas, and that was incredibly impressive. It is that kind of investment, he's absolutely right, which is vital to making sure that we once treatment commences, that people can get the best possible care. I will.
The honourable gentleman has been staggeringly generous, and it is noted and appreciated. The technology is important. Where it is also important. So echoing the call for linear accelerators to be up to date, so radiotherapy treatment is as up to date as it possibly can be, that's incredibly important. But of course the National Radiotherapy Advisory Group says that nobody needing radiotherapy should have to travel more than 45 minutes to get it. Areas a little bit more rural than Middlesbrough may find lengthy journeys. There's nobody at all in Westmoreland who lives within 45 minutes of our nearest radiotherapy centre. So would you agree with me that having satellite units, so you can have linear accelerators placed away from the main centre, so for us it would be in Kendal, is one way of making sure people in more remote and rural communities get the treatment they need and their lives can be longer?
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right in what he says, and obviously representing East Cleveland as I do have some insight into the challenges of distance in rural areas. And I do think that obviously bringing care to people to the greatest extent that can be done commensurate with some of the challenges around that, but particularly things like screening, is absolutely vital. And that actually leads neatly to the point that's been raised by Mr. Jonathan Ferguson, who's the consultant lung surgeon at James Cook University Hospital in Middlesbrough, and he's the clinical cancer lead for South East Hospitals. He has done much to bring to my attention the fantastic work that's already going on in the Tees Valley to increase early diagnoses. And I should say here that much of that work is clearly led by him. He's far too modest to say so, but Jonathan is an absolute linchpin of our local healthcare system, and he is a hugely impressive consultant. In light of the impact, clearly, of COVID, this progress is more vital than ever. Macmillan estimated that by March last year, there were at least 37,000 fewer cancer diagnoses made than expected as a result of the disruption resulting from the pandemic, and it is clearly vital that we address those. Over the last 12 months, Mr. Ferguson has been the driving force for the new targeted lung health check programme across the Tees Valley, and this region-wide service is now up and running, identifying curable cancers which would otherwise have been undetected for longer through effective collaboration between local NHS teams and an independent sector diagnostic specialist. And this approach has identified a curable cancer every 2 days, which is fantastic, through scanners operating 12 hours a day, 7 days a week from mobile units. And this goes to the point raised by the Honourable Member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale. Mobile units in supermarket car parks, with the facility operating at a 97% occupancy rate, which is wonderful. The facility's staff and appointments are managed by the independent partner, with target patients identified through NHS records and an initial telephone questionnaire. And this allows our brilliant local NHS teams to focus on treating patients and tackling the backlogs, which we know will allow them to deliver great results. The superb clinicians at James Cook have an excellent track record of innovating to improve patient care, with recent initiatives including the Macmillan-supported thoracic surgery community nursing programme, which won the Nursing Times Award for the best surgical nursing team, which has reduced both the lengths of hospital stays and readmission rates for patients following thoracic surgery, many of whom are, of course, lung cancer patients. It's therefore incredibly exciting that we are hearing about these proposals for a new Tees Valley diagnostic hub in Stockton, and I think the Minister will talk more about this in her remarks, which was not originally expected to welcome patients until 2025. It's been fast-tracked, with the facility now expected much sooner than that, and I look forward to hearing more about that from the Minister. I know that Mr Ferguson passionately believes that opening the hub this year will, and I quote him, save more lives on Teesside than I had throughout my entire surgical career. So this is something we ought all to welcome warmly in terms of the practical difference on the ground. And I know it is the mission of this government to make sure that we address health disparities. There is nowhere, probably in the whole of England, where a greater difference can be made than on Teesside. And I know I'm joined here by my honourable friends from Stockton South, from Redcar, from Sedgefield. We are all very grateful for the fact the government has taken this action. I would make the case as well that when we're looking at our future options, the more we can do with the private sector as well to increase our capacity. Mr Ferguson, through what he's been doing with his supermarket car park screening, has shown that the value of these partnerships in unlocking extra capacity. I'd certainly urge government to look at all options to make sure that we can get the maximum number of people through the system receiving the care they need through all parts of our healthcare system. And coupled with last week's exciting announcement regarding the cancer vaccines trial partnership between DHSC and BioNTech, which could allow eligible patients in England early access to revolutionary personalised mRNA therapies through trials as soon as this autumn, I think the government is taking significant steps to give cancer patients improved chances of survival and giving families and friends more precious time together. I know colleagues across the House will join me in welcoming these efforts. This is something which makes an enormous difference to our constituents. It's a very practical and tangible debate, a very important one. As I say, it's something that touches almost every family at some point in their lives, And I'd be really grateful if the Minister could set out what precisely the government is doing to make sure that cancer outcomes across Teesside continue to improve in the way that we're all encouraged we're seeing to date.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by thanking my right honourable friend for securing this debate. And I know that he has been working hard to make sure that his constituents in Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland get faster diagnosis and better treatment for cancer. And working together clearly with the efforts of his constituents, some of whom he mentioned both on the clinical side, who have clearly been doing tremendous work leading efforts to diagnose and care for people in his area, and also the fundraising. And I heard him mention the pink ball, which he'll be attending, which sounds tremendous, and also the Miners Fest. So you know, many congratulations to all those involved, and commend them for the work that they have been doing. As he also said, you know, many people are affected by cancer, whether having a diagnosis themselves or somebody that they are close to. And many people have therefore lived through that difficult experience of waiting to hear whether they are going to get diagnosed with cancer or hear that they've got the all clear after they've been referred for testing. And for patients with cancer, it is quite simple that faster diagnosis saves lives. That's why this government is helping the NHS recover and transform health services in the aftermath of the pandemic, with a particular focus on the earlier diagnosis of cancer. Now, this evening I will talk a little about what we are doing nationally, but I'm actually going to focus on my right honourable friend's constituency of Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland. Now, one thing that he mentioned was the high prevalence of cancer in his constituency in the wider Tees Valley. And to give us a sense of that scale of that, in 2020 there were just under 4,000 cancer diagnoses in the Tees Valley. So that's a sense of the number of people who could benefit from faster diagnosis, which we know can improve outcomes. Of course, we know that there is more that we can and should do to prevent people, nationally and specifically in the Tees Valley, from developing cancer in the first place. For instance, policies that help people maintain a healthy weight and lifestyle and stop smoking, and promoting the uptake of the HPV vaccine, particularly in groups where coverage is lower. Equally, yeah, I'm very happy to give way to...
For the Minister giving way, and she mentioned my magic word smoking there, and I wonder whether she could give us some sort of indication of when we're likely to see the tobacco control plan come forward from government, because she recognises, as I do, that it's inner city communities, the most deprived communities, where the incidence of smoking is higher and lung cancer higher as a result as well. So I'd be interested to know what plans she has to bring it forward.
Well, he's absolutely right to pick up on what I said about the importance of supporting people to stop smoking. But for the sake of this evening and the time of this adjournment debate, I'm in fact going to focus on responding to the speech of my right honourable friend, particularly looking at cancer diagnostic services. So equally, what I was just saying, that we want to level up diagnostic services for cancer around the country so that people with symptoms of potential cancer can receive an accurate diagnosis and begin treatment as quickly as possible. That's part of our ambition to reduce health disparities in more deprived areas, such as some of the areas in my right honourable friend's constituency, and to improve earlier stage cancer diagnosis rates for all. Now, a key part of improving early diagnosis is ensuring people come forward when they suspect that they have cancer. Now, sadly, but understandably, during the pandemic, we saw the number of urgent referrals for cancer fall. But it's actually positive that in the North East and North Cumbria ICB, now over 13,000 patients had their first consultation appointment following an urgent GP referral in November of last year. That's an 18% increase from November 2020 during the pandemic, and indeed nearly a 20% increase on the figures for November 2019 prior to the pandemic, indicating that we are seeing in the Tees Valley, as we are seeing across the country, people coming forwards to being diagnosed or indeed discovered that they have the all clear from cancer, which is the case for most people. Now, in a moment, I'm going to come to talk about our innovative new community diagnostic centre programme. But first, I just want to highlight some of the other things that we're doing to improve the early diagnosis of cancer. One important innovation is introducing the serious non-specific cancer pathway, which Tees Valley has successfully implemented. This means that GPs can refer patients into the service when there are possible symptoms of potential cancer, or someone has a kind of gut feeling that something is not right, and that's especially important for patients who don't fit specific pathway referral criteria, but their symptoms are more generic. In addition to this, Tees Valley has initiated a programme of targeted lung health checks aimed at people aged between 55 and 74. And this is indeed something that my right honourable friend referred to, and the impact that that is having. And it's anticipated that this programme will result in around 530 diagnoses of lung cancer over the next 4 years. And in deprived areas of Middlesbrough, Hartlepool and Darlington, clinicians are taking part in a trial to address the benefit of the new GRAIL test that looks for potential signs of cancer in a sample of blood. This is hugely exciting because it can identify cancer where no symptoms are even present, allowing for earlier diagnosis. But the waiting list for diagnostic tests in England currently stands at over 1.59 million patients, with around 26% of these patients waiting more than 6 weeks. And in the North East and Yorkshire region, the waiting list for diagnostic tests is over 200,000 patients, with just over 20% of these waiting more than 6 weeks. These are figures which we very much want to improve because, as I said earlier, earlier diagnosis can mean better outcomes. And we want to get to the point where 95% of patients needing a diagnostic test will receive it within 6 weeks by March 2025. And equally, early stage cancer diagnosis is a key ambition of the NHS long-term plan, which aims to ensure that 75% of cancers are identified at stage 1 or 2. I am indeed happy to give way to the Honourable.
Really grateful. And what she says about the waiting time for diagnostics is very right and very, very troubling. What's even more troubling is if you've had a diagnosis of cancer, we're now seeing in my part of Cumbria, 43% of people are waiting more than 2 months for their first treatment. In North Cumbria and Northumberland, it's 62%. Will she say something about what she's going to do to speed up treatment for those people who have had a diagnosis of cancer?
Well, yes, of course, and how with more people coming through for referral for cancer diagnosis, increase early rates of diagnosis, that feeds through in us needing to increase the rates of treatment. And the NHS is treating more people for cancer, but of course this is taking time because of the increased levels of referrals. So we're working very hard to do that. But I want to just return to talking particularly about cancer diagnosis and the work we're doing to do that earlier, and coming specifically to community diagnostic centres, which are being rolled out across the country, supported by 2.3 billion of capital investment. Now, local health systems can bid for a share of this funding when they make the case for community need and clinical value. And I'm delighted to say that 89 community diagnostic centres are currently operational across the country. Hardworking NHS staff has so far delivered more than 2.7 million additional checks at these centres, and specifically for the Tees Valley. I know my right honourable friend has been working with his local NHS to support their proposal for a new community diagnostic centre in Stockton-on-Tees. And I can update my right honourable friend on the good news that this new site has been approved with a planned opening date of December 2023, so December this year. Yes, I will indeed.
Can I thank the government for this fantastic investment in my part of the town that will save lives, but also importantly, can I thank the government for challenging us locally on delivering it more quickly so that we can save more lives more quickly and make a bigger difference to the community. Thank you very much. We're going to do our best with what we can do.
Well, it's very good to be here and be able to talk about good news. And as he says, not only is this area getting the community diagnostic centre, but getting it quicker. And the time frame for doing that has been brought forward. So that is a tremendous. I look forward to this area achieving that later this year. But great that we've been able to announce this date when it will open. So the new Castlegate site for the Tees Valley Community Diagnostic Centre is planned for construction on the Castlegate Shopping Centre site as part of the local regeneration project. I'm sure my right honourable friend know. And those excellent transport links mean that it will be accessible to the whole community, which is really important to get people to come forward for tests and for screening to make these places accessible. This will be the latest addition to the 14 existing community diagnostic centres in the North East and Yorkshire region and the 4 hub and spoke sites in the Tees Valley area, which have so far delivered over 250,000 tests. Now, I want to respond to some of the other comments from my right-hand friend. So, my right-hand friend has also raised the important role that the independent sector has to play in meeting the needs of patients. Last month, my right-hand friend, the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care launched the Elective Recovery Task Force, bringing together academics and healthcare experts to advise the government on how best to unlock capacity in the independent sector to reduce waiting times. And the independent sector is also helping us directly tackle the diagnostic backlog, providing additional capacity in underserved communities and forming productive partnerships with the NHS to run community diagnostic centres. Now, I just actually want to pick up, as I have a little more time, on the point about effective treatment, which one of my friend, Honourable Member opposite, raised. And I'm pleased to say, actually, on this, that the NHS has treated a record number of people for cancer in the last year, with over 321,000 people receiving their first cancer treatment from December 2021 to November 2022, which is up by more than 10,000 or 3% on the same period pre-pandemic. And for the North East and North Cumbria ICB, 1,690 patients started their first treatment for cancer in November 2022, a number which has now recovered following the pandemic, given that the equivalent figure from November 2019 is 1,652. And the NHS continues to offer cutting-edge treatments, including purchasing newly developed drugs and radiotherapy. And indeed, just a week or so ago, my right honourable friend, Secretary of State, signed a memorandum of understanding with BioNTech to bring innovative vaccine research to England with the potential to transform outcomes for early and late-stage cancer patients. So, in conclusion, I want to thank my right honourable friend again for raising this important issue, for his continued commitment to improving cancer care in the North East and Tees Valley region. I will encourage him to continue his excellent work with his local NHS system. I look forward to continuing to work with him and the NHS as we meet the challenge of reducing diagnostic waiting times and improving cancer outcomes.
Thank you very much. The question is that this House do now adjourn. And that means say aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.